veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work.
So in our VS Code, we'll create a new project. And we'll select the folder, then we'll give it a name. And at the same time, we'll run our project. So here is our new project. Now we'll go ahead and create a Firebase project. We'll give it a name. Then we'll continue. So here we see that we can create iOS, Android, and web project. Now here is my project, and this is the root folder, and from here we'll run a command. But before that, you must make sure you have installed Firebase CLI. If you don't know how to install it, come to this website over here and choose your platform, and based on that go ahead and install. I recommend using npm, which is using Node.js. First make sure that you have installed Node.js and then run this command over here. It will install Firebase tools for you, and after that and run this command Firebase login. So it will try to log in using your Google account, so you have to give the permission to do that, and then you're pretty good to go. Now we'll come back to our project over here. Here we'll run Flutter Fire configure. Now it is bringing all the projects that we have in our Firebase. Now as you see over here, we have a project which is called study app, and this is what we have just created, and we'll hit enter. And it's asking me whether I'm going to create the project for Android, iOS, Mac, and web. Well, I'll just hit enter and it will create Firebase apps for all these 4 platforms. And over here we'll enter yes, and here we are done. Now if you open up your project folder, and you will see inside this Android folder, inside app source, you have this Google services.json. Previously you had to manually do it, and the same for iOS. So if we open up iOS folder and we go inside runner, and over here we do see that Google services info.plist. So everything happens automatically. Now we're going to replace this code. Now on the terminal we'll run this command to get a Firebase core package so that we are able to run it. Now let's import the dependency. Okay, so we'll go ahead and run our app again. So everything is working as expected. Okay, so this time what do you want to do? We want to upload some JSON files or our data to the backend first, and then we'll read it from our app. But definitely we'll upload the data from app itself. So for this reason, in our app, we need to have some JSON data. So we'll upload the JSON data to Flutter Firebase backend. That's what we're going to do. Now, to be able to do that, first we need to upload our assets. Okay, so now here I'm in the terminal, and here I'll make a new folder inside my root folder. As you see, this is my root folder. So here I am, and I do see that my project structure like this. And here I'll do a new folder, and I'll do emulator, so which will create a new folder, and the folder's name would be assets. Okay. Now, if we open our Explorer over here, we do see that this is the assets folder. Now, inside this, I want to load our assets. Now, I already have it, and you should have them as well from the link below. So go ahead, download, and after that, you'll have these 3 files, and drag and drop them inside this assets folder. Okay. Now, here you do see that we have some JSON files as well as icons. Inside icons we have icons, and SVG and images. Inside images folder we do have images. Okay, all right, now I'll close this Explorer, Project Explorer. Now here at the same time I'll go to pubspec YML file, this one, and over here I'll make sure that my folder structure is like this inside this assets. So you also need to be able to make sure they align like this, okay? And especially this section, DB papers, okay? All right, so this section you need to take care. You should have 2 slashes, as you see, in a sense that because they should align the way they are here. So inside this assets we have DB folder, and inside DB folder we have this papers folder, okay? All right, so hopefully it makes sense. Anyway. So at the same time, you need to make sure that you install this Get package for state management, which is quite important because we are going to create a controller. And right after that, I'm going to close this, and I'm also going to close the other file. But at the same time, right now, we need to create a folder and project structure for having our controllers. So for this reason, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come inside this folder over here, and then I will create a new folder, and here I will call it controllers. Okay, and then inside this controller, and here we'll call it question paper. Now inside this question paper folder, we'll create a new file, and we'll call it DataUploader, DataUploader.dart. So here is this class, and this is the file, and over here we'll create a controller, and the controller name will be definitely DataUploader. So here we'll create a class, and we'll name it DataUploader. Okay, and then it will extends getX controller. Okay, getX controller. All right. So make sure that we have the dependencies. So here we'll override a default method which is called onReady. So we do override. Now here the method name is onReady, so we do void onReady, this one, okay. And here of course we need to call super.onReady. Now why we are implementing this method, the reason is because, as I said earlier, that we want to upload data to Firebase backend, but you just want to upload data only once, and we know that onReady only get calls only once, okay. So that's why over here we'll call a method, okay. Of course the method name would be upload data. Now here we are going to create the body of this method. Okay, so now inside this we want to go ahead and upload data. But before we go ahead and upload it, make sure that this gets called. So here we do print, and I'll say data is uploading. Now this is a controller, but we need to call this controller from UI, right? So we need to find a place. But this controller in our app lifetime only will get called once, when app starts first time or it restarts first time. It's pretty much when it starts, and that would be actually pretty much for admin, this section, not for the common users. What do I mean by that? I'll tell you later. But anyway, so now here we'll come inside this folder and create a new stateless class, or we'll create a Dart class, and we'll call it DataUploaderScreen, okay? DataUploaderScreen .dart. Now here we'll do stateless. So here we have this stateless class, and we'll call it DataUploaderScreen. Now make sure that we have the dependencies. Well, here first we are going to go ahead and return a scaffold, and then inside this we'll have body, and inside it we'll have a center widget, and then we'll have a child, and inside child I'll just have a text, and we'll call it uploading. Okay, and over here definitely we are going to put the semicolon. All right, now we're going to save it. Okay, I think we don't need this section over here. It's here. And for now we'll put const quick fix. Okay, now let's save it, and everything is smooth. Okay, now so this is from where we want to call this controller. Okay, now to be able to call this controller, we know that you have to inject the controller. Okay, now once again this controller DataUploader just get called only once, so we can be easy with this, and for this reason we are going to call it from here, which I mean that we are going to inject it over here. So we'll call it like DataUploader, and we'll name it controller, and over here we'll do get.put, and inside this we'll actually load the dependency. So our dependency is DataUploader itself. Now with this our controller will be injected, and we'll be able to use it. Now we need to call this view from our main method, so we'll come over here, and whatever we have pretty much over here we're going to delete. We don't need any of this, so we're just left with this one. And inside this run app we'll have get material app. And we don't need these options for now, so we'll just remove all of this, and at the same time we'll set up a property which is called home. Now for home we'll call the screen DataUploaderScreen. Okay, and of course we have this error because we need to import it. So here we do command dot and we'll see what we get, but it doesn't recognize. So here we'll import it manually over here. We do import get this one. Okay, all right, and the error should be gone as well. Yeah, okay, but this section doesn't really matter, the Firebase section yet, so even you can comment it out, it doesn't really matter right now. Okay. So the only thing matters to us is uploader class, how can we call it? But of course over here inside this screen uploader, so which is this one over here, we have injected it, but we are not calling anything from it. We'll save it right now and we'll come to this debug console section and we'll see the output. So we'll restart our app from the screen, and what we see, what do we want to see over here? We want to be able to see this text message, which is this one. Data is uploading. This is what we want to see. So here we're going to restart our app. Okay, so data is uploading. So which means that this method is getting called once again. Inside this controller, we have this onReady method which gets only once, which gets called only once. And if you save it again, it won't get called, okay? But of course, if you try to restart your app, it will get called. Restarting doesn't mean hot reload, so it restarts everything. So anyway, so you get the idea. So as we injected our controller over here, after being injected, that text or that method get called actually, and we see the print. So from this, we understand that if we want to do some job like uploading file only once or at the boot up time of your app, so this place should be the perfect place to load data. Now let's go ahead and take a look what we have here. So all our data is inside this assets folder. So we need to read this assets folder and then read all this items, but some of them are SVG and some of them are JSON. So our first priority is reading this JSON data. So that's what we want to do. Now to be able to do that, first we need to upload this assets folder and its items from it. Now to be able to do that in Flutter, you do like this. We do default, let's see, default asset bundle. I think yes, this one. Yeah, so default asset bundle. Okay, so we just simply go like this, and inside this, after this, you have to call auth and you need to pass a context. But here we don't have any context. This is a controller, but since we are using getX, so we can get the context from getX. Okay, here we do getX. All right. And now we might have an error, but I think it just wants to make sure that this is not null, okay? Now, so here we are passing this context, and then we can access the data. Now, this kind of asset folder, you want to access using something called assetmanifest.json, okay? So if you do that one, it would look for assets folder, but of course, it has to be correspondent what you have inside this pubspec.yml file, because over here, we have this assets as well, okay? So yeah, but basically it will point to the assets over here and then try to read inside from it. So if you want to point this assets thing from your UI or controller, you have to pass a context for default asset bundle and then use a method called load string, this one. Okay, and as you can see, it takes string. So now inside this, we are going to pass a key. Now the key is, in general, is called assetmanifest.json. So that's what we are going to pass. Now we're here, assetmanifest.json. All right after this, we need to save this in a variable. So we'll declare a variable over here and we'll call it manifest content. Manifest content. So here we are going to save the data, but because we are going to load, we want to do await. Now as you want to do await, you want to do a quick fix over here, and you add async modifier. All right, now so it will be loading the assets and put it inside this, okay, from the assets folder, and then we need to decode them. So how to decode them? So here we can just simply do json.decode, then we have to pass manifest, json.decode and manifest. Okay, well, that's great because it auto-generated for us. Now we need to save this thing. So because we are going to read JSON file, and JSON files are pretty much like map, so we need to declare a variable of map type. Okay, so that's why here we'll do final, and we'll have a map over here. So in our JSON file, the key would be string, and then the value would be dynamic, and then we'll assign the variable name. We can just say manifest map. Okay, manifest map. Okay, all right, dynamic. We have a type over here. Okay, and I guess we do need to import. And here we do have error because instead of encode, it should be decode. Okay, now the error is gone. Okay, so now whatever we load, that will be inside this variable. Okay, great. Now if you take a look at this folder over here, inside this we have DB folder and papers, and then inside this we have this JSON files. But inside this SS folder, we also have icons folder, SVG, and the TTF. This is the font we have, and the images. So with this over here, it's trying to read everything inside this assets folder, but we don't need everything. We just need this assets, DB, papers, and JSON. So for this reason, we need to tell Flutter that which path you want, or which items you want, or which format do you want. So this is what we need to tell our Flutter app. And now to be able to do that, we need to get the keys. In general, keys refers to the path in this case. So here we do manifest map.keys. Now as you see, we already have keys, and then based on keys we can get a method which is called where. Now inside this where method, we'll pass a variable which is called path. And then we are going to grab this path and also check the path that actually we have. So here we'll use arrow function, sorry. So now we'll take path, and and after that we'll use a method that's called starts with. Okay, this one. And what path we want? We just want assets, DB, and paper. So that's all we want. We don't want other paths, okay? Because this is going to be in a loop, and what will happen over here, it will at least generate 3 paths over here. Asset, this path, assets, icon path, and assets, images path. But all we want to load is this path, because others we don't want to load, because we don't want to load image. We just want to load the JSON file path. Hopefully it makes sense. And then we also want to make sure that the path doesn't contain anything else. So we'll just say contains this one over here, and we'll see if it contains what. It contains just JSON files. Okay, so that's all we want, and that's as simple as that. And after that, we are going to convert it to a list. Okay, now why list? Because map, when you run this operation like the one you have over here using this map, well, it becomes a map, but that is not indexable, which means you can't look through it like the classic traditional way. So we want to convert this map to list, which we do using this one. Yes, and with this we are able to load the information, JSON information, from our assets folder, and that's the first step. All right, so with this, what we'd be able to do, we'd be able to load the path. So the path would be loaded as well as the file's name. Okay, and well, now we can go ahead and print it, but before we print it, we can save it to a variable, and we'll call it papers in assets. Okay, so we're going to print that, and right here we'll do print papers in assets, this one. Okay, all right, and then I'll instead of hot reload, I'll restart. So, and we'll see what happens here, and as you can see, so these are the file path with their file names. Okay, so that's what we have here in our assets folder. Excellent. So with this, we are already able to upload able to read the file's path and the name. Okay, so next we'll see how to loop through them and print information as well. This is the next step. Okay, and while over here we'll do a comment, we'll write it, say so here we'll do a comment file and print path. That's what we do here. Okay, well, next, so next we want to actually read the content, because now we already have the path, so we'll be able to read the content. Now as you see, we have many files over here, so we need to do it in a loop. Okay, so for this reason we'll do for, now we'll define a var and we'll call it papers in assets. Okay, yeah, so this one over here, it has length of 4, and we would run this in a for loop. Okay, so over here we would do root bundle, okay, dot load string. Now we will simply pass the path. Now each path is contained in this paper variable, the one we did earlier. Okay, so it will load the file based on each of this path, and definitely we need to do a wait because this is an asynchronous operation, and here we'll save it in a variable, so we'll call it we'll create a string type variable, and we'll call it string paper content. Okay, and now here first we are going to print them. So we would do string paper content. And once again, you have to restart your app. So we do command control file. Okay, now as you see, we are already able to read the content from the file. So these are the file. Now of course we can confirm that our JSON file is like this. So to be able to do that, we can just simply open our Explorer over here and say, for example, you want to see the biology.json, and this is what we see. Okay, beautiful. And speaking of this one, we have to see the data structure here, because now we are able to load them and print them. Okay, but this is also not very organized when it comes to a backend. So we need to convert this data, and for this reason, what are you going to do? We are going to build models. Okay, so that is the thing we are going to do next, because we need to read them, and based on the model fields we have to put them and convert them in an object, and after that we would put them in a list. Okay, now that list would be somehow, those information will send it to the Firebase backend. So for this reason, we'll open our Explorer, and inside this lib folder we'll create a new folder, and we'll call it models, and inside this models we'll create a new file, and we'll call it QuestionPaperModel.dart. Okay, now one thing we need to see that though, the data structure here, the way it looks like. Now it is a little bit complex here, but one thing we understand that it's wrapped inside this curly braces, which is a JSON format. We also call it map in Flutter. Then we have this fields. Now these fields are easily readable inside a model. Just we'll have to create this field in the model as well. Now here we have this questions here. Now questions itself is a list. Okay, as you can see here, it's a list, and actually it's a long list, I guess. There's a list up to here. And then inside this list we have maps, actually few maps. Okay, now inside the map we have fields and again list, and inside the list we have this maps again. Okay, so we would start building our model based on this map first. Okay, and so we'll start from inside to outside. So that's what we are going to do. Now here we see that answer is a list. So inside this list we'll have maps. So first we'll create a model for this map. So this map will have two fields. One is identifier, another is answer. Let's go ahead and do it. So of course we don't need that, so we'll close it. And only thing we need over here is this one. For now, model itself, as our main itself, we can also close it. Now over here. So here we'll first create a class and we'll call it answer. Now here, of course, if you saw it once again carefully, so here we'll have nested JSON or nested map, because this one is inside this list is inside this map is inside this list, and this list is inside this large map. So it's nested. It may look scary, but trust me, it is easy. So once you know where to start working from, and once you find the pattern, so we found a pattern here, these are our patterns, and we'll just simply start with this one. Once we build this one, then we'll build this one, then we'll nest this model inside this model. Actually that's pretty easy, but a lot of the beginners might get scared, but it is not. But anyway, so here we would create two fields. One is final type, and string would be, I just said that would be identifier, and then we'll have another one that is string as well, and we'll call it answer. Okay, now we're going to create a constructor for this. Now it will have two fields. It will take this dot identifier and this dot answer. Okay, all right, now after that we will send data, or this class will receive data over here as a map. So map is JSON, as I said earlier. So here we need to create a method that takes JSON. Okay, so for this reason here I'll create a new method and I'll call it from JSON. Okay, and then JSON will take map. So here we'll do map and the string and dynamic, and then the method name will just simply call it JSON. Okay, and after that we'll have this semicolon. So instead of using curly braces, we could do this colon and assign the value directly. Okay, so but I'll break a line over here and I'll do it here. So here I'll do identifier, is what we have, and identifier itself will assign a value. Now that value would be coming from JSON itself, because this will contain value, and this value would be, like for the first one, this is this keys value, which is A. For the second one, this keys value, which is symbiosis, yes, right. Anyway, so here we are now, and here inside we are going to have identifier, okay, and we will make sure that it is a string. Okay, and after that we'll have answer, and over here we'll do the same, and we'll put a comma. So with this we are done with this from JSON method. Now as this has been built, we can go ahead and save it though first. Of course, even if you save it, nothing fancy will happen. So we are done with this model first, okay, but in future we still need to work on this a little bit, like we have to build two JSON method. So what's happening here, so this identifier is coming from here, and for answer itself, okay, we need to change it to capital A, because here in the JSON we have capital A, okay. So these two fields are passing, we are passing as if we call this one, it would receive those two fields and we'll get those values, and with this we make sure that we get a string and then put it in this variable, okay, and over here in this variable, which will eventually relate to this and create an object. Okay, so now we'll take a look at the next section. Now next section is this one, so we also have to build a class and model for this one. Now this one itself has ID, so we'll have a field ID and another field which is called question, and then we'll have answers. But for answers we already built it, but you have to know that answers would be in a list, okay. And we also have another field which is called the correct answer, okay. So that's what we're going to do. Well, this is how we manually make our model, but this is not efficient, so there is a tool how to do that. I know a lot of you use Dart data generator plugin, but I'm not going to use that one. I think that's not very conventional. So I'm going to go to a website. So this website over here, and I think the way it outputs your model, it's very efficient. It doesn't have a lot of garbage. It's easy to understand and read, not like the Dart data generator, okay. Anyway, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy my JSON class or JSON from my VS Code. So here I am. Now this is our JSON, so I'm going to select all and copy this and simply, sorry about this, and simply paste it here, okay. And then it'll just click over here. You don't have to write the name, so generate Dart, okay, and that's what it'll do for you. Now it's very readable, but we still have to make tiny changes, but it still keeps the original idea. So first we'll start working with answers, okay, and then that answer would be as a list in your class model, question model, and that question model would be nested in your question paper model, okay. So the idea still stays the same. But anyway, regarding this, I have a video, so you can go ahead and watch this, how to work with nested JSON if you don't understand. So I'm going to copy this and put it right over here. So anyway, I'll remove all of this. Now here's the thing. So some of this we still need to tweak, but it's still very efficient. So here definitely this is optional, and same here, and the first part of the error is gone, and for this one, so now for question itself we see that we have some errors, but we can easily take care of these errors. Now definitely for this one we're going to do quick fix and add required, and this is the same over here. So we're going to do quick fix and add required, and for answers we're going to do the same thing. So we do quick fix, add required. Now this would be optional, sorry about that. This is the annoying thing about VS Code, that it pops up from nowhere. I have to turn it off, but anyway, so over here the problems are solved, but in this section we still see we have a bit of different way of writing code. So I'm going to erase this, and right here I'm going to do answers, and then do JSON answers. Over here we'll cast it as a list, and then we'll get the map function. Out of it we'll get E, which will refers to each of them in a loop, and then we're going to call answers from JSON. Okay, and then we'd convert it to list. Okay, and what else? Over here we still have a bit of problem, and we'll take care of that. Now this question, this error is it's asking you to initialize, so that's why we have. Now this way it doesn't get initialized immediately, it initialized later the values. Okay, now to get rid of this problem, actually we can introduce the colon over here. Now with the colon, the values get initialized before the constructor body runs. Okay, yeah, now the error should be gone. It's gone. Now definitely we gotta do the same over here. So just to simply remove this braces over here and put the colon, and with this colon the value inside this constructor would get initialized first, like this value. Then it would run the constructor body. Okay. And now over here. Now first thing I'm going to change the name over here and capitalize them. It has been auto-generated. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and the same here. Okay, so some of these fields we still need to make required, so which I'll do now. So if you are on Mac, you can just hit command dot, or for Windows I think that is control dot for VS Code to get this thing like pop up. Some of you might already know this thing. Okay, now this should be optional because we might not have questions for some of the models, so that's why it has this. And right over here we'll remove this. We don't need like that. And so the same error, it would ask you to initialize. So what are we going to do? We're going to remove this and put semicolon over here, and this one, I think we can also cast it as a string to make sure that it is a string. So here as a string, image URL. Now image URL itself actually should be optional, so here we do this one, and it's better this way as a string. Now comes with this one, questions. Okay, and now questions itself is a list. Okay, so as you see that it takes a list of questions, this one, the one that we created early, and at the same time you remember this question takes a list of answers which we created early, so they're all nested. So that's why I said you should start working with the smallest one and then go to the bigger one. Anyway, so now I would come over here, and here we do questions, and I'm gonna go ahead for the last one, and then I'll have curly braces JSON questions. I'm gonna cast it as a list, and then I would invoke this map method, map. Okay, and then inside this I'm going to pass questions from JSON, and then we'll have this E, and then we'll convert it to list. Okay, all right, and Let's see, actually here we want to do a bit of change, the type dynamic. If you don't do that, you might get error in future, so just to be safe, so as map string dynamic. Okay, and we are good to go. So you see how it works here. So it goes through in a loop for each of these questions, and we take it as E, and then we pass it to this question model, the E, but we cast it to dynamic, a map. We cast it to map. The reason why we do that, because as you see, it takes a map here. Okay, so that's why we are casting. All right, now our data could be complex, so that's why we are forcefully casting it over here. But of course, here we are not doing the same, as you see. But if you want, you can even cast it here as map string dynamic, okay, if you want. But here, just to be sure, because here the data could be complex, because this is the biggest one, outside one from here, and includes everything. So I'm trying to convert them all map. So that's the point. Okay, now we do have another issue here, and for this reason, right now we're just gonna skip this. Okay, yeah, we'll have to work on this later, but for now it's not necessary. So now with this, you build a JSON, you build a model class, okay, for question paper. Okay, so far we are able to load the data from our assets folder, and we are also able to print them, their path, using this section. And then after that, we're able to print out the content for each of the JSON files. Okay. Now this is the time we're going to go ahead and add the data in the model that we created. And for this one to be able to do, first we need to create a list over here. So the list type should be question paper model, this one. Okay, and we'll call a variable called question papers, and we'll create an empty list. Now right after this, we are going to add them. Here we do question papers dot add, this method over here. Now inside this, we want to send this. As we look through it, we want to send each of this content. Now let's copy this, and you come over here, and then here we do question paper model from string. Okay, and as you see, we put it here, but we still get an error. Okay, so this is a value mismatch error. Now this one is a string, right? But we don't want to use a string, we want to use from JSON. Okay, this one. All right, but now we get another problem. So here it says that argument string cannot be assigned to parameter map string dynamic. Now this one, we know that it takes map, which is string, and dynamic, but this is a string, so we can't use it directly. What do we need to do? We need to decode it. We do JSON.decode this one. So JSON.decode takes a string and convert it to a map. So I have tutorials on them, you can check that out. Okay, with this, the error should be gone. Now after this, we are able to put information in our quiz papers. And what are we going to do? We're going to print and see how many items we have in our questions paper. So here we do print items number, and then we do question paper dot. It's a list, so we should be able to do length. But if it doesn't work like this, then we need to put a curly braces inside this, and then it should work. Question papers dot length. Okay, all right. Now I'm going to run the app. Okay, so here we see that we have 4 items printed. That's because we have 4 JSON files, 1, 2, 3, 4. But we can also access them like using index. So I'll go to the first index, which is 0, which would stand for biology. And inside this biology model, well, we can access the title or image URL or even description. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's see if we can access them or not. So let's close this. Yeah. So here we are in DataUploader dot operator ID. Okay. Now let's do hot reload. Hot restart. Yeah, so item is this one, as you can see over here. Okay, now as well as you can access other information from it, like say description. Let's go ahead and see this one. Yeah, description. Okay, now once again hot restart, and you'll see this is the description. Beautiful. So with this we are successfully able to access items from our model. Okay, great. So next section. Well, in next section we are going to do Firebase, Firestore. Now, since we want to upload our data to the cloud Firestore, so we need to install a plugin for this. So we're going to go ahead to command line. So we do Command Shift P or Control Shift P, then you use this add dependency and look for cloud Firestore. Okay. Now I've already done it. Okay, I've already done it, so I'm not going to add it again. Just simply go ahead and search Cloud Firestore and hit enter, and you should be able to install it. And then go to pubspec YML file, and you will see that it is there. And here I have. So this is the version that I'm installing. Okay. Anyway, so I'm going to close this. Alright, so now here we want to get a Firestore, Firebase Firestore instance, and for this reason here we'll declare a variable. We'll call it Firestore, and over here we do Firebase Firestore. Yeah, but we want to get an instance of this. Beautiful. Because we want to send the data to the backend. Now we do have a lot of data or JSON classes, so we want to send them all at once. So for this reason, we are going to commit or do batch operations. Batch means multiple. So we are going to use multiple of this batch operation where it will upload multiple data to the backend. Now here I will create a variable and I will call it batch. And I have this instance Firestores, and from here I'll get a function which is called batch. So it will return me an object for batch operation. All right. Now we want to create data to the backend. What kind of data and how we are going to create it? So let's take a look. So here is my Firestore database, and this is what we have done just now. I mean, we have created an instance of it. So as we want to upload data, it would be like this, as you see. So for now, we'll just focus on this one, quiz paper. We can name it anything, it doesn't matter. Now, quiz paper would be inside collection, and for quiz paper itself, we'll have documents. Okay. Now, each document would refer to the items, each of the JSON file. So each document would refer to each of the JSON file, like biology JSON file, chemistry.json file, like that. Okay. So collection would contain document. And at the same time, each document would contain collection and some fields, as you can see here. Okay, and once again, collection will contain documents. So here we are. So we have more documents over here. But now for each collection over here, we'll have more documents. But each of these documents refers to the questions, the one we have in our JSON file. Okay, so here we are inside biology.json. And inside that biology.json, we have many questions. So these are the questions, okay? So once again, document contains collection and field, as you can see over here. So each time you click on a collection, you go to a document, and document will have a lot of documents or objects, and each of them, once again, will have collection and fields actually. Now collection is optional, you don't have to always have it, because after that we don't want to do anything, we just want to get the answer, and that's all. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. So once again, our 4 question paper would be under this collection, 4 question papers. Okay, so and it would refer to those 4 of them, so you can go ahead and check each of them one by one by clicking on them. So like this is the chemistry one, and I believe the first one should be okay. Well, it looks like physics or whatever, and well, here it is math again. Okay, here it is the biology. Okay, so we have those 4 questions paper over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You get it, right? Anyway, so now each of them would refer to the fields inside this JSON file. So that's the idea. So that's what we want to create. We want to create collection and document. But a lot of time, this collection and document, those nodes, we have to create manually. Now for this first collection, this is the name, but you can name it actually anything, it doesn't matter. And this one you have to create manually. Now after creating manually, so those 4 files would be uploaded over here. And as it does, now you can name this collection anything, okay? Now these things would be reading from the JSON file directly. But now this one we don't have in JSON file, this name, so we will give it manually. I'll show you how to do that later. Okay, the same as this one. This is also not in our JSON file. So this and this will give it manually, and then you are good to go. Even including this one, we'll also give it manually. So collection name we will give them manually most of the time, okay? But the documents would be read automatically from our file. So this is what you have to know. All right, so now let's go ahead and work on this programmatically creating data so that we are able to store them in the Firestore database. Now first we have to go ahead and create collections. As I said, that we can create collections manually. And to be able to do that, we would come to our this lib folder, and right inside this we'll create a new folder, and here we'll call it Firebase. We'll call it Firebase ref. Okay, so here we'll put our references. Now inside this we'll create a new file, and here we'll call it just reference. Okay, references.dart. Now inside this we'll create all the Firebase and Firestore references. Okay, now and actually we'd be creating here collection references. So for this reason, here we'll create a new variable, and variable type would be final, and question paper rf reference. Okay, now it would refer to the instance and a collection. Well, actually at the end it is the collection. So over here we would do Firestore dot collection, and then we'll create here, call it question paper. Okay, go ahead like this. Now you may wonder, what is this variable over here? Well, we have to create this instance, okay, of Firestore. So here we do final, and we'll call it Firestore, and then it would be coming from Firestore actually that should be, I guess, Firebase Firestore. I'm sorry about that. Firebase Firestore. Okay, then would get instance. Okay, that's all. Now I guess we have to import the library, so let's go ahead and do that. Well, it's not recognizing like this, so what we can do, we can come over here, and I think we can just copy it from here. and we'll put it at the top. Okay, now the error is gone. All right, so now this is an instance. We created this instance, and if we somehow invoke this variable, that would actually go ahead and create this question paper collection in our Firebase, in our Firestore Firebase backend. Okay, so now here we did that. Okay, so of course here we do have one Firestore reference, but this is the local reference that we created inside this. And this reference actually pretty much would be used only once, but this reference would be used throughout this app. Okay, so now we'll go ahead down there. Actually, okay, here we're done for now. Okay, now we know that this is a list, and in this list we have our JSON files, and those JSON files are this JSON file, as we know. Okay, so these 4 JSON files, you can ignore that. Actually, I can delete that. I don't need this, so let's go ahead and delete this. It is confusing. Okay, all right, so I'll have this 4 of this, right? And of course, earlier we have seen that the properties from 4 of this we can access like this. Okay, access using the index and the dot operator. So now we'll loop through it, and as we loop through, we'll access each of them, and then as we saw earlier just now that we have to create fields in Firebase CloudStore or CloudStore Firebase. We have to create fields and the document. Okay, so first we'll go ahead and create document, and for each document we'll create fields. So anyway, so we have to access this JSON file from this list. So here we'd go ahead and create a loop over here, and here we'll call it, create a var type variable, and we'll call it paper, and then we'll loop through it. Okay, and its name is, we'll loop through the question papers, this one. Okay, now over here, as we have this batch object, so it has a method. Okay, we'll first go and find a batch, and then the method name is actually set, this one. Now as you see, it takes document. Now each document has data related to it. Okay, so if you click on the document, it would show you the data as we saw earlier. So first here we have to get the document. So what would be the document? The document would be each of the JSON file, like biology, chemistry, and physics, from this papers list, right? So now it would be coming, actually, so it would be referring this one over here, paper. So what we could do here, now we know that we have a global reference for Firestore database, so a Firestore collection actually. So how can we access that one? So here we'll simply call, I think, what was the variable actually, this one, okay? This one. So we're gonna simply call this one, and then it has an object which is called a doc. Okay, so we are going to call that one, and it does take a paper, or actually what I'm trying to say, it does take a document. So we're going to send a document to it, and document should actually have an ID. So paper.id. Okay, so this is how it's going to create. Let's see, quick fix. I think we need to import it, otherwise we'll get an error. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this refers to the collection, and collection will have document, but document should have an ID. So we are assigning the ID on our own based on this paper variable. Once again, this would be coming from our JSON file. Let me go to this JSON file. Let's open it. So actually it will refer to this one when I do paper.id. So this would be the whole JSON file would be a document, and it should have an ID, and this is the ID. Do remember, if you somehow try to change it, this ID should be unique, otherwise it will get error. Okay, great. Now here, as I said earlier, that each collection will have document, and each document will have some fields or data. So here we are going to set them. Now actually we'll set it through a map or a JSON. So that's what we do. Now, whatever fields we want, we can do it here. So first we'll do title. Okay, now here that would be paper.title, this one. So actually the fields would be coming from our file. Okay, this one, right? So actually the title, image URL, descriptions, time, and things like that will set over here. So that's what we are going to do. Here we would also do image URL. So it's more like if you work with database after running this command, so it'll have a table name should be the ID, and it'll have this fields inside it. Okay, so these are the fields, and each field will contain information. Anyway, so now here it would be coming from paper.imageURL. Yes. Okay, let's see why we do have error over here. So now let us go ahead and check it, what was there. So it is image URL, so we should be able to access it. Now let's go ahead and check it inside this paper model, actually, what we have defined. So the model is actually here. Okay, it is image URL. Okay, but internally it takes this one, but we have to refer this image URL. So anyway, we're going to close this file. Now we're going to come over here and let's close this this Explorer as well. So now here we are. Okay, so we have to do image URL, this one. Okay, all right, and right after that we also have to do description. So here we'll do description and paper.description. So let's keep all these fields small, and then we'll have time, seconds. Now this would be our paper dot time seconds. So this one, I think this is what we had early, and question count. Okay, so this is another field that we are going to create, questions count, which means how many questions we had. Now here we would do paper.questions. Okay, now if it is null, because we know that some papers might not have question, then we'll set it to 0. Otherwise we'll set it to paper.questions.length. Okay, yeah, that's what we are going to send. And let's see, we do have an error. Okay, so it wants us to use this bang operator, most probably. It's gone, we don't need that. Okay, now this is why we need this. So once again, if I look for the file, which was this model over here, and in this model we do see that questions, this list could be nullable, as you see over here. So for this reason, you have to check whether it's null or not. If it's null, it means there is no question. If it's not null, then we get the length, but at the same time you have to make sure you use this bang operator, otherwise you will get this error. So now say for example, if we are going to run this command, and we should get for our few documents, and if for each of them we'll see this operation or this fields being executed. Well, now we'll go ahead and create our Firestore database. So here we are. Now here I'm going to my Firebase backend, the home page, and this is the app that we created early at the beginning. Now here it's all pretty much empty over here. We don't have any database. Now I'll come to this build section and I'll select Firebase database. Then we're going to create one database, and we're gonna get over there, and then we'll select this database where you are. Well, I'm in Asia, so I'm going to select somewhere close to me. You can select somewhere close to you or your users, and then let's work on this. So it may take a few seconds to get it done. Okay, so here we are right now, and here we see that it says, okay, you can go ahead and start your collection over here, and then you can give it a name like this, say test, right? And you can say 1 2 3 and test 1 value. Okay, all right, it doesn't matter, you can write here anything. now we're gonna save it. Here we do see that it created a collection, and then under this collection we have a document, and document has a field. But here we can also do a collection again, but this has all been done manually. We don't need to do that. So here we are going to delete the collection. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And here it's asking us to verify right here your collection name, and let's go ahead and remove it. Now it's all empty. So here there are some rules that how to work on this collection. So here it did say that if you want to do read and write on your document, as you can see, so you have to have these rules where it says that so here we have these rules, and according to the rules it's not allowing us read and write, and it's trying to match documents from the root directory. Well, anyway, for now everything is empty over here, so we are going to go to this section. So here is our loop, and right after this loop we can go ahead and submit an operation. We'll call it await batch dot commit. Okay, so with this it would be submitting everything in our Firebase database, and as well as create field related to this ID, or using this ID name, create documents actually, and then for each of the documents we'll have this fields there. Okay, now this is beautiful. So I'm going to do a restart over here, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, and we do have error over here, and it says that the caller doesn't have the permission to execute the specific operation. Now it does happen because here you need to give it rules. Okay, now let's come over here, this rules section. So this rules actually doesn't comply the way we are trying to do, so we need to change the rules. Okay, so the first one is definitely we're going to change it to true. Okay, and right over here we are going to define actually what kind of collection we are, what's the collection name we are going to define over here. So collection name is question paper, I guess papers. We'd say it from our VS Code. Let's see, we don't need this. We can, I guess we can close this. Okay, we also don't need this. So collection name is question papers. Okay, I would do S over here, and let's see, everything else. Okay, good. So over here, question papers, question papers. Okay, now let's go ahead and publish it, and this time we'll see how it goes. So with this, it has this read and write permission, and we are also telling us, hey, I will have a question paper collection. So now that collection should stay right here. Okay, now let's go to our VS Code, and let's hot restart and see how it goes. Okay, well, this time we don't have any pop-up, so we're going to check on this and refresh it. Beautiful. You see our data is already here. This is the collection name that we have defined, and these are the documents. And as I said earlier, these documents names are coming from our JSON files. So that's how you programmatically create them. Okay, create a collection, documents, and their related field. Isn't it beautiful? And congratulations for following with me so far. Congratulations for being able to create this one successfully. And if you do have any questions, leave a comment below. But this is a beautiful thing you have done. Okay, so yes, that's what actually I was talking about. So what went through the loop, it took a collection name and took all the files from our SS folder, all those JSON files, and these are the ID of the JSON files, and this is also the name of our document. and for each document we have created these things. It's beautiful. Go back to our VS Code, and over here we'll start writing more codes because this is still very incomplete. We want more things to write. Okay. Now right after this for loop, we'll create another for loop, and the variable type is var, and we'll call it questions in paper.questions. Okay, and yes, yeah, that's great. And let's see what do we have here. Well, we do have this paper. Oh, I'm sorry, we need to cut this and put it inside this for loop, okay, because we want to be able to access this one. Okay, so in first part of the for loop, it creates collection and related documents, and in second part we want to create the questions for each of the documents. Okay, and here we are saying that it's not going to be null, and then this is what we have here. Well, now you might get confused, so what's happening here? So come again. So far we have created the document with the ID and their fields. So this is the document ID and these are the related fields, but we didn't create this questions. So let's go ahead and take a look. We don't have this questions, we just have this ID name and the fields, as you can see. So here we want to create a collection. Of course, we have to give it a name, and we'll give it a name from our program, and under this collection we'll have this ID and another collection that would be another actually. So under this collection, so we are going to create a new collection over here as questions. Okay, now collections will have documents. So collections will have documents. Now the documents ID would be this one. Okay, a documents field would be that one, and that document once again will have another collection, and that should be answers, and inside that collection will have fields as this one, answer and ID, like that pretty much. Okay, so let's go ahead and step by step we'll see how it goes. Okay, so here we are inside this paper. So first time, say for example we took the biology paper. Okay, now we want to go through it. Okay, and that is biology document. Now here, as I said, that I've created this documents, but now I'm going to create a collection again. Now as usual, if you want to create collection, so you should come over here in our file, because we have a dedicated file over here for creating collections. So now what are you going to do? We are going to create a new document, new collection. Now the collection should be created based on the previous document ID. So first we have to send the document ID, and based on that document ID we'll create a collection. So here we'll create a variable, we'll call it document reference. I guess yes, and the type is document reference, and then here we'll create a method and we'll call it question reference. Now this one's going to take two parameters, so both of them are IDs actually. Well, so here we'll call them required, and the type is string, and we'll pass it as paper ID, and then we'll have another one, required string question ID. So that's what we want to send, and right after that we'll return over here. Now how to return? Previously we have created this collection. This is the parent collection. So right now we are going to create a sub collection. So you need to have the reference of parent collection. So this is the parent collection, and based on that we'll create sub collection. Now we know that parent collection has documents, and those documents have ID. The ID is the paper ID, the one we'll send over here. And then okay, I got the document, and then okay, now go ahead and create a collection, and this collection name is questions, and that's as simple as that one. And after creating the collections, okay, we'll also return a document, so that would be question ID, and you're great. Now, I guess I need to explain to you what's happening here. So this is the method that we are going to call, and we're going to pass paper ID and question ID. So as we call it, we are going to pass this one. So this is the paper ID or the document ID, okay? So we're going to pass that one, as well as we are going to pass question ID. Now, where is this question ID coming from? Now, the question ID would be based on this one. So here we can pass it like this. We'll pass something like this. Let's see. We would say paper ID equal paper dot ID and question ID equal question paper dot question ID. Okay, so that's how we are going to pass, because in our biology section, as you see, that we do have this ID. Okay, so that's the idea. Of course, this is a pseudocode. We don't need that. So we are going to pass this one to this reference. So we are passing the document ID and then, hey, create a new collection. So over here we'll see a new collection name that would be question. And then after that, because we passed the question ID, it's going to create a new document for this collection. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, anyway, so this part we are good. So we need to come over here and remove this pseudocode. We don't need this. Here we are going to call question reference, question ref, this one, okay? And we are going to pass paper ID. Now the first one is coming from paper dot ID, and the second one is coming from question dot ID. Okay, so this one is coming from here. So we are passing the parent document ID. Right now the document over here, the document ID become the parent document ID, and after that we are passing the question ID. Now question ID is coming from here, as I said earlier, which is referring this one. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, great. And after this, actually we need to save it here in a variable, and we'll call it question path. Okay, now we are going to use this one to set, because we are going to create sub collections, and over here we are going to use a method which is called set. So we'll get it from batch.set. Now as you see, it already refers to your some of these things, question path, but I think we are going to go ahead with the first one. We'd go ahead with document and data. Now what is this return? Well, this returns a document, right? Once again, at the end it returns a document. Okay, so we have the document, so here we just simply pass the document. Okay, now document will have fields, so we need to pass them over here. And here the fields we want, that is question, and over here we'll set questions dot question. So this question is coming from here, and this is the other question. Now this question is actually this one, okay? And then we also have to set the correct answer. Now we are not going to set this one over here yet, because that would be a separate sub collection. Because right now this is a collection, and inside the collection we have the document ID and those documents field. And then after that we're gonna create another sub collection inside this document. So let's get over here. Let's get over here. And okay, great. So we'll create another field, and we'll call it correct answer, I guess. Correct answer. And after that, here we'll have question dot correct answer, and I think we're good to go. And after that we are here. Now let's see. Okay, this is the for method, this is the for method, and this is another for method. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and save it. And okay, we did it, we set it, right? And after that we are going to commit this batch operation. Now before we are going to create a new one or replace this old information over here, we're going to delete the old one, and here just go ahead and delete that. Okay, now we'll come to our VS Code and we'll do hot start or restart, and now we'll come over here. Beautiful. As you see, it already created a collection. And here, if you click on this, we also see this new documents. So the new documents are from our biology class, but here it also, at the same time, it created this fields, but this collection is empty, which I said that we are going to create soon. Now, these are the documents that we are having in our biology class. So this is a document. Okay, in the questions list, this ID is used as documents. Okay, this ID is used as documents. Right, beautiful. So far we are doing excellent, and we are learning a lot actually. Now we'll come over here and we'll create the last sub collection. The last sub collection, and for this reason we need to come inside this one. The last sub collection will be answers, right? And we know about it. So here we'll do for, and we'll create a var, and we'll create a variable answer, and we'll take it from questions actually answer field, not correct, answers. So with this it would be referring to this one like that. Okay, and then we'll do this. Okay, once again, first we have to create a collection. Now we can do it right over here actually, batch.set, and we do question path. Now we're going to go back to the very early one. Now here we are going to use question path. Question path refers to this one. Okay, now in fact this refers to this one. Okay, so we are getting the reference of this one, and for this one we are over here, we are going to create a new collection. So that's why you have to get the reference, and then here we'll create a collection. The collection name would be answers, and based on that one we are going to create a document. So here we're going to create a document, and of course document name should be answer.identifier. Okay, and right after that we need to pass data, otherwise we'll get error. For your batch set operation you need to pass a document, and then for those documents, or for that document related fields, like that's what exactly we did over here as well. So we set a document over here, or document path or ID, and then we created fields, and this is what we're going to create now. Now here we're going to have identifier, and then we'll do answer.identifier, and then here we'll have answers, and answers.answer. Beautiful, done. Now this one is referring to, one is this one actually, and the other one is this one. Now for each of them we are using this A as a document name, A, B, C, D. Okay, because these are pretty unique for inside this collection. Okay, because this is a small collection, sub collection, and these A, B, C, D are all unique. If you have the same name or string, you cannot do that, because document name has to be unique. Okay, all right, beautiful. So this is the last time that we are going to create this and do this batch operation. I wouldn't say the last time, we have to do it one more time. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, all right, and now we'll come over here. So we're going to delete everything, okay, let's come to the first one over here, and let's delete the collection. and delete that. Beautiful. Now we're going to come to VS Code and hot start. No error, that means everything went smoothly. Do a refresh. Okay, it didn't refresh. Beautiful. So here is our first set of document, and here is our first sub collection. And then I have a document, and for each document I have a sub collection again and fields, and for each of them we have document again, and inside this we have this answers. Okay, beautiful. We don't need to create because we stop here. So yeah, I know it could be a little confusing for beginners. Go ahead and check that out. So the idea is, if you create a collection, you should have documents. Okay, now for under this documents, if you want to create fields, you can go ahead and do that, but creating a sub collection is optional. What I mean by that, like here for this document, we didn't create a sub collection, we just have fields. Hopefully it makes sense. But for this document, we created a sub collection and fields as well. Okay, the same goes for here. For this document, we created a sub collection and fields, and this is the parent collection. Beautiful. So with this we are done, pretty much done, and we have to do one more thing. Now right now, if you go ahead and see that once we upload it, try to upload, it's always saying uploading. We need to change this state. So we need to trigger state change from here and change it back once we are done with the batch commit. That's what we're going to do next. So as I said, that we have to do it one more time. Now first we are going to come to our Firebase dashboard. Over here we're going to delete everything. Okay, now it's all empty. Now this time the way we are going to do it, first we're going to create a new file, and okay, right inside this we'll create a new file and we'll call it loading status.dart. Okay, over here we'll save some loading status, that as we load the file and what happens before loading and after loading and during loading. Okay, now here we're going to create an enum. Enum is a list of values that you want to put it like in order, and they will have certain values. Okay, and the values comes one after another, and we'll call the enum name is loading status. Now here inside this we'll declare some untyped variable, but their type would be actually enum. Okay, and you group them together using a name, but their type is enum. Now here first I'll call it loading, and the second one I'll call it completed. Third one I'll call it say error. Yeah, like that. So I'll have 3 enum values over here. Now the way it works, in general, the first one has a value of 0, second one has value of 1, and third one has the value of 2. So if you have more values, they will have the values increased one after another. Okay, all right, so now here we would go to our DataUploader file right inside over here, and now we need to come over here, and as we call this function, we want to make some changes. Okay, all right, actually we'll do it before here. First we have to declare and get the enum value, the first one. Okay, now we'll call it from loading status, this one, and then we want to get the first one. The first one is loading. Okay, all right, so and we want to save it to a variable, and we'll define it as final, and we'll call it loading status. Now you see the way we are doing over here, it's a small letter, and here this loading L is big letter, which is enum type. Okay, you may ask why I do like this. Actually I want to make this variable observable, OBS, because we are using Flutter getX. So in getX, when you tag OBS inside right after a variable, that variable becomes observable, they also call it Rx type, as you can see over here. So you can do with OBS. OBS means Rx type, observable or reactive. So now whatever, if the value of this variable changes, Flutter UI would know it, and based on that we can redraw or retrigger something. Okay, great. So now this variable become right now OBS type, which is observable. Okay, we got it first one from loading status, and we get the first one and we save it here, and it became observable. So now we'd come inside this variable over here, this function over here, and here we would call loading status equal actually this one. Okay, now since it becomes observable, it has a property called value. Okay, so we'll use that one, and inside value we are putting this enum. Now do remember this has a value of 0 because this is the first one. Okay, now here we made loading status observable. Loading status is OBS type, observable. Okay, all right, so the way you would understand, this is observable, same as now this is observable. So whatever the value we have here, it would be saved in this value over here. Okay, so here the value 0 is saved. You could understand it like this. Now anyway, so once the batch operation is done, right after this we'll change the value. So here we do loading status dot value. So this one, now we would change the value because it's been done. So here we do loading status. Now here we don't want to call loading anymore, we want to call it completed, because this is the second one. If you check, sorry, come on, so this one, yeah, the second one is loading status, as you can see over here. So the second one is completed, as you can see. So the first one was loading before we start uploading, and uploading is done. Now we are changing the status of this. Okay, all right, now we need to come to our front-end code, and which is, I think, let's look for it. Upload screen, I guess. Yeah, DataUploader this one. So this is what we had early, and this is the place actually we want to change. Now here, because we want to use observable variable, and based on that variable value, we want to change from uploading to uploading completed, like that. Okay, actually we're going to wrap it around as widget. Okay, so that would be obx. But now I'm gonna cut this one over here, and then I would do obx. Now inside this, it takes a single function or arrow function, but your function is complicated, you can use double braces. Okay, now we are going to use this one, and I think we need one more bracket. Okay, now of course right now it is still not reactive, because we need to, inside obx, we need to check the values, the variables, the loading and completed, that one. Okay, so for this reason, right over here at the top we had this controller. Okay, now we're gonna take that controller, that inside the controller we defined a variable which is called loading status. So we get that one, and we also check the value. Okay, now if the value is equal to, now we check loading status dot completed, not this one, loading status, yes, dot completed, completed. So if it is true, then we'll say, well, here we'll say uploading completed. So here we can change it like this actually. So let me come over here, and first here we'll say uploading completed. Otherwise still being uploaded. Okay, now we do see an error over here. Now let's see the quick fix. Okay, so it's asking us to import this. So you're going to go ahead and import this. Okay, and we need to remove this const from here, and this is what is causing the problem, and we are good. Okay, now right inside this, so let's go over it again one more time. So we created a new variable, and the variable type is obs, so it will have value, and for this value you can save anything pretty much want. So we want to save 0 or the first one. When completion is done, data uploading is done, then we change the value for this loading status. Okay, so it becomes completed. Anyway, now we save it. Now as we come over here, we check that value for this one, so whether it's the first one or second one. Of course here, even though it looks completed, but actually internally the value is 1. Okay, because we change, earlier one was loading was 0, now we change it to completed, which is 1. Anyway, and based on that we do our stuff. Okay, now here we could be a little different, slightly different. Then we do ... Okay, all right, so now I'm going to put my simulator over here. Okay, well, of course it's the current state, and right over here I'm going to restart everything, and hopefully we want to see uploading completed once the data is uploaded in the backend. So here I'm going to do this one, and we see that it changed it very quickly. Now if we go to the backend, now let's refresh it, and everything went smoothly. Okay, beautiful. So with this we are done with the first part. I would say first part, actually first section, because I'm going to continue right over here. Okay, anyway, so next we'll focus on the UI, because now here we are able to load the data to the backend, and this time our job would be to read them, but as well as, of course, we also have to work on the UI. All right, first we are going to go ahead and build UI, and for this reason we are going to create a new folder over here, and we'll name it screens, and inside this we'll have another new folder, and we'll call it splash, and right inside this we'll have a new file, and we'll call it splash screen.dart. Now over here we're going to create a stateless class, and we'll call it splash screen. Right, and right inside this we are going to return, and we're going to return scaffold over here. Okay, great. And let's see, I guess we're gonna have to import the material library, and we're gonna do that. Okay, and right inside this we are going to have body section, and for body we'll have child, and inside this child, for body actually we are going to have a container. We don't need child right now, we just need a container. Okay, and right after this we are going to have a child inside this, and the child would be for showing an image. So here we are going to use image.assets, this one, and here we are going to use the path of the image, which is coming from our assets folder, and the image name is app splash logo.png. Now this would be coming from actually here, images app splash logo.png. Okay, great. Yeah, with this, this would be our very basic simple UI for splash screen. Now we need to find a way to call this one. Okay, remember this part of this code we used for uploading some data to the backend of Firebase, but we are not going to use that anymore. For this reason, now we need to build new main function. So here we are going to do void main, And right inside this we would call run app, and here we are going to call widget. Okay, so now this widget name in general we all call it my app. We know that this is the convention, but you can call it anything you want. So this in general is a stateless widget, so that's what we are going to do. We're going to create my app stateless widget. Now inside this widget we are going to return material app. Okay, and now we're going to return, well, we could do a lot of things, but here we are going to first set up a property which is called home, and for home we are going to use splash screen because this is what we want to see. Okay, and what else? Right over here we are going to return using this semicolon. Okay, now let's save it, and we'll restart. Or saving would work actually. If you're going to see, okay, now this is the one that we want to do, and this is what we have right now. Okay, now this is actually coming from my study app over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to run it so you know actually what we should achieve. Now here I'll do it again. So this is the logo, and then it would come over here. If you click, it'll go further inside. Once again, so we'll have a splash screen. It would stay here for 2 seconds, and then we'll have this. But at the same time, if you notice that we do have background, which is linear background, like that. They call it linear gradient actually. So a lot of things we need to do. But anyway, so first thing we gotta do is working on the position. Okay, so now for this reason we need to come to splash screen over here. Inside this we're going to set up width and height. So here we do width 200 and height 200. Now with this it should look a little better. Okay, yeah, better and smaller. And we want to center this one in the middle of the screen, so we should find a way to center it in the middle of the screen. Now for this reason we can use actually alignment property, I think this one, and then alignment.center would work. If you save it, it's beautiful. Okay, so it just moved over here. Now this is the first screen that we built. Actually we need to build another screen. Now that screen we call it introduction screen. Okay, so now I'm drinking coffee, so it might have the noise of coffee, but this is morning in China, so I need a coffee. Anyway, you can ignore that. Now inside the screen I'm going to create another folder, and here I'll call it introduction. And right inside this we are going to create another new file, and we'll call it introduction.dart. Okay, so that's what we have. So here we'll create a new stateless class, and we'll call it AppIntroductionScreen. Okay, and right inside this we are going to return. Then we'll do a scaffold, and right over here we are going to do body sections, but let's do it over here like this. Okay, now we have body. Now inside this body we're going to return a container first, because if you wrap around container it's easy to work with alignment. Okay, so whatever would be in the container we want to align it to the center, so that's the idea. So alignment.center. Okay, great. Now of course we need child, because actually we are going to achieve this result, right? Anyway, so we need child, and inside child we'll have a column and actually padding. So first, inside this container we are going to use a child. Okay, now for child itself we'll use column, and then we'll have children. Okay, now right inside it we're going to have this icon, the text, and this button. Okay, now the first one is definitely an icon. So here we do icon, and that is a const actually, and right inside it actually we do icons.star. I think it should, yeah, this one. And what else? We could also define the size. So go to size, and size say 65, a little bigger. Okay, and for now we'll do color, and colors dot say amber. Okay, this is pretty much random right now, color. We're going to change them very soon. Okay, so right inside this we are going to have a text actually, and that also be const. So here we do text, and that would be a long text over here. So I would say this is a study app. You can use it as you want. If you understand how it works, you would be able to scale it. With this, you will master Firebase backend and Flutter frontend. Okay, so that's what we want to have. Okay, great. And let's see what else we need. I'm sorry. Okay, so that was it. Okay, now we also need this button. So for this reason we are going to use circle button. Okay, now we want to create a separate widget for it because this might be reusable. Okay, now for this reason what we're going to do, we are going to create a new folder, and so this was our screens folder. So right here we're going to create a new folder for reusable widgets. So here the name is widgets, and then inside this we're going to create a new file, and we'll call it AppCircleButton. Okay, .dart. And definitely we are going to create a stateless class, and we'll call it AppCircleButton. Okay, now inside this this time, instead of returning anything else, we are going to return material, and I guess we need to import the packages. Now here we'll define the shape because we want to draw a circle, and inside this circle we'll have this thing. So here we'll do const circle border because we are going to draw a circle. So here we have this circle border, and actually let's see, do we have any error? Yes, we do have an error, and let's save it. Actually this is the time we want to go ahead and check it whether it's working or how it's working. Now definitely first thing here, we need to call app introduction screen, I think. Yeah, that one. Okay, now we're going to save it, and introduction is here. Okay, for now splash screen we don't need that. So this is what we have, and we also see a star at the top. Okay, yeah, and now we did have this AppCircleButton. We just did that, but we didn't draw it. Okay, so we need to call it from here. We'll call it AppCircleButton, AppCircleButton, this one. Okay, and now let's save it. And of course we don't see the button yet. Okay, and well, it's not, as you see, it's not visible. The reason is because we are not passing anything as a child. So here we do child, and inside this we are going to have, say for example, on tap, because we want to be able to click on it. So definitely we're going to go ahead and do inkwell. With this we'll be able to click on this thing. Now with on tap, so we're going to do a child over here. Child for now, say for example icons dot arrow. Okay, for now let's go ahead and put it, and we do see that this is the icon that showed up. Okay, all right, and what else? Okay, so this is the basic structure that we have, but we want to create it as a reusable. So there are a few things that we need to take care. We need to take care of the child, color, on tap, width. Okay, so these are the things we are going to pass from our file or class over here. So here we're going to do like this. So final. Now child itself, actually we are going to send, so not really like this. So that would be widget. Okay, and we'll call it child. And right after that we could do color. And that's optional. So we may send color, we may not send color. And final width, it should be double width, and as well as on tap function. So for on tap function we need to do final. Well, now for the function itself you would do like this, because that would be a callback function. So you need to use void callback like this one, and the function name should be on tap. Okay, definitely we do have this error, so we're gonna take care of them, because we need to pass the value inside this constructor. So we do required this dot child, because child is the only one I guess we really need. So that's why it's required. And then this dot color, and then this dot on tap is also optional, as you can see over here. And for the double itself, we're going to have a default value. So here we do with this dot width and give it a default value of 60. Okay, all right. Now, of course, if we save it, we'll get tons of errors, because here we are supposed to pass values to it. So the first thing we want to pass is on tap event. And for now, we are going to pass, say, okay, let's go ahead with null, because we need to set up routes before we do that. We are not ready yet. And here we'll have child. And child itself, we are going to send icon. So const icon, icons, and here arrow forward, this one actually. And then we do size is 35. And as I said, that others are optional, like color. So whatever color we have for material widget, that's the color will be used over here. So we are not overriding that one. And here we'll save it. Yeah. And do we have any error? No, this time it looks like we don't have any error. Let's go ahead and restart. Yeah, so it did work, right? So it's working over here. But we do have to make some other changes. Anyway, so now we'll come over here, because this is not what we want. It's getting stuck at the top. So we need to work on this alignment. And let's see. So for column itself, we can also do the alignment. So here we do main axis alignment. Okay, and main axis alignment dot center. Main axis alignment dot center. Let's save it. It should come down. Yes, it did. All right. Now we also want to put padding around it. So here I'm going to wrap it around a new widget, and let's see, we are going to do padding. Okay, Great. And for padding itself, we just want left and right, not the top and bottom. So here we are going to use symmetric, okay, symmetric, and that also means horizontal. And over here, now we want to get it based on width of the screen. Now for this reason, we're going to import a package first. That would be coming from get package, this one. Okay, now why we are using this? Because we want to get the width, and it's easy to get using get.width. So whatever you get, and do 20% of that, okay? And let's see, most probably we can't use const. Okay, all right. So now it looked much better with this. Now we need to work on the distance. So just right over here, we are going to use sized box. And let's do height. Height we do, how much? We can do 40 actually. And let's copy this and we'll put it right after this. Okay, now it's looking better. But I think we do need to change these things over here. Because inkwell just should take the child, not so much, because it's still hard-coded over here. So whatever child we had, we are going to use that one. Okay, now it changed its direction. Okay, all right. Now here we see we do have two screens. One is introduction screens, and another is, well, our other screen is, I guess, what was that? A splash screen, right? Okay, so the splash screen. So we have these two screens. And now over here, what we're doing, we are changing them manually, but actually this is not what we want to do. We want to change them using routing, okay? Not manually. Now we're going to use routing, so definitely we'll use get routing, the one getx offers. Okay. Well, but it still refers to this screen because here we are, right? Yeah. Now we need to do some changes. For this reason, we're going to come over here and inside this library, we're going to create a new file, new folder actually, and we'll call it routes, okay? Now inside this, we are going to define our routes file, okay? Here we'll call it AppRoutes.dart. Now here we'll have a class, and we'll just simply call it AppRoutes, and inside this we'll have a static member. Let's save it, and how it should work, let me walk you through a little bit step by step. Now here we're going to remove this, actually remove all of it, and inside this we have a property which is called get pages. Now that's a list, actually it takes a list of pages. Now inside this you could do get page, this one. Then after this you have to have this name property, I guess. Name refers to this initial route name or route name. It doesn't have to be initial, but in my case the one I did just now, that's called initial route or home route or the first route for your app. And then you have to do this page. Now for page itself you can just return a widget. Now our widget over here we could return as AppIntroductionScreen, AppIntroduction, okay, AppIntroductionScreen. Okay, now if you save it, what's happening? Let's see, the error. I guess I did miss something over here. Okay, let's restart. Okay, yeah, it worked. Because I do have a bit of changes over here, so I needed to restart. Or we could just simply use splash screen over here. Okay, all right, let's save it. Or we can just restart. Yeah, so we could do it like this. This is one of the ways to go. But here we'll have a lot of other properties, so if you have tons of different pages or screens, you have to do it inside this list, but that doesn't look good. So for this reason, we are going to move everything, this section. We'll cut this and move it to here. Okay, well, I think we don't need this page, so we're just going to close this, and we have AppRoutes actually over here, this one. Okay, so we want to put it inside here, which is, we can call it anything we want. You can actually, I would call it routes, and here whatever we had, we put it here, okay, as a list. Now we have this error. The reason is because you need to import this splash screen first, and as well as the get package, otherwise you'll get error here. So here we do get, okay, anyway, get the dart. Okay, now the error should be gone. Now actually we don't want to create any instance of this, so we are going to define it over here as a static function. Okay, so here the static function, and it returns this list actually. Okay, it returns the list. So here we do have to have a list like this, and the type of the list is get page. Okay, so if you don't know what is list and how they should work, I have a tutorial for that. Go ahead and check that. And I strongly recommend you to go ahead and check, because with this you'd do a lot more if you understand map and list in Flutter or Dart. Otherwise things get a little complicated. So here we can just simply call AppRoutes, okay, and I think we don't need this double brackets. AppRoutes.routes, yeah, and all we need to do, we just need to import it. Okay, and with this we got more organized. Okay, of course nothing changed, but if you change over here to introduction, AppIntroductionScreen, but we need to restart. Okay, so it's working. But anyway, so this is what we have now. We're gonna keep it like this. Okay, so next, what are you going to do? Next, I know we are supposed to look like this, right? Yes, we will look like this very soon, but the thing we are doing over here is also very interesting, I guess. So before we go ahead and do this coloring, I want to do this thing. So this jumping thing, 2 seconds later you go to this page. Also, it is called navigation, so that's what we want to do, the navigation thing. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and do that first. Okay, so now it's time to do more interesting thing, because we want to jump from one screen to another screen. And to be able to do that, we need to introduce something called dependency bindings and things like that. And it may not relate directly what we are going to do it, but very soon you'll get it why we are going to do it. Now here we are going to create a new folder, and here we'll call it bindings. Okay, now inside this we'll create a new file, and we'll call it initialBindings.dart. Okay, now here at the top we are going to import get package, because we are going to use dependency bindings from get package. Now here we're going to override a method, and that method name is dependencies. Okay, now of course not really like that. First we are going to create a new class, and we'll call it initialBindings. Okay, now it will implement binding class, which is coming from getX. Okay, now we get this error, and we do need to do a quick fix. Okay, and here, well, of course here it's not recognizing, so we're going to do it on our own. So here we do override, and we're going to call this method. This method is called dependencies, I guess. Dependencies, yes. Okay, yeah, that's all. So we need to override this because this method is inside this bindings class, and we need to override it. And inside the body, we have to put whatever we want to do. Okay. All right. So what do you want to do? For, of course, dependencies, this method inside this, you inject controllers. Okay. And it might sound a little bit confusing why we are doing navigation in controllers. Well, we'll get it very soon. So now let's save it, and let's open this Explorer over here. And inside this controller, what do we have here? Only one, I guess, DataUploader. And now we're going to create a new file, and we'll call it auth.controller.dart. Once again, you might be confused at what's going on here, but don't get confused. I'm going to explain why we are doing this, the reason. Okay, so here we'll have class, and the class name we'll call it authController, and it'll extend getXController. Now at the top, I guess we have to import the package. Once again, that should be get. Okay. Now over here, we'll override a method, and the method is onReady. So here we'll call void onReady, and we'll have to call super.onReady. Now if you hover over on it, you'll see that called one frame after onInit. So this function gets called immediately as you boots up. That's the meaning, right after onInit. And it's a perfect place to enter navigation events like snack bar dialogues or a new route. So it is telling you if you want to go to a new page right after your app boots up. So this could be a good place to do that. Okay, so this is where we have this controller, but of course, why it is auth controller? Because later on we'll be using this one for user authentication and whether the user has logged in or not, because this is something you want to do once the app boots up. Right after that, immediately you want to check the user status, okay, whether that user has logged in or not. So this also has to be done inside this auth controller, and that's why we did that. Okay, anyway, so now here we are going to create a new method. Now this is our own method, and we'll call the type would be init void, and we'll call it init auth. Okay, that's all. And now right inside this, we are going to go to a new page. Okay, yeah, because our splash screen is already there, but first we want to show the splash screen and then this screen. Okay, so we want to go to a new page. And for new page, let's go ahead and create a new method, and we'll call it void navigate to introduction. We'll call it introduction. Okay, now here we are going to use get package getx to navigate. So here we do get, and of all named this one, because whatever the routes we had early, we want to get rid of that route. Now here we want to go to a new route. Okay, now what is this route name? Now simply I'll call it app or just introduction, and that's all. Okay, now we want to call it actually from here. So we'll call it navigate to introduction. Yeah, so now this init auth would be calling from here, init auth. Okay, now you see how they are connected. So it would be called right after onInit, then this would get called, and eventually this would get called, right? So that's what's happening. Now what it has to do with bindings, because this is a controller. Now this controller, this onReady method gives you this function that you can call something immediately automatically if you put it right inside this. Okay, Now, because this is a controller, so we have to inject it in the bindings. Okay. Now, this initial bindings actually gets injected, or this bindings gets done, okay, right before even you app boots up. Okay, so app knows what is happening. So here, that's why we created the bindings. So bindings, inside this bindings, will call this controller, which gets injected actually. And then inside our main method, we'll call this dependencies function. Okay, and hopefully everything would get injected when our app is ready. So here we're going to inject it. Now, to be able to inject it, here we do get.put. We know we use get.put to inject controller, and here we do auth controller, and we will always want to keep it to this memory. So permanent, whatever happens, we want this one to stay in memory. Okay. All right. So see the connection, and now here we are inside. Okay. Let me close this. Okay, we're looking for a file that is main.dart, actually this one. Yeah. So right here we want to inject. Okay, inject this injection, this one. We want to be able to call it from here. So here, that's why we'll call it initialBindings.dependencies. Okay, yeah. And that's a function. Okay, great. Now, as we are going to do that, actually, we need to call another method, which is called widgets flutter binding. This one, because it waits for all the bindings to be done. So here, ensure initialized this one. Otherwise, app wouldn't have the time, or app wouldn't wait to bind things, and you will get error. Let's save it. Okay. So what's happening here? As our app starts up, we are injecting and binding everything using this one. Okay, and as it does, after a certain time later, it will call init auth, and init auth would call this one, and then it would go to this page. Okay, but of course, if we go ahead and run it now, it still won't work, because here we have this route, and where is this route and what is it pointing to? We have no idea. So we need to point it to a screen. Of course, we will point it to what screen? We'll point it to introduction screen. So we'll look for here AppRoutes, this file, and as we see, we have this list over here. Actually, I want it to be like this. Okay, now right after this, we'll have another get page constructor and the name. Now here, as you see, we could use introduction. Okay, introduction. All right, and then we'll have this page, and this page will call AppIntroduction. Let's see, was it screen? I guess that was screen or page. Yeah. Okay, and quick fix. We need to import it. Okay, and we do see a bit of error. Okay, now that's because of this one. Okay, now the error is gone. Now it should work. Okay, yeah, everything has been done. If you get confused, once again, so here we have this route. Now this route would be looked inside, or Flutter would look for, so where is this route defined and what screen it points to. So it would point to this screen. Okay, now how about this one? As we know, and I have a video for it, if you have only slash, it doesn't matter, use Flutter getX or any kind of routing, that slash always refers to the first screen of your whole app. In this case, this is the splash screen. Okay, so Flutter would automatically find this one. But this kind of routing and naming, Flutter doesn't care. You have to tell it specifically what's the route name and where should I go. And about just for this single slash, Flutter knows how to find the related screen with this one. Okay, so Flutter would always look for this one first. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and run it, and let's see if we can run it successfully. So restart. Yeah, it worked actually. As you saw, it worked, but it happened very quickly. Okay, and we also see that our controller got initialized. Yeah, so we saw the logo and it ran away immediately. Anyway, so now this is a bit of a problem because it happens too fast. We want to wait. As you see, if you hot reload, so the splash screen, we want to wait there. And how do we do the waiting? Actually, it's very easy. So we'll come inside this init auth, and here we'll call a future. Okay, so future.delayed, future.delayed. Okay, and right inside this, I'm going to do a duration, and here I would do const duration, and we do it in terms of seconds. So we'll wait 2 seconds. Okay, all right, and I guess we need to introduce over here async, otherwise it won't work. And yeah, so now once this function gets called, Flutter would wait here 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, this would get called. But do remember the splash screen always get called first, right? So splash screen would be there for 2 seconds, and then this would be here, right? Okay, let's save it. Okay, now let's restart. Actually, we also need await here. We don't have this await. Yeah, and then we need this. Okay, now let's go ahead. Yes, this is what I was talking. 2 seconds later, you get there. Yeah, and this is beautiful. But we are going to work on our UI continuously, and to be able to do that, first inside this, we are going to create a new folder. And here we'll call the folder's name is configs. And inside this, we'll create another new folder, and we'll call it themes. Okay. Now inside the theme folder, we are going to create a new file, and we'll call it AppLightTheme.dart. Okay. And at the same time, we'll create another new file, and here we'll call it AppDarkTheme.dart. Because we're going to create this app with the 2 themes, so that's why we'll have this themes over here, light theme and dark theme. Okay, first we'll work on light theme. Now this is going to be long work, and it might take hours to get done because we are going to have 2 themes, and each theme will have their own settings. Anyway, so first here we're going to create a color, const color. And here we'll call it primary color light. So that's for light theme. Okay, and here we'll define the color using color code. So here we do OXFF3AC3CB. And of course, I guess we need to import the libraries. Okay, well, it did work. Okay, and we are going to create another color, 2 colors. And why we are going to use 2 colors? The reason is we are going to do a linear gradient, so that's why we need 2 different colors. Okay, all right, and well, in this, so it does look like same. So here I'm going to change it, primary light color light and primary color light. And over here we are going to change it. So FF, and here we do F85187. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have these 2 different colors, and that's for app light theme. Okay. And for now, we're just gonna save it. And we'll be accessing them as global variables, so we'll be able to access it from anywhere actually. Now we do the same over here. So here we do const color, and here we do primary dark color dark, and here we do color and OXFF2E3C62. So that's what we want as a color, and I guess we need to import once again this one. Okay, so that's the first color, and then we want a second color. once again, because we are going to do this linear gradient, so I do have a tab over here, primary. Okay, now here we do primary color dark. Now here we do color OX FF99 ACE1. So that's the color we want. So now here we see we have two different colors. Now these are the first two files that we created. And now we're going to create another file inside this theme, and we'll call it UI parameters. UI parameters.dart. Now over here, actually, we'll be able to know what mode you are in, whether you're in dark mode or you're in light mode. Okay. Now for this reason, first we are going to create a class, and we'll call it UI parameters. Okay. And here inside this we'll have a static method. Okay, and here we are just going to check whether we are in dark mode or in light mode, and we'll call it as dark mode, because if it's dark we'll return true, otherwise we'll return false. And to be able to do that, we can pass build context from wherever we call it, and we'll create a variable named context. Because if you don't have context, you can't check really whether you are in dark mode or light mode. But of course, getX has a different way to do that, but I'm not going to use getX for that one. We're going to do it a bit differently. So here we can do theme.auth, and we take the context that's been passed from there, and it has a parameter, a property which is called brightness. Okay, and we are going to compare. So brightness.dart. And over here, I guess we need to import, let's see, Cupertino. Should it work? And it looks like it's not. So let's go ahead and import material app. Yes, and over here we need to do this one. So Cupertino, we don't need this one. Okay, great. So now here we'll pass the context. So if current brightness is dark, that is dark mode. If it is false, of course, that is not dark mode, that is light mode. Okay, so that's what we are going to check. Now this file, we can close it right now. All we need to do, pass a context and call this method. This is a static method, and then we know whatever we are. So if it is true, if it returns true, then we are in dark mode. If it returns false, then we are in light mode. Okay, so I will close it. Sorry, let's cancel this. Let's save it, and then let's close it. Okay, so I'm going to keep those two for now, and here we also need this one. Okay, great. Now we need to create another file, and for this one, let's see. Once again, right inside this, we'll call a new one. We'll call it appcolors.dart. So far we have used this app dark theme and app light theme. So we'll get variables from them together and create color combination. Okay, so we'll take color from both one, and over here we'll create a bit of theme. Okay, and inside this I'm going to create a variable, and we'll call it main gradient light. Main gradient light. Now that would be for our light mode, and here we are going to create a constructor, actually call a constructor, and we'll call it linear gradient, this one actually, and actually we can go ahead with this. Okay, now as you see, it takes colors. Okay, now if we are going to create gradient color, we need to pass two colors. At least we need two colors to do that. Okay, so that's why in light mode over here and dark mode we have two colors defined. Okay, now colors over here, it could take a list. Okay, so if you hover over on it, you'll see that it takes begin color. Actually it's not begin color, where to start rendering, where to end rendering, and required is a list of colors. Okay, now over here we'll do begin, Now for begin, we do alignment dot top left, and end is well, alignment dot bottom right. Okay, bottom right, this one. And then we need to send colors to it, colors, and it takes a list of colors. Well, definitely the first one is a primary light color, so primary light color, light, this one, and the second one is a primary color light, this one. Okay, now that would be for your linear gradient based on your theme color, based on your LightTheme color. But anyway, we're going to copy this. Make sure at the top you import material library, otherwise it will get error. Okay, and here we just simply change the name. Here we'll call it dark, and definitely here primary, I guess we could do dark color. Do you have this option? Actually, I forgot. Let's check it out. Primary dark color light, this one actually. And okay, so the best way to figure it out, what do we have here? Primary dark color light and primary color dark. So let's come over here. So yeah, we need to change it to dark. Okay, now, and over here we'll copy the last one. And let's see what else is going on. So we're good over here. Let's see the error. Now we do have a quick fix over here, and we need to import it. The error should be gone. Now with this, they're pretty similar. Okay, whatever we have here, we have the same one over here. Okay, great. All right, and now we are going to create a conditional check. So we need to check what mode we are in. Well, previously we set this, but we still need to check it one more time from here so that we'll be directly able to call it. So here we'll create a function, and the function return type would be linear gradient, and we'll call it main gradient over here, and we'll pass context to it, and here's the context. And after that, over here we are going to return either dark mode or light mode, which means that main gradient light or main gradient dark. We're going to return one of them based on a conditional check. So here we do UI parameters, and then here we'll call is dark mode. Okay, and we pass the context. If it is true, then well, here we are in dark mode. So here we'll just simply return main gradient dark. Otherwise, we'll send main gradient light. Okay, so that's as simple as that. Now we're going to save it. Okay, great. So what's happening here? So now we'll call this on from our UI. As we call, we'll pass the context. Now the context over here. Over here, and we pass it to this method. Remember earlier, this method would check, return true or false. If it is true, then it means we're in dark mode. Otherwise, we are in light mode. Okay, so this is the basic app color setting, which gives us the gradient color based on your theme mode. Okay, now we're going to save this. And first, we would come over here, and inside this, actually, we are going to check decoration. Okay, now here we'll set box decoration, and it has a property gradient. A lot of time we use color, but this time we are going to use gradient. Now all we need to do, we're gonna simply call this method over here main gradient. Okay, so here we do main gradient, this one, and all we need to do, pass the context. That's all, as simple as that one. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Now let's take a look at our app over here, and I think we need to restart it. So over here, and I'm going to close this Explorer. Yeah, let's go ahead and restart our app. As you see, it changed, and it changed over here as well. I mean, it didn't change, but the splash screen changed, and this is what we expected. Now this approach is working. Now we need to set it over here. So we are going to find the page where it says that introduction, this one. So right inside this over here, once again, we are going to set up this decoration, and then box decoration, and we send gradient, and here we'll call main gradient, and we're passing the context. Let's save it, and it changed automatically. Okay, beautiful. So it's working. Now this part is weird, right? This is weird part, and of course a lot of other things to change, but let's go ahead and check it. Splash screen, and here. So it's working as we expected, but now we need to come over here, and I think it was inside this circle button, right? Yeah. So we'll find this. So we're going to find this widget. So here it's AppCircleButton, which is this one, and inside this we had earlier these things. So here we'll set up a property which is called type, and we can get this one, material type dot transparency. Okay, and now let's save it. Yeah, it looks much better now. And as well as, I think there's another property which is called clip behavior. Here we'll set clip dot hard edge, this one. Okay, now with this we are done with the basic setup, but as you see we need to do more, the font color, and as well as this one. I will go ahead and work on this text, icons, and color. That means actually more work on the UI or theme. Now to be able to do that, first we are going to install a font for our app. So we'll look for the font over here. So Command Shift P, or if you're on Windows, that should be Control Shift P. Shift P, most probably I need to select this one, and then okay, Google Fonts. Okay, I think it found it, and it's installing. Okay, and now running get pub. Okay, great. I think it's done. So let's go ahead and check it in our file. We can look for pubspec file, YML, and here we do see that it has installed the latest version. Okay, great. So now we'll close this file. We don't need this thing. Now we'll open our Explorer, Project Explorer over here. Now inside this lib folder, we are going to create, well, here we do have this, I guess, themes over here. Okay, great. Now inside this, we are going to create a new file, and over here we'll call this sub-theme data mixin.dart. Okay. All right. Now here I'm going to introduce a class which is called Mixin class, or instead of writing class in front of it, we'll write the word Mixin. Okay, Mixin. Now what is Mixin? Well, that is something has to do object-oriented programming, and it also has to do with inheritance. So a class wants to inherit a certain class. Well, in a lot of programming languages, one class can inherit many other classes, but in Dart, a class can only inherit one class, not multiple classes. But if you want your class to inherit multiple classes, then those other classes you can start with Mixin. But anyway, I have a complete video on this. Check it out because it's a very broad topic. Anyway, so here I'll call this class name as sub-theme data, and that's it. Okay, and now inside this we are going to go ahead and create a new function, and the function name is get text themes. Okay, now this function will be dealing with the text and the themes of the text in our app. And over here we are going to use Google Fonts, okay, and the one we just installed. So here we'll call Google Fonts. Let's see, yeah, this one, Google Fonts, and from here actually we'll get, so it's called Quick Send Text Theme. Quick Send Text Theme, this one. Okay, and let's see. Okay, I guess we need this one. Okay, now what are you going to do? I guess we need to import it. So if it's not here, let's go ahead and now it's not being imported, so we have to import it manually. So here at the top I imported this one and it should work. Okay, all right, so now well, let me remove this section from here. So we don't want it like this actually. All right, okay, yeah, that's it. Now inside this we'll set up some of the properties, but definitely we'll start it with the text theme. So inside this we'll write text theme. Okay, and as you can see, the first one actually takes a couple of properties. Now first one we would do is called body text one. Body text one, this one, and for this one we'll set up our text style over here. And for text style itself, now we are going to do font weight first. Font weight, this one, and here we'll set as font weight, and the first one we want is W400, this one, and we'll go for the second one. I guess it wants us to use a const modifier. Let's do it. Yeah, now it's more readable. Now this is one bit annoying thing about VS Code. I guess that it's the way it aligns things not very readable. I don't know about other guys, but I find it quite annoying sometimes. So right after this we'll create another text style, and that should be body text 2. Okay, body text 2 and text style. Now once again here we'll set up a font weight, and this time we're gonna set up 400, but this is for text 2, as you can see. So first one was for text 1, body text 1, and the second one is body text 2. Alright, okay, so this is the first thing, but actually we are going to return over here, and we are going to return text theme. So whatever it does over here, actually it does return a theme for us. So we'll just simply go ahead and return this. And if we do that, actually over here the type we would do text theme. Now once we have this method over here, get text themes, this one we could call it from anywhere we want, or we can call it from our theme settings. Now our themes will have a lot of settings, and this is just one of them. It's just one of them, part of this text theme. Now over here we'll also define colors, this and that, a lot of other properties. Now we'll go ahead and define a property for icons. Okay, now of course we didn't use that yet, but soon we're going to use it once we are done with this icon thing. Okay, so here we do get icon theme. This is a method, and inside this we are going to return, and we'd return a const, and here we do icon theme data. Now inside this we're going to return color. That should be our icon color actually. Now here we'll define a variable. Okay, we just call it on surface text color. Yeah, and then we define a size for it. But of course we don't have this variable yet, so we need to go ahead and define this variable. Now where to define this variable? I think we have a file that is called AppColors. Do we have a file AppColors? We should have. Okay, let's check it. I couldn't find it though. Yeah, this one actually. Now inside this, at the top, we are going to define a const variable, and the type would be color, and we'll call it on surface text color. Okay, and here we would do colors.white. Now this could become global variable, and which is good for us. Okay, let's save this and now come over here, and all we need to do import it and we should be good to go. Alright, so here we are returning this one as for setting the theme icon. Now we want our icons to be white throughout the app, so that's why we did that. Now of course, since this is a theme, you have to return something. You have to mention the return type. So in this case, the return type is icon theme data. Icon theme data. Okay, so whatever it does return, it also returns icon theme data. All right, now let's go ahead and save it. Well, now it is. We are done with this Mixin class for now. With these two properties or those two functions we used, so we'll be able to call them and set in the root of our app as a theme. Now how to do that? Now, to be able to do that, we need to come to our file, which is called, I guess, let's see. We'll first go ahead with this one. Now over here we'll create a new class. Now, it may look like a lot of work for certain color setup and UI, but trust me, it's not. Once you get the hang of it, you could reuse these files in a lot of other projects, as well as it becomes very easy to maintain your app. But you have to get the idea that how it works. Now here we'll create the class, and class name is LightTheme. So that gives you the idea that we have to create another class for dark theme, but we'll do that later. Now here we'd use with. Now here we created a class. The class was sub theme data, so that's what we are importing. And we might have errors, so all you need to do, go ahead and import it. Now if you define a class as Mixin class, which is this one we did over here, now you have to, if you want to use that class or inherit some properties from that one, you have to go ahead with rather than extends. Okay, all right, once again for Mixin, check out the video down there. Okay, so yeah, so this is a class. Now over here we'll create a method and we'll call it build LightTheme. Okay, yeah, so over here this is a method, and this method would return a theme, actually the overall theme for our LightTheme. What I mean by that, over here we'll set up everything over here, and once we do that, and we can directly call it from our our getMaterialApp function, getMaterialApp, the one inside our main.dart file over there. Okay, so this is the place where you do all the setup. But of course, a lot of the setup properties would be coming from like, okay, I'm going to close this one, this file and other files that we have. Okay, so we'll all put them together. Okay, so here we are going to first get a property of theme that is called a light. Here we do theme data dot light, L-I-G-H-T. Okay, now I guess we need to import files for this, or packages. Let's see. Material app. Now this is for LightTheme, but of course we are getting an object for here. So here we do final, and the theme data, the type is theme data, and the object name we create, we can call it anything you want. We'll call it system LightTheme. Now why we're calling it system LightTheme, the reason is because this is the default property. So this is what you see exactly right now over here, and that's coming from system directly. Okay, now what thing we could do right now, we could go ahead and just return it. Okay, and if we do that, now we can come to our main file and main.dart over here. Okay, and inside this, actually we can just simply go ahead and set that up. So let's see what is there. So it is LightTheme, and then we get this one. Okay, so let's get over here and set up the property theme, and here we do LightTheme dot, what's the name there once again? Yeah, build a LightTheme. So I'm going to copy this one and put it here. Okay, and I guess we need to import it. Okay, now the error should be gone. Let's do a hot start or restart. Of course, we don't have any error, and this is what we see. Now, there is no change inside this. What's the reason? Do you know? Because currently inside this, we are using the default light properties. Whatever the default thing is there, we are using that one. Okay, so that's why we don't have any changes. But if you hover over on it, you'll see that a lot of places that you can change. It says this and that, but we'll change it as our way, as we want. Okay. Now, the first thing we can go ahead and change over here, we can, it is a function which is called copy width, this one, okay? We're going to use this one, copy width, okay? And inside this, we are going to set up some properties that we want to be different, not the default one, okay? Now, what is the first one we can change right now? Okay, we could do one for our icon, okay? So here there's a property which is called icon theme, okay? Now remember, just now in this Mixin class, we have this icon, get icon theme. And over here, we said that icon color should be white because we already defined it. And then we also said the size is 16. So now we could be smart about it. Let's come over here. So here we'll just go ahead and call this one. And that's it. Now, if our theme file, which is this one, so this is the mother file of all theme files over here actually. I mean, of course, that's for LightTheme. Now, we're going to save it, and after saving, restart it, and if we do that, we'll see that this icon should become white. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, well, at least it took the effect, not the star itself. We have to find out why the star didn't take effect. But yes, so it also means that the icons are working. Now, I think this is defined in introduction. Let's go ahead to the introduction class. Let's find it. So we do Command P or Control P and find introduction. Well, looks like it's not here. Oh, introduction. The name was introduction. Okay. Now we do see that we have, okay, over here the icon color, right? So we can just simply go ahead and remove that. We don't need this because otherwise this would get overridden. Okay, now it changed. Okay, so beautiful. So with this we understand that now for LightTheme, whatever we want to set, we can set inside this function. Beautiful. Now, what about the text? Remember, just now we had a class for the text itself over here. So we can use that one for text itself. Okay, so right below it, I'll start a new property over here, and I'll call it text theme. Text theme. We'll get this one. And the one we created, which is the function name, get theme. Okay, this one. And actually we can also change from it. So here we could do .apply. So inside this, actually we are going to set two colors. One is body color, and there is display color. This one. But we don't have them now, so we're going to set them at the top and reuse them over here. Here we can set up a color name. We can say main text color like that. And we'll get it from RGB color. So here we do color.from RGB, this one, and here we'll set 255, the first channel, the second channel, third channel, and the fourth channel, like that. And all we need to do, copy this one and put it here and put it here. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, and because we have installed a plugin, so we need to restart our app. Let's go ahead and do that. And if it didn't work, so we're going to stop our app and then restart again. Okay, so I'm going to restart my app now. Okay, well, after restarting, it is working, and as you see that it already changed over here, the font size, the font at least changed. Okay, so it's taking effect. Now if you come over here, we could do a bit of change over here. We can set up some of the text style over here manually, because we don't want to fix everything over here. So part of the thing could be fixed, but not everything, because as soon as you write here, everything gets pretty much fixed, because in different places we might want different text size. So that's why here we are going to introduce style, and we'll assign our own style. Okay, so here we do text style. Okay, now inside this, first thing we want to do is font size. And here we could set up actually 18. Okay, let's save it, and after that, over here we can also set the color, COLOR color, and here we could set up the color on surface text color, so which is actually white. Now let's save it. And if it didn't take effect, so we can just simply go ahead and restart our app. Alright, so the problem was here why it didn't work, because it needed to be right below the text, and because I guess this is a named parameter, so you need to have it the one that is not a named parameter, so that's why it was having this error. Now if we restart, we see that it works over here, and okay, so this is what we have. Another property actually we can set at the same time over here, so that I guess text align. Now text align dot center. Let's save it, and we'll see that now everything is centered over here. I think this is much better looking. So yes, it's already working. Now we want to set up our theme for dark mode. Now to be able to do that, we need to look for the file that is AppTheme, this one, AppTheme dark, this one. So just like that, over here we are going to create a class, and the class name would be dark theme, and this time we're going to also use the Mixin, the one we have created, sub theme data. So let's import it, the first one. Okay, now inside this, once again we are going to create a function, and we'll call it, the type is, the function will return a theme data type, and here we'll call it build dark theme. Okay, and just like last time, okay, well, so we need to import a lot of things. Okay, now here first we'll create an instance of the dark data theme. So it is theme data.dart. Okay, now let's instantiate an object. So here we do theme data and system dark theme. System dark theme. Okay. And right over here, we just simply return system dark theme. Now let's save it. Now if we come to our main.dart over here, so we have LightTheme. So here we can call it dark theme. Okay, dark theme, and build dark theme over here. Build dark theme over here, and we're going to import it. Okay, and now let's save it. So as you see, it changed, the theme already changed, and of course there are other things that we need to check, but it gives you idea that it is changing, and the way we want it is working as well. Now why this font like this? The idea is we need to set up the properties inside this. Right now it's pretty empty, nothing is there. So just like last time, so here we're going to do copy with, which will have a lot of properties inside we can use. Well, the first one we could use is icon theme. So here icon theme, and we already have one, so you'd call it get icon theme data, because the data is over here in this file, in this Mixin file. And then text theme. Okay, text theme, this one. Okay, well, first we will get whatever we had, and from that one we would use apply. Okay, so inside this, just like last one, here we'll apply body color, and display color. But we don't have any of this, so we're going to create this color over here. So at the top we'll just simply create them. Here we do const color, and we'll call it main text color dark. Okay, and here we do colors.white. That's all, and simply we'll use main text color dark, and over here main text color dark. So both of them, they'll have the same one. Okay, and as you see, the font already changed because now it's using the font, the one we have defined here. So that's the beauty. So you have the common properties in a Mixin file, and then based on those common properties you create your own theme, two different themes. Now I guess we need to do a little bit of refactoring over here with this one, main text color actual light, because we want to follow the same naming convention everywhere. Okay, let's save it. Now if we do go back to our main.dart file, so we can change back what we had earlier. Okay, let's restart and see how it looks. Okay, yes, now we'll change it back to the one we had early. Okay, and let's restart. Yes, okay, great. Okay, so right now we already have two themes. Okay, now we want to create a controller, and as the app boots up, they'll load these two themes at the same time, and then we'll be able to toggle between them. Right now what we're doing, we are toggling them manually, but we want to toggle them using more sophisticated way, so we're gonna define a controller. For this one, we're going to go to our controller over here, and inside this we're going to create a new file, and we'll call it themecontroller.dart. Okay, now here we're going to create a class, and name is themeController, other than extends, of course not base controller, and getX controller. Okay, and at the top we are going to import getX. So here we do import get, this one. All right. Now here once again we are going to use onInit. Okay, this one. And what is this? Well, this is a method that inside getX. So, and last time we saw onReady, and this is the one called immediately after the widget is allocated in the memory. So it means that when your app is in the memory, before even it boots up, before a user can say it, this method gets called. Okay, this is a beautiful thing. So with this you can do some pre-initialization. Okay, so you might use this to initialize things. Okay, so whatever happens, so first we want to initialize our app theme color or app theme before even you get data from the server. So your app should be looking good, ready with the color and look. Okay, so that's why you want to initialize your theme inside this onInit method. But of course you need to override this. Okay, and here we are going to create a method, and the method name would be initialize theme data, initialize theme data. Okay, of course we need to create the body of this. So here, let's go ahead and do that, and we'll just simply go ahead and copy it and put it here, and then okay, now then what? Actually first we need to create two instances of our theme data. Okay, all right, so here we do LightTheme data, and here we're going to define private variable, we'd call it dark theme, and another one is again LightTheme data, and here we'll call it LightTheme. In both cases we need to import them. Okay, all right, so we have this two. Great. Now here we'll initialize them. How do we initialize them? For the dark one, here we do dark theme, because we already created the theme, right? So here we do dark theme, this method that we have, and build dark theme, this one. Now let's go ahead and import it. Okay, now we do the same for LightTheme. So here we do LightTheme, but looks like we have a typo here. Okay, so now here we do LightTheme. Now I guess VS Code was smart enough to read that automatically, and it's beautiful. Okay, great. So with this, as app in the memory, as the app gets loaded in the memory first time, our theme data would get initialized at the very early stage of app booting. Okay, it's great. It makes sure that everything's working fine. Now over here we can set up two getters for this themes over here, the one we have. Of course they will return theme data, and here we do get, and here we would just simply do dark theme. Okay, and here we'll return dark theme. Okay, all right, and the same we would do for light theme, and here we do get and light theme. Once again, this is not a beginner's tutorial on getX, so I'm not going to explain too much, but you should look them up. Anyway, so it's a getter we are creating to get these 5 private variables from anywhere else in our app. Light theme. Okay, great. So with this, we are pretty much done with this theme controller. Now we need to look for a file where we have this initial bindings, this one. Now before even we go ahead and initial our auth controller, as I said that we have to do it much early. So here we do theme controller. Okay, theme controller, this one. So this is a theme controller which is get initialized. And now how to work with this one? Now we need to come to this file over here. Instead of writing like this, actually we can use it through our get.find method for getX, get.find, and over here we would get theme controller, and then we'll call the method, whatever the method we want to get. Okay, now theme controller. So here we set up dark theme and light theme, so you can just get them and you're good to go. So this is the field that actually we created, as you see this one. This is getting dark theme, but of course we can switch it to light theme. But anyway, let's change it, and theme controller not found. Okay, let's stop our app. Okay, let's restart our app actually from the beginning. Yeah, it works now, because we have injected a new controller. So you should stop and rerun your app. Hot reload wouldn't work. Now here we can also do a light theme. Okay, now let's save it, and it works as you see. Beautiful. Okay, great. Now actual toggling from using a switch button, that would be actually coming much later, but we pretty much did all the work for the theme, the skeleton building of this theme and theme controller for the whole app look and feel. We're almost done with the 60% of the work, but we need to do more. But later, now we'll focus on how to click on this button and actually load data from Firebase. So that's the place where we want to focus. That part should be also be more interesting, a bit of complex. But anyway, if you have questions, leave a comment below. So inside this lib folder, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it services. And inside this services folder, I'll create a new file and we'll call it Firebase storage service.dart. Okay, now over here we'll create a class, and class name is Firebase storage service, this one, and it will extend service. Now what service? It will extend actually getX service, since we are using getX. Now at the same time we need to import the libraries. So first we'll import the get. Alright, and then we are good to go. Now right inside this we'll create a method because we want to get the image from the Firebase. Now if you want to get the image from the Firebase, you have to pass the name. The name should be string, so that's what we are passing. And over here first we'll check if the name is empty or not. If the image name is null, then we're going to return null. Okay, all right. Now we need to go ahead and get a reference of Firebase storage, but before that actually we need to install the plugin. So let's go ahead and install the plugin. So here we do Firebase storage. Let's see what we get, and I think it got one. And trying to run it, we may need to wait, and it's getting it now, and I guess we are done. If it's so, then we'll go ahead and check our pubspec file. We'll see, okay, it's been installed, the latest version, I guess. So this has been done. Now after this we'll get a reference from Firebase storage. The reference type would be reference, and we'll create a getter, and we'll return a variable over here, and we'll call it Firebase storage since we are doing a getter. And then we have to get Firebase storage dot instance dot ref. Now of course we need to import the packages. Let's see if it recognizes or not. It doesn't. So if it doesn't, we'll manually import it. So here is this package and its reference. So now it's working. Now here we'll get the image URL because we are giving the image name, and based on that image name we'll see if we have an image or not. So here we'll use a try clause, and if things go wrong we'll fall into exception. So here we do catch, and right after this we'll just return null. Okay, now inside this try clause we'll try to get the image URL. And how to get it? To get that, first we created this storage over here, storage object. Okay, so from this one we can access child. Actually you can see child property. Now child property, it takes the path, so we need to give it a path. Now we need to give it the path. The path name is the folder path. Now the folder path is the path that we created early. So let's see, so this is the folder name is question paper images, so this one. So we'll go ahead and write that one. Here we do question paper images. Okay, now that's the part of the path, but we need to do more. So here we do another child. Now here actually we'll apply the actual image name. Okay, now image name is coming from here. Actually we are giving the image name. Okay, now because this is inside a variable and object, so we need to use this one. So here we do img name, and then we do get, oh sorry, not get. So here we do to lowercase, so we convert it to lowercase, and then over here, because all of our images in PNG format, so that's what we are doing. And right after this we'll return. So over here we will get the folder name and the image name together, and then we'll save it to a variable and we'll call it URL ref. And after that we can just return the download path. So this is our folder name and this is the image name, but Firebase is more complex. But all you need to do, you need to apply or give it the folder name and image name, and after that you'll just return like this: await URL ref dot get download URL. So this is the built-in function inside Firebase, so we don't need to worry about that one. I mean Firebase storage. And of course this is the actual path. Now we also need to save it, so I would call it img URL, save inside this, and then we'll just return. Okay, return img URL. Now here because we are using await, so we need to work on this async. So we need to put here async, otherwise we'll get error async. Okay, now error should be gone. Now what are we returning here? Actually over here we are returning a string, as you see. So we need to do a string return, but because this is await, so we need to wrap the string type inside a future. So here we do string, but actually we can return it inside, we can wrap it around inside future object, and over here we do string. But now the string could be null, because as you see over here, if we have an error, so we return null, otherwise we will return the image URL. Now with this you are pretty much set up how to load images from Firebase. But now this is Firebase storage. Now with this you are pretty much set up how to load images from Firebase storage. But now we need to go ahead and display them. Now to be able to do that, we need to create a new file. Now inside this screens folder, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it home. Okay. Now inside this home, I'll create a new file and we'll call it homescreen.dart. Now here I'm going to create a stateless class and we'll call it home screen. All right, and right inside this we'll return a scaffold. Okay, we might need to import libraries. Okay, now for the body itself, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and return a list view. Okay, list view. All right, now we are going to return this one, list view dot separated. So all right, here we are, and this is the place, this is the home screen where we want to show our image. But remember, we are loading images using a service which is called GetX service, and we are loading it over here and returning as a string. But because this is a service, so we need to get this string, this string over here in a controller, but we don't have the controller. So now we'll go ahead and create a new controller. So we'll come inside this controller folder, which we have over here, and inside this question paper, right inside this, we'll create a new controller and we'll call it QuestionPaperController or QuestionPaperController. QuestionPaperController.dart. Okay, and here we'll create a new class, and the class name is QuestionPaperController, this one, and over here it will extend getX controller. We're going to have to import it manually, so let's do that. Import get dart. Okay. All right, and here we have a typo, so let's fix that. So once again over here we'll override a method, and the method name is onReady method, which we have seen before. So here we'll do onReady, so void onReady, and we know it gets called really actually immediately after everything gets boot up. Now over here we need to override super.onReady. Great. Now over here we'll create a new method, and the method name is get all papers. Okay, so here we do get all papers. Okay, now here inside this, first we'll create a list of papers name, but we'll tag them as image name. So here we do list, and here inside this we'll have string type, and here we do img name, and actually this name would be correlate to the files that we have uploaded in the Firebase. Okay, so here I'll declare a list, and now each of them here I'll have biology, and then I'll have chemistry, then I'll have math, and then I'll have physics. Okay, so this is the list of string here, but as image name, because these names are stored in the Firebase backend. So I'm sending this image, I'll send this image to the Firebase backend. Now inside this, I'll have a try clause, and once again, here I'll have a catch for catching exception. Now inside this over here, I will just simply, well, we can print something, print E, which means stands for error. But anyway, now inside this try clause, we'll run a for loop. Okay, so here we do for, and I could name the variable as paper inside this, in img name, or actually I would say img in img name. That sounds better. So we'll loop through whatever is here, and now we'll call the method that we have created over here as getImage. So let me close this window, we don't need that. So we'll call this method getImage, and at the same time we'll pass the image name, and image name would be going from here in this for loop. So here we do get.find. Now because that's also a controller, which is getX service, so here we do Firebase storage service, this one, okay, and then we'll do get image name. Now over here inside this we need to pass this image name. So here each time as we loop through, each of the image name would be saved in this variable, okay. All right, now here because this is an asynchronous operation, as you see it returns the future, so here we need to do await, okay. But now we need to save this information every time we get the complete path of image. We need to save it to a variable, okay. Now here we'll declare a list. Actually we could do it at the top over here. So here we do final all paper images, like that, okay. Now inside this we'll save string type variable because we are returning a string as the image path, okay. Now here that would be a list, so our list would hold string type, and it is also OBS type since we are using getX, because this would be reactive, so this list would be reactive, okay. All right, now as we do that, over here first we'll save it in a variable and we'll just call it img URL, okay. All right, and I guess we need to tag async. Let's do that. Yes, right over here. Okay, so we pass whatever the name is here, and we get that name in a loop one by one, and we pass it there, and based on this name it gets the complete image path from Firebase, and then it returns to this variable. Now as it does, actually what we can do, we can add it to our list, okay. So the all paper images is a list. Here that's what we do. Now here we need to make sure that this is not empty, because what it returns over here, this could return something like null, okay. Yeah, like that. So we are telling that okay, we won't get null. All right, so now with this variable over here, this would have all this. So this variable eventually have all the image path, which means that that would be as a string, which also means that if we can look through this one later, we'll have the complete image path name from the Firebase, and we'll be able to view them. Now this is the time to go ahead and call it. So we'll call it from here. Okay, perfect. And over here we can also define something like this, future void, because we are not returning anything. All right, now with this it makes it nice. Okay, so we are pretty much done over here. Now we'd come to our home screen over here, and over here we need to make a lot of changes. While the first thing we want to do, so we want to get a reference of this controller over here. Okay, so this is the controller. We want to get a reference of this one. So here, what are you going to do? We can write here QuestionPaperController, and here we'd say QuestionPaperController. Okay, and we'll just simply do get.find. So it would return us the controller and save the controller instance in this variable. Great. So right after this, here we would do, well, item builder. Now item builder would take build context and context, and over here we would do int index. Okay, and after that we are going to return. Right, so that's part of it. And over here we also have item count, so we will use this one over here, and we know that using this we can refer to all, I guess, what do we have here? Let's see. So all paper images, which is this one, so we'll access that one from here. And then we'll also do length, so we get the length. Now what about this one? Now this one, the same as build context, the one we did earlier over here, and right inside this we can just simply return a sized box, and here we do height, say height equal, we could do 20. All right, and then our error is gone. Now definitely inside this we also need to return something. Before we go ahead and return, I think we need a const over here, otherwise it would be cranky. Okay, great, and then we have to return. All right, so now we'll come over here. Now inside this we are going to return something. Now we're going to return clip r rect. Okay, now of course this will have a child. Okay, all right, that's VS Code, little cranky all the time. Now inside this we'll have sized box as a child, so we do child sized box. Now for now we are going to set height and width for it actually. So here we do height 200 and width say 200. Now after that we'll have a child for it, and let's go ahead and do child. And now inside this we are going to use fade image widget. Okay, now fade image, the good part about it that if your image is too large, fade image widget helps you to wait and show something different. Of course, I think we have a typo over here. We need to do fade in image. Okay, now it takes some properties. Well, the first property we could set over here as image property, and it'll take a network image. We can say it over here, network image. Now inside this network image we need to send the image URL, so we can access the image URL. So here we do QuestionPaperController all papers images, and then we just simply do index over here. Now index would look through it and take each of them and send it to this one. Okay, all right. Now this is another option, that another property that we need to fill. This is called placeholder, this one. Now placeholder is to show the images from your asset folder. As the network images are being loaded, first it will show you something that's in your local folder, otherwise your screen might be white or empty. So here we do asset image. Now our images are coming from assets images folder, and we know that we have as app splash logo.png. Okay, all right, now we're gonna save it, and after saving it, let's see if we could run our app or not. Okay, so now we're going to run our app. So I'll restart everything from the scratch, and looks like it started. Alright, so now I'll open up the terminal to see if we have any error or not. So here is our debug console. Okay, so far everything is great. Now as I'm going to click on this, I'm expecting to go to a new page. Which page? Home screen page, the one that we built over here. Now let's click on this and see what happens. Now it does look like that it says that this controller has not been found. Okay, so which means that we didn't inject the controller. Okay, so we need to find a way to inject it, because we just created this controller but we didn't inject it. Now what happened over here, if you see home screen, we are trying to use it over here, but actually we didn't inject it. Now to be able to inject it, we can actually find our routes file. So let's see this one over here. Now inside this, after this, so we can use a property which is called binding, and inside this we can use binding builder. Let's see, binding builder, bindings builder actually. Okay, and right inside this we could do like this. So here we could do get.put, and inside this we do QuestionPaperController, and you are good to go. Now let's save it. Actually we need to do a semicolon over here. Now let's save it. Okay, so we restarted our app, and this time everything went smoothly. So now I'm going to click on this and we'll see what happens. Now of course we don't have any error, Now, why we don't see anything? Well, to know why we don't see anything, let's find our home screen over here. So what happens, you have to know that this QuestionPaperController, it loads images in this one. Now this images actually comes from this Firebase over here. Now this page only gets called when you click on this link over here, when you click on this button, the button we had earlier, this one. So when you click on this, then actually this gets triggered, okay, and then it loads things. But it actually loads the thing, but after loading, our UI doesn't know that images are there. It means images path are there. So we need to tell a way to the UI that, hey, our images has been loaded, so you go ahead and display them. Now to be able to do that, actually we can simply wrap this list view builder using OBX. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it from here. So I'm going to cut it from here, and first I'm going to use OBX over here, and OBX inside this I'm going to return using a single fat arrow function, and then I'll put my list view inside this. So with this, because OBX is coming from getX, so right now my UI became reactive with this. So UI would know if there are any changes in my variables. Okay, now this all papers, as you know, that it is OBS type. Okay, now I wrapped this widget around OBX, so my UI know, okay, this variable has changed. So let's see if we can redraw something on the screen. Okay, now this time we're gonna go ahead and restart our app one more time. Now here we are, and we want to see if we get images or not. Now here, this is our first logo that you have seen, and these are the 4 images that we had in our Firebase backend. So let's go ahead and check with the Firebase backend. So these are the 4 images. This is the biology image, the one we have, and this is the first one. And over here we have this chemistry image, which is the second one. So yeah, congratulations. So far we have made a long way and did everything smoothly, and congratulations for that one. Okay, so that means now we know how to load images from Firebase and display on your UI. Now this is our Firebase app over here, and now here we see build. Now inside this we are going to click on the storage, and we need to wait. Okay, great. Now as you see over here it says that upload, and as well as there's an icon button. So first here we'll click on this icon button. Now with this we'll be able to create a folder over here. So here we'll say question paper images. Okay, so this is the folder that we want to create. So here we'll click add. Okay, great. So the folder has been created. Now it's time to upload images. Okay, so we'll select this. Now here we'll click on upload. Now from here we'll select our images. So we have these 4 images, so we'll select all of them and click over here, and they have been uploaded. That's all. That's as simple as that one. Now we can click on them. You'd be able to view your image, but here it says that loading preview image. But now you click on them and you see that error loading preview. Well, you click over here, it's the same thing. Here it says that permission denied. So we have to set up permission to be able to view them. Okay, so now you need to go ahead and set up the rules to be able to view them. And for this reason, we'll come over here, you see rules, and over here we need to set up rules. Okay, so we're going to replace these rules with the rules that I'm going to put over here. And after that, we are going to publish it. And that's it. Now let's come over here and click on the folder and click on this. After uploading the images, you might have to wait a few minutes before you can be able to view them. So right now you go ahead and click, you might see these images are here. Okay, all right. So yeah, you might have to wait a few minutes, otherwise you'll get error here. This has to do with the permission, and make sure the rules are correct over here as well. especially whether it is set to true or not. Okay, so this is quite important. So now we'll go back to our Flutter app and see how to view these images from the app itself. By the way, if you click on this image, you'd be able to view them from external link from your app or website from anywhere. So this is another beautiful thing about it. So we'll go back to our Flutter app and try to view them. So inside this lib folder, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it services. And inside this services folder, I'll create a new file and we'll call it Firebase storage service.dart. Okay, now over here we'll create a class, and class name is Firebase storage service, this one, and it will extend service. Now what service? It will extend actually getX service, since we are using getX. Now at the same time we need to import the libraries, so first we'll import the get. Alright, and then we are good to go. Now right inside this we'll create a method because we want to get the image from the Firebase. Now if you want to get the image from the Firebase, you have to pass the name. The name should be string, so that's what we are passing. And over here first we'll check if the name is empty or not. If the image name is null, then we're going to return null. Okay, all right. Now we need to go ahead and get a reference of Firebase storage, but before that actually we need to install the plugin. So let's go ahead and install the plugin. So here we do Firebase storage. Let's see what we get, and I think it got one. And trying to run it, we may need to wait, and it's getting it now, and I guess we are done. If it's so, then we'll go ahead and check our pubspec file. We'll see, okay, it's been installed, the latest version, I guess. So this has been done. Now after this we'll get a reference from Firebase storage. The reference type would be reference, and we'll create a getter, and we'll return a variable over here, and we'll call it Firebase storage, since we are doing a getter. And then we have to get Firebase storage dot instance dot ref. Now of course we need to import the packages. Let's see if it recognizes or not. It doesn't. So if it doesn't, we'll manually import it. So here is this package and its reference. So now it's working. Now here we'll get the image URL because we are giving the image name, and based on that image name we'll see if we have an image or not. So here we'll use a try clause, and if things go wrong we'll fall into exception. So here we do catch, and right after this we'll just return null. Okay, now inside this try clause we'll try to get the image URL. And how to get it? To get that, first we created this storage over here, storage object. Okay, so from this one we can access child. Actually you can see child property. Now child property, it takes the path, so we need to give it a path. Now we need to give it the path. The path name is the folder path. Now the folder path is the path that we created early. So let's see, so this is the folder name is question paper images, so this one. So we'll go ahead and write that one. Here we do question paper images. Okay, now that's the part of the path, but we need to do more. So here we do another child. Now here actually we'll apply the actual image name. Okay, now image name is coming from here. Actually we are giving the image name. Okay, now because this is inside a variable and object, so we need to use this one. So here we do img name, and then we do get, oh sorry, not get. So here we would do to lowercase, so we convert it to lowercase, and then over here, because all of our images in PNG format, so that's what we are doing. And right after this we'll return. So over here we will get the folder name and the image name together, and then we'll save it to a variable, and we'll call it URL ref. And after that, we can just return the download path. So this is our folder name and this is the image name, but Firebase is more complex. But all you need to do, you need to apply or give it the folder name and image name. And after that, you'll just return like this, await URL ref dot get download URL. So this is the built-in function inside Firebase. So we don't need to worry about that one. I mean, Firebase storage. And of course, this is the actual path. Now we also need to save it. So I would call it img URL, save inside this, and then we'll just return, okay? Return img URL. Now here, because we are using await, so we need to work on this async. So we need to put here async, otherwise we'll get error async. Okay, now error should be gone. Now what are we returning here? Actually over here we are returning a string, as you see. So we need to do a string return, but because this is await, so we need to wrap the string type inside a future. So here we do string, but actually we can return it inside, we can wrap it around inside feature object. And over here we do string, but now the string could be null, because as you see over here, if we have an error, so we return null, otherwise we will return the image URL. Now with this, you are pretty much set up how to load images from Firebase. But now this is Firebase storage. Now with this, you are pretty much set up how to load images from Firebase storage. But now we need to go ahead and display them. Now to be able to do that, we need to create a new file. Now inside this screens folder, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it home. Okay. Now inside this home, I'll create a new file and we'll call it homescreen.dart. Now here I'm going to create a stateless class and we'll call it home screen. All right, and right inside this, we'll return a scaffold. Okay, we might need to import libraries. Okay, now for the body itself, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and return a list view. Okay, list view. All right, now we are going to return this one, list view dot separated. So all right, here we are, and this is the place, this is the home screen where we want to show our image. But remember, we are loading images using a service which is called getX service, and we are loading it over here and returning as a string. But because this is a service, so we need to get this string, this string over here in a controller, but we don't have the controller. So now we'll go ahead and create a new controller. So we'll come inside this controller folder, which we have over here. And inside this question paper, right inside this, we'll create a new controller and we'll call it QuestionPaperController or QuestionPaperController. QuestionPaperController.dart. Okay. And here we'll create a new class, and the class name is QuestionPaperController, this one. And over here it will extend getX controller. We're going to have to import it manually, so let's do that. Import get dart. Okay. All right, and here we have a typo, so let's fix that. So once again, over here we'll override a method, and the method name is onReady method, which we have seen before. So here we'll do onReady, so void onReady, and we know it gets called really actually immediately after everything gets boot up. Now over here we need to override super.onReady. Great. Now over here we'll create a new method, and the method name is get all papers. Okay, so here we do get all papers. Okay, now here inside this, first we'll create a list of papers name, but we'll tag them as image name. So here we do list, and here inside this we'll have string type, and here we do img name. And actually this name would be correlate to the files that we have uploaded in the Firebase. Okay, so here I'll declare a list, and now each of them here I'll have biology, and then I'll have chemistry, then I'll have math, and then I'll have physics. Okay, so this is the list of string here, but as image name, because these names are stored in the Firebase backend. So I'm sending this image, I'll send this image to the Firebase backend. Now inside this, I'll have a try clause, and once again, here I'll have a catch for catching exception. Now inside this over here, I will just simply, well, we can print something, print E, which means stands for error. But anyway, now inside this try clause, we'll run a for loop. Okay, so here we do for, and I could name the variable as a paper inside this in img name, or actually I would say img in img name. That sounds better. So we'll loop through whatever is here, and now we'll call the method that we have created over here as getImage. But let me close this window, we don't need that. So we'll call this method getImage, and at the same time we'll pass the image name, and image name would be going from here in this for loop. So here we do get.find. Now because that's also a controller, which is getX service, so here we do Firebase storage service, this one. Okay, and then we'll do get image name. Now over here inside this, we need to pass this image name. So here each time as we loop through, each of the image name would be saved in this variable. Okay, all right. Now here, because this is an asynchronous operation, as you see, it returns the future. So here we need to do await. Okay, but now we need to save this information every time we get the complete path of image. We need to save it to a variable. Okay, now here we'll declare a list. Actually, we could do it at the top over here. So here we do final all paper images, like that. Okay, now inside this we'll save string type variable, because we are returning a string as the image path. Okay, now here that would be a list, so our list would hold string type, and it is also OBS type since we are using getX, because this would be reactive, so this list would be reactive. Okay, all right, now as we do that, over here first we'll save it in a variable, and we'll just call it img URL. Okay, all right, and I guess we need to tag async. Let's do that. Yes, right over here. Okay, so we pass whatever the name is here, and we get that name in a loop one by one, and we pass it there, and based on this name it gets the complete image path from Firebase, and then it returns to this variable. Now as it does, actually what we can do, we can add it to our list. Okay, so the all paper images is a list. Here that's what we do. Now here we need to make sure that this is not empty, because what it returns over here, this could return something like null. Okay, yeah, like that. So we are telling that, okay, we won't get null. All right, so now with this variable over here, this would have all this. So this variable eventually have all the image path, which means that that would be as a string, which also means that if we can look through this one later, we'll have the complete image path name from the Firebase, and we'll be able to view them. Now this is the time to go ahead and call it. So we'll call it from here. Okay, perfect. And over here we can also define something like this, future void, because we are not returning anything. All right, now with this it makes it nice. Okay, so we are pretty much done over here. Now we'd come to our home screen over here. So all right, here we are, and this is the place, this is the home screen where we want to show our image. But remember, we are loading images using a service which is called GetX service, and we are loading it over here and returning as a string. But because this is a service, so we need to get this string, this string over here in a controller, but we don't have the controller. So now we'll go ahead and create a new controller. So we'll come inside this controller folder, which we have over here, and inside this question paper, right inside this, we'll create a new controller, and we'll call it QuestionPaperController or QuestionPaperController. QuestionPaperController.dart. Okay, and here we'll create a new class, and the class name is QuestionPaperController, this one, and over here it will extend getX controller. We're going to have to import it manually, so let's do that. Import get dart. Okay, all right, and here we have a typo, so let's fix that. So once again, over here we'll override a method, and the method name is onReady method, which we have seen before. So here we'll do onReady, so void onReady, and we know it gets called really actually immediately after everything gets boot up. Now over here we need to override super.onReady. Great. Now over here we'll create a new method, and the method name is get all papers. Okay, so here we do get all papers. Okay, now here inside this, first we'll create a list of papers name, but we'll tag them as image name. So here we do list, and here inside this we'll have string type, and here we do img name, and actually this name would be correlate to the files that we have uploaded in the Firebase. Okay, so here I'll declare a list, and now each of them here I'll have biology, and then I'll have chemistry, then I'll have math, and then I'll have physics. Okay, so this is the list of string here, but as image name, because these names are stored in the Firebase backend. So yeah, I'm sending this image, I'll send this image to the Firebase backend. Now inside this, I'll have a try clause, and once again, here I'll have a catch for catching exception. Now inside this over here, I will just simply, well, we can print something, print E, which means stands for error. But anyway, now inside this try clause, we'll run a for loop. Okay, so here we do for, and I could name the variable as a paper inside this in img name, or actually I would say img in img name. That sounds better. So we'll loop through whatever is here, and now we'll call the method that we have created over here as getImage. But let me close this window, we don't need that. So we'll call this method getImage, and at the same time we'll pass the image name, and image name would be going from here in this for loop. So here we do get.find. Now because that's also a controller, which is getX service, so here we do Firebase storage service, this one. Okay, and then we'll do get image name. Now over here inside this, we need to pass this image name. So here each time as we loop through, each of the image name would be saved in this variable. Okay, all right. Now here, because this is an asynchronous operation, as you see, it returns the future. So here we need to do await. Okay, but now we need to save this information every time we get the complete path of image. We need to save it to a variable. Okay, now here we'll declare a list. Actually, we could do it at the top over here. So here we do final all paper images, like that. Okay, now inside this we'll save string type variable because we are returning a string as the image path. Okay, now here that would be a list, so our list would hold string type, and it is also OBS type since we are using getX, because this would be reactive, so this list would be reactive. Okay, all right, now as we do that, over here first we'll save it in a variable and we'll just call it img URL. Okay, all right, and I guess we need to tag async. Let's do that. Yes, right over here. Okay, so we pass whatever the name is here, and we get that name in a loop one by one, and we pass it there, and based on this name it gets the complete image path from Firebase, and then it returns to this variable. Now as it does, actually what we can do, we can add it to our list. Okay, so the all paper images is a list. Here that's what we do. Now here we need to make sure that this is not empty, because what it returns over here, this could return something like null. Okay, yeah, like that. So we are telling that okay, we won't get null. All right, so now with this variable over here, this would have all this. So this variable eventually have all the image path, which means that that would be as a string, which also means that if we can look through this one later, we'll have the complete image path name from the Firebase, and we'll be able to view them. Now this is the time to go ahead and call it. So we'll call it from here. Okay, perfect. And over here we can also define something like this, future void, because we are not returning anything. All right, now with this it makes it nice. Okay, so we are pretty much done over here. Now we'll come to our home screen over here, and over here we need to make a lot of changes. While the first thing we want to do, so we need to get a reference of this controller over here. Okay, so this is the controller. We want to get a reference of this one. So here, what are you going to do? We can write here QuestionPaperController, and here we'd say QuestionPaperController. Okay, and we'll just simply do get.find. So it would return us the controller and save the controller instance in this variable. Great. So right after this, here we would do, well, item builder. Now item builder would take build context, and over here we would do int index. Okay, and after that we are going to return. Right, so that's part of it. And over here we also have item count, so we will use this one over here, and we know that using this we can refer to all, I guess, what do we have here? Let's see. So all paper images, which is this one, so we'll access that one from here. And then we'll also do length, so we get the length. Now what about this one? Now this one, the same as build context, the one we did earlier over here, and right inside this we can just simply return a sized box, and here we do height, say height equal, we could do 20. All right, and then our error is gone. Now definitely inside this we also need to return something. Before we go ahead and return, I think we need a const over here, otherwise it would be cranky. Okay, great, and then we have to return. All right, so now we'll come over here. Now inside this we are going to return something. Now we're going to return a clip r rect. Okay, now of course this will have a child. Okay, all right, that's VS Code, little cranky all the time. Now inside this we'll have sized box as a child, so we do child sized box. Now for now we are going to set height and width for it actually. So here we do height 200 and width say 200. Now after that we'll have a child for it, and let's go ahead and do child. And now inside this we are going to use fade image widget. Okay, now fade image the good part about it that if your image is too large, fade image widget helps you to wait and show something different. Of course, I think we have a typo over here. We need to do fade in image. Okay, now it takes some properties. Well, the first property we could set over here as image property, and it'll take a network image. We can say it over here, network image. Now inside this network image, we need to send the image URL. So we can access the image URL. So here we do QuestionPaperController dot all papers images, and then we just simply do index over here. Now index would look through it and take each of them and send it to this one. Okay, all right. Now this is another option that another property that we need to fill. This is called placeholder, this one. Now placeholder is to show the images from your asset folder. As the network images are being loaded, first it will show you something that's in your local folder, otherwise your screen might be white or empty. So here we do asset image. Now our images are coming from assets images folder, and we know that we have as app splash logo.png. Okay, all right, now we're gonna save it, and after saving it, let's see if we could run our app or not. Okay, so now we're going to run our app. So I'll restart everything from the scratch, and looks like it started. All right, so now I'll open up the terminal to see if we have any error or not. So here is our debug console. Okay, so far everything is great. Now as I'm going to click on this, I'm expecting to go to a new page. Which page? Home screen page, the one that we built over here. Now let's click on this and see what happens. Now it does look like that it says that this controller has not been found. Okay, so which means that we didn't inject the controller. Okay, so we need to find a way to inject it, because we just created this controller but we didn't inject it. Now what happened over here, if you see home screen, we are trying to use it over here, but actually we didn't inject it. Now to be able to inject it, we can actually find our routes file. So let's see this one over here. Now inside this, after this, so we can use a property which is called binding, and inside this we can use binding builder. Let's see, binding builder, bindings builder actually. Okay, and right inside this we could do like this. So here we could do get.put, and inside this we do QuestionPaperController, and you are good to go. Now let's save it. Actually we need to do a semicolon over here. Now let's save it. Okay, so we restarted our app, and this time everything went smoothly. So now I'm going to click on this and we'll see what happens. Now of course we don't have any error. Now why we don't see anything? Well, to know why we don't see anything, let's find our home screen over here. So what happens, you have to know that this QuestionPaperController, it loads images in this one. Now this images actually comes from this Firebase over here. Now this page only gets called when you click on this link over here, when you click on this button, the button we had earlier, this one. So when you click on this, then actually this gets triggered, okay, and then it loads things. But it actually loads the thing, but after loading, our UI doesn't know that images are there. It means images path are there. So we need to tell a way to the UI that, hey, our images has been loaded, so you go ahead and display them. Now to be able to do that, actually we can simply wrap this list view builder using OBX. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it from here. So I'm going to cut it from here, and first I'm going to use OBX over here, and OBX inside this I'm going to return using a single fat arrow function, and then I'll put my list view inside this. So with this, because OBX is coming from getX, so right now my UI became reactive with this. So UI would know if there are any changes in my variables. Okay, now this all papers, as you know, that it is OBS type. Okay, now I wrapped this widget around OBX, so my UI know, okay, this variable has changed. So let's see if we can redraw something on the screen. Okay, now this time we're gonna go ahead and restart our app one more time. Now here we are, and we want to see if we get images or not. Now here, this is our first logo that you have seen, and these are the 4 images that we had in our Firebase backend. So let's go ahead and check with the Firebase backend. So these are the 4 images. This is the biology image, the one we have, and this is the first one. And over here we have this chemistry image, which is the second one. So yeah, congratulations. So far we have made a long way and did everything smoothly, and congratulations for that one. Okay, so that means now we know how to load images from Firebase and display on your UI. Okay, this time what I'm going to do a little bit of refactoring. So this one, actually we don't want to put it over here. We're going to move it to our reference file, the one we created for Firebase reference inside this, and I'm going to just put it right below it. Most probably we need to import. Let's see. Well, if we can't import like that, we'll just cut this one from here and put it here right below it. The arrow should be gone. Let's save it. And I think over here we need to import the path, and we are good to go. All right, great. But now this is what we have achieved so far, and that's a great thing. But the UI is far more than done. We have a lot of work, because along with these pictures, we also need to show our question paper name, and as we click on the question and paper title, we have to go to a new page. So let's go ahead and work on that. All right, so far we have achieved this result over here. So we have shown the images successfully. As you can see, the images over here, but of course they are not definitely in the same order, which doesn't matter. So next, what you want to do, we want to be able to read this, and as well as read the introduction for each of the subjects. So each subject, they have basic introduction, which is shown next to their image. So after retrieving the image, now we want to retrieve the question paper, which we have uploaded long ago, very early at this tutorial. We would want to achieve this result, but before that we have to know that first we need to work on our controller, because the controller will get the data from the Firebase storage or Firebase database, and then it will send this data to the UI. So here is our Firebase controller. So this is what it looks like right now. Now we want to retrieve the data, but now we know that retrieving data that comes from Firebase is a JSON. So we have to first work on the model itself, actually, because we want to be able to receive the data in the model and then convert it to an object. And if we can do that, then we would be able to put the data in a list over here in this controller, and then we'd be able to access that list from the UI. Now for this reason, we'll come to our model over here. I think here we have model. Okay, so here this is what we had early so far. Now of course this is purely JSON, and this JSON was just actually coming from our JSON file, but now the JSON would be coming from, in fact, from the Firebase database. And how to work with that one? Now definitely we will copy this one first over here, and then we'll put it. We want to remove, actually, in fact, this one. So we want to give it a new method name, so we'll call it snapshot. So we know the data came from Firebase. A lot of time the convention is to call snapshot. So that's what we would be calling. Okay, now for this one, I'm going to cut this one over here, and I'm going to wrap it around using object type. So that is called document snapshot. Document snapshot. Okay, now inside this we can put our map. So whatever data comes from Firebase, so that's type of document snapshot. Now let's see if we can import it, but it looks like it's not recognizing, so we have to do it manually. So we'll go at the top, and right before the class name we have to import reference from cloud storage, cloud Firestore actually, and the error is gone. Okay, so now these two actually pretty similar, so we should be good with that. The only thing we want to remove is this one. Okay, because with this one all we need is just the question title, image URL, and description. Why? Let me tell you. So on this page actually we want to show the title, so this should be the title, which is this one, or in this case it'd be this one. Now we'll have also image URL, and this is the description, okay, and things like that. So this question itself is not very important over here. So in this part of this model we don't need that, so we can just keep it empty like this. Okay, now another thing we want to do, we want to introduce a new field which is called question count. So here we would do like int, and we'll declare a variable which is called question count, and inside this we'll keep it as required this dot question count, and the error is gone. And the same over here actually. So here we do question count actually directly, we'll set it to 0. It doesn't really matter because we are going to count them, whatever we get from our Firebase cloud store. Now we also need to make a change over here. So here we do question count, okay, and then we do like this. But one thing we have to know that okay, now here we'll have a field which is called question count, okay, just like this, and then we are good. Now we're gonna go ahead and save it. Okay, now with this the basic model to get data from Firebase is done. Most important part is this one. So whatever map is there actually it is wrapped around this document snapshot, that's all. Okay, and everything else I guess stays the same, and we don't need to worry about anything. But here one thing though, this JSON might have, let's see, the ID itself not as a string. I think we would do like this, json.id, and I think we also should remove this as string. So whatever the ID is there actually we just grab that, and it doesn't really matter, and hopefully that would be also as a string format, otherwise we might get error. And we can also remove these things actually, because whatever is returned, I believe that would be returned as a string, so we don't need to do these things over here. We can remove all of this. Now it looks much better and cleaner. Okay, but one thing though here I want to do is as int casting, otherwise I might get error which I had previously. So I'm going to save it right now like this. Now I'm going to come over here, and inside this we have to introduce a new variable over here first. Okay, now here we do final all papers, and inside this we'll store model question paper model. Let's see, question paper model, this one, and would make it OBS type. So whatever we are going to get from Firebase, definitely we'll convert it to question paper model by calling this one over here. Okay, and we should be good to go. Okay, so previously we have loaded the images from our Firebase storage, but now we want to load this question paper. So right inside this try clause at the beginning, so we'll make some changes. So here we are going to create a new object. The object name would be data, and we'll call it query, let's see, query snapshot, actually snapshot. Now this is the object type of Firebase cloud store, and here we do string dynamic, and yes, and the variable name is data, and after that we do await. Now of course this is not this one, and I think we have a reference file, so we need to go ahead and grab that reference. And let's look for the reference file itself, okay, which is this one. Now over here you do see that we have a reference object pointing to this question paper. So we get this object, so we have to get that one. So we get that one, and then we'll just do get. So what it do, it would get us everything from our Firebase storage. And let's import it, and let's see if we can import it manually. If not, I think we have done it at the top over here, this one. So just go ahead and put it down, and the arrow should be gone. So we would get the data from this collection. Okay, if this is our collection and we are getting all the data from the collection, and then we'll save it to this data. Now whatever the collection returns, that also has a type that is called query snapshot. That's why we created this map of query snapshot. And after that we'll have to loop through it, but we'll loop through it using the map function. So what we'll do over here, we'll do data.docs. This is an object, so this data should have an object. Of course this is coming from Firebase, so you can refer to Firebase documents to know more about it. And then here we have this map object. Now here inside this we'll access each of the paper. That's what we are doing. And then after that we'll here call question paper model. Let's see, question paper model, this method. Okay, all right, now inside this we'll simply pass paper, and whatever we get from that one we'll convert it to list, and we should be good to go. Now so this is going to return us a list of the question paper. Now we're going to save it in a variable, and we'll call it like, say, paper list. Okay, so that is a variable, but of course this variable itself is a list because this returns a list. So what's happening here, we are getting all the collections. So here is our question paper, right? The question paper has, well, it is itself a collection. This collection has documents, okay, and that's what we have grabbed over here. So this is a question paper reference, once again refer to this one, and we call over here get, so it will get us all the documents inside this collection. And of course that returns us a map and query snapshot map type. Now we convert it to a list so that we can loop through them. Otherwise we didn't need to. That is one point why we convert it to list, because we want to loop through it. Anyway, so we pass each of this paper from this list, which also means that we pass each of them. So like this one, this one, this one in a loop. As we do it, okay, so we create an object actually, because this is from snapshot, this method returns an object. And as it does, actually we want to save it to a variable. So here we'll call it all papers, this one. And then here we would call assign all, I guess. Assign all, this one. Okay, and then we'll put this paper list. Okay, so that's how it works. So by the way, so over here actually it would run pretty much 5 times in a loop. Okay, if you don't know how map works, that could be very confusing. So check out my map and list tutorial, the one I have. So here it will run pretty much like this 4 times, because we have 4 documents. Okay, and once the running is done, all the item would be saved over here, and then we save it in a variable or in the list that we have declared at the top just now. All right, now if we as we did that, now we can get rid of one thing. We don't need this one, as well as not this one anymore. Okay, so here we'll remove this one, and instead of going like this, because remember this contains our 4 documents. Okay, so we'll replace that. Now here we'll call them paper, so each of them would be called paper. Now we are taking each of them, and we take this one, and this has 4 documents. Now we take each of them and we are accessing what we want to access the image name. Now here we could do simply just paper dot title. Okay, now remember, if you remember our file, so each of this document has a title. Now definitely this is once again coming from here, so it refers to actually this title over here. Okay, all right, now after that, actually here, okay, this part is fine. Now we want to assign a value, so what we'll do, we do paper.img URL or image URL. Let's see this one, image URL equal img URL, this one. Okay, now based on the title name, actually we get the image name. Do you remember? So earlier we had this storage over here. So this is our question paper image folder, and over here, so we are passing this name, and then as we pass this name, it matches with any of them, and then at the end it returns the complete path. So actually the complete path is this one, the one you are able to see in the browser. So pretty much that should be the complete path, because we have many images. So first we have to identify which one we want to return, or which image path we want to return. Hopefully it makes sense. So we are passing the title. Based on the title, we return the complete image path. Okay, and we assign each of this paper. Now after that, over here we do all papers, assign all, and then here we'll say paper list. So it may look like that it is doing the double work, but if it has any older value, it will replace the older value with the new one, so there is no chance for duplication. Well, my VS Code is not working well, so I'm going to use Android Studio. If you are following along with me VS Code, and then you're good to go, no worries. Now over here, what are we going to do? We are going to our home screen over here, and right over here, now actually we want to install a new plugin. Actually for this home page, we want to install a plugin because we don't want to use fade in image like that, because this is not memory efficient. So I'm going to look for a file which is called pubspec.yml, this one. Actually not this one, we got the wrong one, but anyway, we'll look for one more time, pubspec.yml, this one actually. Okay, and of course we can close this, and over here make sure that you install this plugin. This is for cached network image. So if your images are coming from server, and if they're big, or if you have too many users, so you want to cache the image in user's phone, and that saves bandwidth of your server. It doesn't make unnecessary requests to the server. Okay, well, now over here we are going to replace that code, replace this section with cached network image. Now over here, cached network image saves bandwidth, as I said that, and it takes image URL, so you have to provide image URL. Now this is coming from our controller over here, as we saw. Okay, so now this contains all the papers and as well as the properties, so we can access them. So over here we are accessing using index and the image URL. Then we also have a container over here. Now this container is shown as the image loads from the server. There is a circular progress bar. Okay, and well, you don't have to have this one like this, it's just a styling. And of course you have to have error widget if somehow your app fails to load images from the server, then this is the default fallback image. Okay, so that's how it works. So I have a dedicated tutorial on that, you can go ahead and watch it. Anyway, we're going to run this and we'll see how it looks. So after running it, let's see how it looks over here. Yes, it's trying to load, and we see like this, but of course we have an error, I guess, because this one we need to replace this over here. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and run it one more time, and hopefully it would be good. All right, so now let's go ahead and check it. Look at this one. Looks like we need to restart our app. We don't know what happened. Okay, let's go ahead and do that, and here is our app. Oh. Okay, so what do you want now? Well, now after this, actually we want to have a design like this, okay? And we want to show image on the left, and then this text, and then a little bit description and things like this, okay? Now as you see, this one is a very special widget, because if you see over here, it's actually somehow overlapping with the top one. So here, the whole widget has to be inside a stack widget, okay? So that's why we're going to go ahead and create a stack widget, but before that we have to create a new file. We'll create a new Dart file. So only this reason we are going to create a stack widget. But anyway, so we'll open it up over here, and inside this we'll create a new file, and we'll call it question card.dart, okay? All right, now we are over here, and over here we're going to create a stateless class, and we'll call it question card, okay? Now we need to import the libraries, the packages, and over here, as I said, that we are going to use a stack widget, okay? Because if we don't use a stack widget, we won't be able to make this kind of UI, okay? Now inside this, we are going to have children, okay? Now inside the children, first we're going to have a row. Now the reason is why we're going to have a row, because this one and this sections actually all are in a row. But of course, in the row for the second children, we'll have, so the second child will have a column widget, okay? But it doesn't really matter for now, okay? So over here, we are going to use as our cast image, the one we had early actually. So we can simply go ahead and pretty much copy all of it. So we're going to copy this one over here, and then we are going to put it right inside this as children, okay? One of the child, and of course we need to import libraries, which it doesn't recognize somehow sometime. So we are going to take this one and put it here, okay? And that should work. As well as for this one, we also need to import it, okay? Now this is interesting. So how to solve with this one, okay? Now we want to actually don't want to send an image URL. Actually we want to send a model, question model, the model that we created, okay? Because do remember, inside this actually we are saving pretty much a model, okay? So we have 4 models, 4 question papers. So we want to send each of them from here to this question card, okay? Now for this reason, now what we could do over here, now we can simply go ahead and remove this. We don't need this one anymore, okay? Now we could go ahead and call question card, okay? Question card, all right. But of course it doesn't take anything yet. So over here we are going to do like this. Here we do final question card model, okay? Now here we'll create a variable and we'll call it model, okay? And that's it. And this would be a required one. So inside this we do required this dot model, okay? So this is what we want, and if we get it, we can just simply remove this one, okay? So each of the index, whatever index we get, so that index, for that index will have a model, and for that model we'll have an image URL, okay? Now inside this we need to go ahead and do it like this. So we want to send a model. Now what is this model? Now model itself is actually coming from over here, question controller, and then we do index, okay? All right, and that should, let's see, we do have a little bit of error over here, so we're going to get through it. Okay, not like this actually, I'm sorry. So here we'll have all papers, and then we'll have index, okay? All right, now it should work. So as I said earlier, so controllers, all papers contains model. Eventually inside this list we are saving model, as you see, because it's coming from here, question paper model. So we'll be able to access them using index. So as we have this object or statement, actually this statement over here, actually it returns us a model, okay? Now that model we are sending over here, and now we know that our model has properties, image, URL, title, description, things like that. So we are going to access them like this. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart our app, and we'll see how it works, whether it works or not. Okay, yeah. Yes, it's working because it's loading. Okay, now our images are here, and of course this is what we want. Pretty much we want our images to be there, right? Okay, on the left, and it is working great. So we know that how it works. All right, and right after this, actually we want to wrap this one around something. Well, so for the size bar itself, actually we want to wrap it around a container widget. Okay, so here we do container, and now container itself we can give it a color. Okay, so we could do color. Now here we do colors.red. Now let's go ahead and see how it looks. Okay, all right, so this is our background color, but of course this is pretty ugly looking, but we'll fix it very soon. And we want to actually give it a border. Okay, now clip right, this one should have a border. So here we do border radius, and then we could do border radius, border radius dot circular, and we'll apply 10, and we'll see how it looks. Yes, it looks like this. Okay, great. Now this container, actually we want to replace it with colored box, because colored box is more efficient than container when it comes to just coloring something, because container itself contains a lot of properties, but colored box only includes these 3 properties, which means that if you just want to do a background color, and then if you use container, you'll see that container has a lot of properties. Actually, let's hover over on this. So these are all unnecessary, which makes compiling and running slow. Okay, so we want to fall back to colored box, because we don't need other properties, we just want to color it, and that's all. Now let's go ahead and save it. But of course we don't see any visual changes, but when it comes to running the app, it would be very fast. Okay, but now this is not the color we want, so here we could set up our theme color. Okay, so here we do theme.of_context, and then here we would do primary color, and then we would do with opacity, say 0.2. Okay, well that's what we want, and now let's save it. Okay, now that's what we have for now. Now if you come to our app over here, and here it's LightTheme. Okay, this one. Now here we don't have a primary color, so inside this actually we can set up a primary color. Okay, now here primary color we could set like this one. Okay, all right, now let's save it, and most probably we need to restart our app, because this is a big change in the theme. Okay, so this is what we have for now. Okay, so this is our primary color. Okay, but of course this is far from being much more perfect. Well, along the way, so that is the first part that we did. And now how about the size box? Actually we don't want to get it like this. Okay, so here we want to do a little bit calculation. Okay, now we want to use get package to do that. So here we do get, because get package has access to the context, and if we have access to the context, we know that we can get width, right? All right, so that's why we do that. Now here we would get like 0.015%. Okay, and actually not really that small, and we would also have height over here, and for height itself we would do the same pretty much. Okay, so we do get.width. all right, and then multiply 0.15, and let's save it, and we'd see it's much smaller, and because this is what we want, pretty much small like this. Okay, great. And right after this, actually we want to set up a padding around this whole thing. Now for this reason, over here at the top we are going to declare a const variable, and we'll call it double, and the idea should be we assign a value to it, and that gets 0. all right, so we'll wrap this whole stack widget inside a padding widget, and then over here we are going to replace this one, okay, with padding, the padding that we have created. Yeah, now it's looking a little bit better. Now we want to go ahead and show this title and things like this. Okay, Now we are inside this clip racked. Okay, that's great. And right after this, actually we want to create a column widget. Okay, and then we do children. Now the reason why we want to do column widget, once again, because they are on the top of each other. Okay, so that's why we need column widget. All right, now the first one should be text over here. Okay, now how do you get the text value? We do model.title. Okay, so that should be our text value, and let's save it and see how it looks. Yes, we see it there, and which is not looking good, and for this reason here we do const sized box, and here we do width like 12, and it should help us. And here we need this. Okay, all right, great. Now right after this, actually we want to create another text widget. Okay, so here we do model dot description. Okay, now let's save it, and this is what we get. But now this has this overflow issue. To get rid of this one, we'll wrap it around another widget, which is called expanded widget, and hopefully it should help us. Yes, we see that it worked. Now inside this column, we want to start everything from the beginning. So here, for this reason, we would do like this, cross-axis alignment, and here we do cross-axis alignment dot start. So we want to start everything from the beginning. Okay, and which is already looking great. Now we want to create a bit of distance between the title and the description. For this reason, we want to wrap it around padding widget. Okay, now well, here we just want to apply padding to only two sides. So here that's why we do only, and here we do 10. Now if you see that, yes, it's created a distance, and right after this here we'll have another for bottom one. Okay, so now yeah, it's looking good. All right, now for the row itself over here, we want everything to start from the top. So for this reason, over here we would say cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, now everything should be like this, and which is really looking great. So now we need to take care of the padding both on the left and right side, because if you see that, it won't be like this. But anyway, we need to set up some padding on the both left and right side. For this reason, we need to find our file over here, and we'll call it UI parameters, this file. Now inside this file, actually at the top, we want to set up some variables. Okay, so here we do const double and mobile screen padding, and here 25. So we'll have padding of 25 over here. And let's see, we'll also set up another one which we need, card border radius, and here we do 10. Okay, right. And right after this, actually we're going to take this one and we're going to create getters over here. So here we do double.get, and here this one. Okay, all right, but we'll get error, don't worry. We just need to remove this and we should be good to go. Okay, all right, that's one way of doing. And we'll also get this one over here, and then we do double get this one and then this one. Okay, all right, and at the same time, actually inside this we can create a static method, well, static property actually. So here we do static border radius. Okay, now here we do get, and we'll get this on card border radius. So there'll be two ways to access this. So here we do border radius. Of course we don't want 0, we want circular, and then we pass card border radius. Okay, if we just want radius like value 10, we'll call this one. But if you have circular border radius like this, if you want circular border radius, then we can return this one. Okay, so if you want just 10, you return this. If you want circular border radius, you return this. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, now here we do static edge insets. Okay, now here we do get. Now we'll get this one. Okay, and then here we do const edge insets all. Now inside this we do mobile screen padding. Okay, so the idea is same. If you just want 25, the value 25, you'll call this one. But if you want all the sides should have a certain edge insets, then you will call this one. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now after this, we'll come over here, and then here we'll set it like this. So here we'd call padding. So, and then we'll do UI parameters dot mobile screen padding. Okay, let's see if it works or not. Okay, yes, so actually this is what we wanted. So in this case, what we are having, okay, let me close this. We don't need this. Okay, so we are having this one. Okay, so it's pretty much everywhere, putting left and right, as you see, even at the top. So we have this edge insets padding. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, now we'll come back to this one. And I think there are a couple of other places that where we need to change. Let's go and take a look at this one. So we have done this section. Okay, and over here we are good as well. Okay, all right. Okay, now we want to work on this. Okay, now for working on this, actually we can apply style to it. So here, that's why we do style. Okay, now here we do text style. Okay, because the title is a little strange and this is not what we want right now. I mean, title and description, they're pretty similar, so we want it to have a different style. Okay, so now for this reason, first we'll set up color. Now inside this color, we would do UI parameters, we know that. And then we have is dark mode. Okay, now speaking of this one, actually I'm going to go ahead there, and we don't want to pass the context anymore because we are using getX. So this could be done using getX directly, so you don't have to pass context to it. Now getX has this ability to know it on its own, so here we just do get.isDark. Okay, of course I guess we need to import the library at the top, get. I mean, man, getX is beautiful. It offers so many things. Okay, anyway, so if it is in dark mode, then we'll return true, otherwise we'll return false, and that's all we want. Okay, now of course right now it might arise some of the issues because we need to fix them. So here we'll open our project explorer, and some places that we have worked before where we needed to pass context, like over here as you see. So we are not passing context anymore, and we also need to check over here UI parameters. Okay, well, now this is not the thing though, because this is a conditional check which we'll take care of later. Now here, this is the thing that I was talking about, and we can remove the context. Okay, now it'll raise issues in other places, but we're going to fix them. So just to remove the context, because getX saves context globally, so and it keeps track of the context, so you don't need to worry about it. Okay, and done. All right, so now here we are coming here, and then we need to do a check whether we are in dark mode or whatever mode or light mode. Okay, so if dark mode is true, then we would do theme.offContext over here, and then here we would do text theme this one, and then body text one, so it would be a little bit bigger, right? And then for that one we get the color. Okay, otherwise what do? We do theme dot of context, and then we do our primary color. Okay, all right. And let's see what's going on here. Okay, it needs to know that this body is not null. Okay, great. And after this, we're gonna set up the font size. So here we do font size 18, and then we would do font weight and font weight dot bold. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see immediately some changes. Okay, now here's the thing. This could be separate. This should be in a separated file actually, because this style we are going to use it again and again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this one over here, and I'm going to open my Project Explorer, and well, right inside this theme over here, I'm going to create a new file, and we'll call it custom text styles.dart. Okay, and then whatever we had earlier over here, we're just gonna simply return from it, and we'll return a text style. So here we do text style, and then we are going to give it a method name. So here we do card titles. Actually, pretty much it's about card titles, and all we need to do, pass the context, and if we have the context, then we return what we had early, and we are good to go, and import some of the libraries. Okay, great. So from here we're going to call it, so here we'll call it card titles. Let's see this one, and all we do is just pass the context, and we call this one. Now this way this section also looks cleaner, and this card also becomes, this card title or title becomes reusable. Okay, now this should work across your different theme mode. Okay, all right, so we saved it. Okay, for now we can close this one, we don't need this now. Okay, here we are done with this title section, and if you see over here at the bottom, we also have this icon as well as a text, things like that. So we're going to work on them, and that's why we did this column right over here, right? So inside this column we are going to have more children, but right now I think we can go ahead with row. So here right after this we do row. Now from here you understand the basic concept is it has to be in a row, right? Okay, now another thing we see that this should be a reusable widget. Okay, so we're going to make it as a widget. Anyway, so here we are going to have this one, and for this widget itself, what do we want? We want to send the icon and the text itself. Okay, and that's all we want. To be able to do that, actually we should go ahead and create a new file for widget itself. So we're going to open our Project Explorer, and over here we'll create a new file. Now this should be a widget, so here we are going to do it. Right inside this, here we'll create a new file, and we'll call it icon and text. Well, we'll call it app icon text.dart. Now here we are going to create a stateless class, and what do we want? We want to send this icon and as well as the widget. Okay, so here we do final icon. Okay, I guess we need to import some of the libraries, and we'll also send widget, and widget will be sent as text over here. Now inside this we do required this dot icon and required this dot text. Now, if you don't know what it is, how we build this kind of things, you should check out my other tutorial which teaches you from beginners to advanced level for UI. Okay, but anyway, now here we're going to return a row, as I said earlier that we need to return a row. Now inside this we'll have children. Okay, now first one we want to use as icon, and then we want to have a sized box, and for sized box here we're gonna use a width of 4, and right after this we are going to use text is the one we send. Now if we are done with this, so over here, now here we'll call app icon text. Now it takes the icon. Now for icon itself, first one we do, now text itself over here, as you see, it shows how many questions we have. So this part is pretty dynamic, so that's why we're going to wrap it around this interpolation, I think they call it, and then over here we'll access the model. Yeah, and after that we'll have questions count, this one. Okay, but of course we cannot do it like this because we are going to send a text widget, remember? So here we're going to do this. Yeah, great. And now we can save it and we'll see how it looks, and we do see that we have 5 and as well as the icon here. Now the icon got some problem. Icon is there but you don't say it. Now the reason is because it's a dark mode and light mode. So here we can set a color based on the mode. Okay, so here we do get dot is dark. So if it is in dark mode, then we'd use colors dot white. Otherwise we would use theme color, theme dot of context, and then we'll use a primary color. Okay, and we do with opacity 0.1. Now let's go ahead and save it. So here we see icon, but of course that's very light. Okay, yeah, so here we see our icon and this one. Okay, now here we can tag a text actually. So here we could say 5 questions. Yeah, let's see how it looks. Yeah, 5 questions. So we have this icon and text, and the part of the text is dynamic. Now over here, because we are in light mode, so we see it as black, but we need to also take care for dark mode. But before we go ahead and do that, actually we should look for a file, and the file name should be, let's see what we had early, custom text style, this one. So this file. Now in this file, actually we are going to create a new font size. Now for this one, we just simply go ahead and here we do detail text, and here we do text style and font size, not font weight. So we want to have a better control, and here we'll have 12. Okay, now we'd come over here. Okay, so now we want to apply style to this text over here, and for this reason we'll come over here, and then here we do style, and we just created detail text, remember, and then we could do copy width. Okay, now inside this we'll apply color. Now for color itself, we can just copy this one, and we'll put it here. I'm sorry. We'll put it right here, and then we'll hit enter. So our block of code is inside this, and then I think then we are done actually. So let's go ahead and save it, and we see, okay, so it's like this, but it gives me the feeling that it's too light. So we're going to remove this opacity for now. Okay, now it looks much cleaner and clearer as well as. Okay, so that was the first part of this text icon, and we also have this one over here. Now for this is time. Now to be able to work with this, we can simply go ahead and copy this 2 sections, or actually this section, not this 2 sections, the whole icon over here, app icon text, and we're gonna put it right there, and let's see how it looks. Yeah, it is there, but here we could do a sized box. Okay, and here we do width, say 15, and I think it should give it enough space between these two, and it did. Now instead of this one, we can set up timer actually. So timer is an icon, and that should look great. Yeah, it changed. Now the only thing we should work over here is this one. Now here we actually want to show the time. Now to be able to show the time, we need to work on our model. So let's find our model. So our model name is I think question paper model, this one. Now we do see that we have time, and we also see that time over here, so which refers to this variable. Now this variable is unique, and this variable is everywhere in this model, so all we need to do is just refer to this one, because you remember, so when you get data from server side, from Firebase backend, the value is saved over here, right? So one thing we could do right here, we can just return the time like this. Okay, so whatever the time it is, we divide it by 60, and then we get minutes, right? So whatever the time it is, we divide it by 60, and then we get minutes. Okay, so this equation should help us. Okay, now if this is a method, so we can simply point to our let's see, we don't need this one, so the files actually we don't need. Okay, so we'll get stuck, we'll be here. Now for this one we can just simply remove this model. Actually we can remove all of it, I guess. So here we'll just simply call model dot time minutes, this one. Now let's save it, and you see it changed immediately. Beautiful. Okay, now one thing that I think I'm going to work here is this one. So I'm going to apply 1, so it's very light. So yeah. Okay, great. Now we want to work like this. So each of the cards should have their border, and it should be a little bit different from the background. So how to work on this? Well, now it should be starting from this kind of background. As you see over here, the background itself has color. Okay, so we need to work on this. Now to be able to do that, actually would come to our project explorer, and inside this widget over here, actually this is more like a widget. We'll create a new class and we'll call it content area.dart. Okay, now over here we want to create a class, but before that we need to actually, and then we'll find our file which is called AppColors, yeah, this one, and right inside this we'll create a new scaffold color. Okay, so here we do custom scaffold color. Now we want to give a background color like this, which is different from this background. Okay, so this is custom scaffold color, and here we'll pass build context and context, and after that we are going to return just simply color. Now first we're going to check what we are. So here we do UI parameters, dot is dark mode. Okay, well, if it is dark mode, then it would return one kind of color. So here we do color dot from ARGB, and here we would do 255, 20, 46, and 158. So pretty much like that. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's not, then would return a different color. Once again, const color dot from ARGB, and the first one is 255, second one is 221, third one is 221, and pretty much same 221. Okay, so that's what we return. But here, so we are returning a color, so we need to do like this. So this should be a custom scaffold color, which will also be returned as based on mode. Okay, now we'll come over here, because over here we are going to use it, and here we'll create a stateless class and we'll call it content area, and let's import the necessary libraries, but we don't want to return this. Actually we want to return material. Okay, now what is material? I have a tutorial for that, you can check that out. Now over here, definitely we want to do border radius first, and we do const border radius dot circular, this one, and then inside we just want top border. So here we do radius circular 20. Now actually that would refer to the top border like this. Okay, great. And for this reason, actually we just want to have vertical, and then the arrow should be gone. We don't want everywhere. Okay, great. Now it has this clip behavior, and we'll set it to clip dot hard edge, and then we are going to use a type, and the material type dot transparency. All right, and then we'll use child, child. Now here we are going to return ink widget. Now ink widget, is better than container sometimes. I'm going to explain soon next part, so bear with me with a better example. So here we do color. Now here we do custom scaffold color, this one, and all we are doing passing the context. Okay, and after that I think we can also set up padding. Now for padding itself, actually we want to check if we want to be padding or not, which means if we want to add padding or not. So here we'll add it as bool. So the one calls this widget, that one would be selling or applying this content area adding information true or false. And we also want to send a widget to it, so here we do final widget and child. Okay, great. And after this we want to do things like this. So required. Now for required we would only do this dot child. Okay, now add padding, I guess we don't want to do it required, we want to do it true, so that you want. But in that case, so this would be the default value. Okay, but we can pass anything we want. Now here we'll just check add padding. If it's add padding is true, then okay, let's do something like edge insets only over here, and then here we do top, and I think we did like mobile screen padding, UI parameters, mobile screen padding, this one. And I guess we can't use const actually. And we also have an issue over here, edge insets. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead with this and set it to 0. So if we want to be apply padding, so this is the condition, right? Then go ahead and apply the padding, otherwise set the paddings to 0. So this is the condition. And let's see. Okay, now let's go ahead and check it there. And okay, so here this mobile padding of course returns edge insets, but here it wants a value, but this is an object, so that's why it's not working. Now here we could do like this, so const double mobile screen padding, then here I guess, so let's see, so here actually we could do get, and then here we can just simply return this one, and then we'll be returning value. Okay, now this should still work. So in this case we just don't want this. Okay, and this value alone should be, because now it became a global variable and which should work. So let's remove that. Okay, great. Yeah, so hopefully it makes sense. So if we want to add insets, we can access this one as an object, this one as an object, otherwise we'll just access this one. Okay, all right. And over here we're going to do left again, mobile. Actually I can just copy this one and put it here, and then we'll do right and this one. Okay, so with this actually we are pretty much ready to be used. And let's see, I guess inside this we have to put a child. The child we are going to pass in. So here we do child. So this is the child that we are going to pass. So now let's come over here inside this scaffold. Now we are going to wrap this one around a widget, and the widget name is content area, the one we just created. Okay, and then now let's go ahead and save it and see the result. Yes, it already changed a little bit, and we can say it. And over here, so it had applied padding. As you see, the default is it true. Okay, so that's why it becomes smaller. But actually in this case I guess we don't want to send padding, so for this reason we'll come over here and do padding false. Actually we don't want to apply padding, but it become reusable. But of course we are not happy with the background color. The reason is, let's check over here. and I guess actually I have used the wrong color. I'm going to replace this with this color. Now let's save it. Yes, it looked much better right now. Okay, all right. So, well, that's working, and still more work to do. Now with the content, actually we are done. Now the next part, we should focus on this one over here. Now this padding, we want to wrap it around another widget, and we'll call it container. And right inside this, we'll set up decoration, and we'll do box decoration. And then over here we'll do border radius. Okay, here UI parameters, card border radius. Okay, so this is what we want to do, but of course we don't see much changes. The reason is it applied at the top, but we don't see it yet, but we'll see it soon. And after this we want to set color. Now over here we do theme dot off context dot what color? No, actually we want to apply the card color for each of them, and now it looks better, as you see. So we'll come to our app LightTheme over here, and here we'll set up a color. Here we do const color, and we'll call it card color, and then we'll do from RGB. Now inside this we'll have 255, 254, 254, and 255, and this is the color we want. And inside this, actually we need to change the color as well. So here it's send card color. Okay, now let's save it. I guess we have to restart our app. Now we are over here. Images are loading. Okay, now so this is the color that we are talking. Yeah, it's still a little different, but yeah, now it works. So now this is the color that we're talking about, in a sense that we have better control on the color because everything is set inside this. Now you do see that now this section is pretty much looking like this, and this background itself is also this background, because here at the top we have menu and items. So yeah, that's why we don't say it exactly, but you get the idea that they're very similar, right? As you can see from here, very similar. Now we'll go ahead and draw this one over here. Now to be able to do that, once again we need to come to our card section. Remember earlier we had this row, and after this row we want to set up a position widget so that we can set it over here. Okay, so here we'll create a position widget, and inside this we want a child as a gesture detector, and then over here we'll have another child, and this child would be a container, and inside this we'll have another child, and for this one we would use icon, and icons dot, well, now for now we're going to use a random icon, say this one, but soon it would be replacing this one. And what else? Okay, so now let's save it and let's see if we can say it. Definitely we don't say it. If we don't say it, we could do one thing over here. We could just simply go ahead and set a color for test, actually, that where it is, colors dot red, and so that we know where it is. So it is here, but this is not where we want to set it. So for this reason, here we can apply position. So bottom padding, so whatever we had, we are applying at the bottom. And of course we are not applying padding to it. So remember, this has a value of 10. So that's what we are applying to it. So it came down a little bit, beautiful. But if you see this original design, we want things like this, actually. Okay, but we are working on it there. Okay, now definitely here we could also do decoration. Okay, and then we'll do box decoration, and then after this we can apply border to it. So we do before actually go ahead and apply border, let's use color and take a look. So here we do theme dot of context, and then now we're going to apply our primary color for this one, and it looks like this. Of course, now if we take it out, so it looks much better. I mean, it's whiter right now, right? Okay. Now let's come inside this and try to apply padding to it. Okay, and here we do const. All right, add inset symmetric. So here we do vertical 12 and horizontal 20. Now let's save it. So it made it much bigger, and this is what actually we want, as big as this one, but we see that it's still at the top. So here we could be clever. So here we can apply minus to it, and it would put it down at the corner. Now it's looking better. You know, inside this box decoration, definitely we can apply top. We can apply border radius dot only. So here we need to set a border, but I want the border to be from here. Now I'm going to get it from here, create a double get this one, and then this one once again. But of course we can remove this. Let's save it. It should be working now. Now here we can just simply call a card border radius, this one. Okay, and let's see. Okay, but we need to wrap it around actually border radius, not really like radius actually. Radius dot circular, and inside this, and let's save it. Yes, so it's looking better. And then we can also apply it to the bottom right over here. Radius dot circular, and pretty much what we had early. Okay, so now there's a bit of problem. Actually, we wanted to push it to this edge, but here it is at the edge, but here it is not. So let's work on this. Okay, here we need to work on this font position and make this container down. For this reason, we'll come over here and we'll set up a property which is called clip behavior. Well, I think I have to use small letter clip behavior, and then we'll set clip to none. So with this, it would be pushed down, and we'll also see the complete section of this widget. Great. And right after this, we need to work on the icon. So we'll use our own icon. So let's go to pubspec.yml file. Now over here, right after this assets, you need to go ahead and have this format for fonts itself. Here we define our own fonts and font family. So you can name it anything you want. And then we'll also use the font that is called AppIcons.tff. Now you can find it in the folder over here, in the icons folder, AppIcons.tff. Okay, so we'll be using our own customized font, and for this reason actually we need to go ahead and create a class, a singleton class responsible for showing icons. So here we'll call it AppIcons. Now here we are going to create something that is called singleton. Okay, now what is singleton? Singleton has only one instance throughout your app. Okay, so it makes sure only one, not the second one. It does it to avoid a lot of instances, which is not necessary. So you have only one instance and you can use them throughout in your app. But of course, those properties that it should point to, they should not be changeable. Now here I'm going to declare a property which is called static const, and then we can say font fam. Okay, and after that over here we are going to create a variable that actually we want to return. So here we'd call it icon data, and then so here we'll create our own icon data, and then inside this we'll send our icon code. So OXE808, I think this is what we want. And then after that we'll create our font family. Now here our font family is font fam, the one we created. Then we'll return. And I guess we need to import a package, otherwise we'll get this error. Now it is gone. Now with this is our very simple singleton class where we have a private constructor, which also means that you can't create an instance because the constructor is private as you work with this, like this underscore. Okay, so this kind of format where you have a class name and then you have your constructor is private, and of course you have some static properties inside this. So this is called singleton class. Now as we created it, So all we need to do, we need to go ahead and call this, and then we can call any of the properties using this class name. All right, so we'll come over here, our question card, and we know that inside this we have over here. So we can just simply replace this because our class name is AppIcon. AppIcons, this one. So this is a singleton class. And then we can refer to trophy outline. Okay, and that as simple as that one. And if you save it, we'll see that it changes here. So let's save it. Yes, it did, and this is what I was talking about, and this is what we wanted. It's beautiful.
Right, so over here we created our own singleton class, but are there any other examples that we see in Flutter that is singleton? Yes, there are tons of singleton example. One of them is Firebase instance, the one we create. So let's take a look at this instance. Over here we see we have Firebase Firestore instance, and that's a singleton instance of Firebase Firestores. So there are a lot of instances in Flutter app. You should explore them. Anyway, it's not good practice to use too many singleton classes or singleton class instances in your app because they are not good for unit test. So you need to take care of that one. Apart from that, it's really handy, beautiful, and keeps your code simple.
Okay, great. So now let's see what we're going to do next. Okay, so now we are going to work on this top section, and with this menu, this text and icon, and the big text like that. Well, now as you see that it has to be in a column format, and part of it could be row over here, but basically it's a column format. Okay. Anyway, so this has been done inside this over here, so we need to do it inside this. Well, one thing to confirm that now this content area is showing this one, right? So we'll have two sections. So one section is this one and the section is this one. Of course, this is what we are going to use and to draw right now. But these two sections, the top and bottom sections, actually they should be in a column, but we don't have any column yet. Okay, so we need to introduce column. Now to be able to do that, first I'm going to cut this one and I'll wrap this one around the column. So I would do column, then here we would do children. Okay, now inside the children, this is our first section. Okay, now over here we want to have this one. Okay, now we might have an error, but we'll take care of that soon. Now why this error? Because inside this column we want to wrap this around another widget which is called expanded widget. Okay, so let's go ahead and wrap it around expanded widget. So here we do expanded. Yeah, now let's go ahead and save it. Yes, it's there. And now inside this we are going to do another widget. Now that widget is definitely also a column because as you see over here, this is in a column format. So now we do column over here. So how to draw this one? So now let's go ahead and draw it. Now first we want to draw an icon. Okay, here we do icon, icons dot menu. Well, whatever it is there, we'll just draw one, and then we do color, and then we do colors.red. Okay, we'll go ahead and save it, and we'll see if we have any changes or not. Well, it should be there at the top, but we don't see it. Now how to get rid of this problem? Now to be able to get rid of this problem, we can wrap the big column inside a safe area so that we know and we are able to view what's going on. So here we just do safe area. Okay, now you'll see that yeah, it came down over here. Okay, now at the same time you'd see that it's looking more like this. So this is our color, the one we had, and this is the color that we created over here, and this is the rest of the top, but of course we are still working on that one. But now you do see that this circular border, it already showed up, right? And of course we didn't apply any border over here. But this is not what we want to do, the icon, because we will want to have our own custom icon, and for this reason we'll look for the file that is called AppIcon. I think icons, let's see, yeah, this one. So over here we created a singleton class. So here we'll create another icon. So here we do static const icon data. Now here we'll call it menu left, and here we'll pass icon data. Now here oxe 805, and the font family. Okay, now whatever we have created early, so we're going to use that one. Okay, and with this we are good. Now let's go ahead and save it, and right after this let's come over here. For now we don't need the card, we're going to work on this. So here we can just simply remove this, we don't need this one anymore. So here we do appicons.menu left. Okay, now with this we'll see immediate changes. So this is what I was talking about. Okay, now we want to move it on the left side. So for this reason, we'll come inside this column, and here we do cross-axis alignment, and then we do cross-axis alignment start. But at the same time, we are going to take this one, and then we'll put it up there. And now see. Now the reason is because this column controls this one and the bottom part. So that's why it went down there. Okay, now we want to apply a little bit of padding to this column, So for this reason, we'll wrap it around padding widget. And let's see, we do have padding. Yes, we have padding. Now over here, we do have symmetric, but we don't want to apply padding like this. We have a constant, which is called mobile screen padding, this one. So this is the one we have defined early, but in this case, we need to remove it. Okay. Now you see it's already looking great, but we'll change the color very soon. Don't worry about that one. Now that was the first section inside this menu, inside this section over here, and which is looking more like this as you can see, but we'll change the color. All right. Now right after this, what are you going to do? We're going to do a sized box over here, sized box, and here we do height 10. Okay. And then as you see that we need a row for this and this text itself. So here we'll introduce a row. Let's see where we can put a const. For now we do this, and now over here we'll have a row, and then we'll have children. Now inside this row, as you can see, the first one once again should be an icon. Let's see why it's being cranky over here. Okay, now you can't put const here, so that's why it's causing error, but you can put here and here. Okay, great. Now inside this, once again, we want this icon. So let's go ahead and put it there. But of course, this is not the icon we want. We'll change it later. Okay, now right after this, we want to do a text over here. Now the text, what should be the text? Now for now, we can say hello friend. Okay, and then we'll apply style to it. So let's go ahead and do that style. Now we remember we created an object with the detailed text, which is this one actually, and then we'll do copy with this one, and inside this we'll change a lot of the things. And for now we'll do color over here. And what is the color? We remember we have a variable that we created on surface color. That's all. Now on surface color, I do guess that's white. Yes, so it won't be visible for now, even if we put it like this, and as you can see that it's not visible. But one thing, I mean, the text is here actually, it's not visible, so we need to change that one. But before that, actually, even after everything, we need to change the background color for this one. Okay, so now let's go ahead and set a background color for scaffold, and we'll see how it looks. So here we do background color, colors dot just a blue. Okay, all right. Okay, so now it is applying the color, no problem. Okay, and but we want to apply gradient color. But gradient color you won't be able to apply over here because it just takes color. So the idea is we need to wrap this scaffold around a container. So we do it using a widget. So here we do container. Okay, all right. Now I'm going to save it, and let's restart and see how it goes. Yeah. Okay, great. So, but of course, we're going to remove this. If we remove this, it would come back to white. Now over here, we would do decoration and box decoration. And then we know decoration takes gradient. So here we would do main gradient. This is the function that we have created early. Now we can just simply go ahead and say this, but now we see it doesn't work Now that's because that's inside this scaffold. Okay, now if you remove this and if you try to do color like this, I'm sorry, color, so you do colors.blue, and you might see that it still doesn't work, because once something is inside a scaffold, the scaffold section takes the background color itself, whatever the scaffold has default, so it won't be affected by the outside color or container. So what to do in this case? So in this case we can just simply remove the scaffold. Now to be able to do that, we can just cut this one over here, and then we remove this, and then we put it here. And now let's save it. Yes, we do see that it's taking effect. Okay, but of course we have this underline. Now that's because we are not inside scaffold. If you're not inside scaffold and try to draw, then you will have underlines. So in your app you should have at least one scaffold. If you have no scaffold, you get this yellow underline. Okay, now of course we can apply scaffold for this one, the widget we have over here, hello friend, but we'll do it later when we work. Okay, so but you get the idea why we get this, because we don't have any scaffold in our app, because in your app you should have at least one scaffold. Now instead of this color we can use decoration and box decoration. Okay, now let's save it. Now it looks beautiful, and this is exactly what we are working like this over here. So it's getting more and more close to this one. Now by saying this one, we can also remove this color red, which we don't need over here. We can save it, and then this one we can save it as well. Okay, all right, great. Okay, so now this is the time to make more changes. Well, the first change we want to do is this icon itself, because we don't want to have icon like this. We will create a new icon and we'll call it piece. But we don't have the icon, so we'll just simply go ahead and copy this one over here and put it here. And instead of 5, we're going to do it 6, and here we'll call it piece. Okay. Now let's save it and come over here, and we'll see that it did change. Okay, all right. Now what else we could do? Okay, now we see that there is a distance over here at the top and at the bottom, but we are too close. So now here we're going to wrap it around a padding widget, and we'll just simply call it padding, and then we'll apply symmetrical vertical padding to it. So here we do const edge insets symmetric, and here we do vertical like 10, and now let's see. Yes, so there is a bit of distance. Great. Now at the same time, if you take a look over here we have paddings, and we have paddings as well, so we need to apply padding. Now that padding actually goes for this section over here, the expanded widget. Okay, now we'll wrap this widget around another padding widget. Okay, and instead of all, we'll do symmetrical over here, symmetrical, and here we'll do horizontal. Now let's apply padding of 8. Beautiful. So as you're working, you see that's looking much more similar with this one. Next we'll see how to do this text over here. Now to be able to do that, we can just simply come inside this one, and right after this padding over here we could do another text over here, and we'll say, what do you want to learn today? All right, so that one, and right after that we are going to apply style to it. Now we do see that we have at the top, let me open it up, this padding, and over here we have this one, little text. Let's go ahead and check it. So this one, text style font size. Now we're going to create a new one. Let's see, font color. Now it does look a bit of strange because of we are missing other elements, but we'll fix that. Now over here we will create a new one, and we'll call it header text. Okay, header text. Okay, now over here we'll have a bigger size. So here our size would be, say, 22, and then we also want to apply font weight to it. So here we'll do font weight 700, 700, and then here what you do, we can also set a color for this. So it's a on surface color text, this one. So that's what we want to apply. Okay, once again, we do have some issues because we don't have scaffold for that one, and once we are done with this, we'll take care of that one. So now here we'll do style and header text. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and save it. Yeah, that's what we see now. Okay, and it's getting better. Now next we'll see how to take care of this yellow lines below there.
Assalamu alaikum. So here we'll take a look how to remove these yellow underlines over here. Now you have to know one reason why the yellow underlines are here for the first time. That's because your app is missing a scaffold or a material widget. Now there are two ways to solve this. You can wrap your main container or the main widget of your app inside scaffold or material widget. Now in our case, we are going to wrap this container, which is our main container in our app. We're going to wrap this around scaffold. So here we do scaffold, and then we do body and put our main container, which is this one. And after that, we'll see that the error has gone. Now this is what we are looking for. Okay, so this is the usual look. So if you miss scaffold or in the root of your app, then you might get that yellow underline. So hopefully it makes sense. Thank you. Hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. Now we'll take a look how to achieve this effect over here. Now as you see, I have a drawer zoom here. So you click on this button, so it zooms out or zooms in. So this is the effect that we are going to achieve. Now we'll do that on this app. Right now this app doesn't work like this, so we have to do it on this app. So if I click on this, nothing happens. Okay, now here one thing we have to know that over here, this is the view. So this is the scaffold that is showing this whole view over here. So as we want to click on this one, we want to have this effect, right? So we want to move the view to the right and make it smaller, and as you click, we'll come back. Now to be able to do that, first we need to go ahead and install a plugin. So let's find our pubspec.yml file. So here we'll look for pubspec.yml file, this one. And then here actually I have already installed this plugin, so just go ahead and install the plugin over here, the one I have, and click over here get pub, and you should be good to go. Alright, so once you have done that one, inside this widget I have this container over here. Now we want to wrap this container around a widget. That widget is called Zoom Drawer. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to wrap it around, or I'm going to cut this one over here, and then I'm going to import Zoom Drawer, this one, like this one. Okay, all right. Now we need to return over here, and it takes few information. Okay, all right. Now if you hover over on it, let's see what it's asking us to do. It says that okay, so here we need to have a menu screen. What is menu screen? Menu screen is this one over here. So as you click on this, so you see the menu. So this should be your menu screen. Now over here, what are you going to do? We're going to remove this, and for now I'm going to put a text over here, and I would say hi there, and then over here we would do color, we do style actually, style, text style, and for now we're just putting random colors, so we do this one, red. Okay, and we do see that we need more parameters. Now here it wants us to put main screen. Now, what is our main screen? Main screen is the container section, the one we just cut. So we're going to put it over here. Now with this, looks like we're almost ready. But anyway, now let's go ahead and save it and see how it looks. Okay, so this is our app over here. We're going to click on this. Now let's click over here. Well, nothing happens because we are not toggling on a button. So we have to be able to be toggle on this button. As we click, it will take out the zoom drawer and pull it to the right. So we need our button to be able to work on this. Okay, so now there's a button that I have in this container, inside this container, because remember, this whole container is showing everything on this screen over here. Now, this icon over here, app icons menu left, so this one is showing this button over here, the one you see. So this is the button that we see. So we want to make this button clickable. Now for this one, you can wrap it around any kind of widget. So in my case, I'm going to wrap it around a widget that I have created. So it's called AppCircleButton. Now this could be gesture detector or inkwell. We know that this button takes an tap event. So that's what we are doing over here. So now we need to pass an event to it that as we click on this, something should happen. Now what should happen? Actually, we want to toggle this button. Now to be able to toggle this button, we need to come over here and we need to find our controllers. Okay, now inside this controllers, what are we going to do? We are going to create a new file over here, and we'll call it ZoomDrawerController.dart. Okay, all right, great. Now inside this, we are going to create a class, and we'll call it ZoomDrawerController, and extends here getX controller. So because we are using getX, so we'll extend getX controller. Now inside this, here we'll create a method, and method name could be actually anything, and we'll call it toggle drawer, because we want to call this function as we click on a button. Okay, so that's what we are doing over here. Now over here inside this controller, first we need to instantiate a ZoomDrawerController. Now let's go ahead and do that. So here we do final ZoomDrawerController. Now here actually I want to get an instance from the plugin that we have installed just now. So for this reason, first I'll change the name of this class, and now over here, because the plugin gives us a controller, the controller name itself is ZoomDrawerController. Why I did that? Because otherwise I'm afraid this name would conflict with the name we had earlier here. Now the names are very separated. So if you hover over on it, you see that it's coming from our plugin, Flutter Zoom Drawer. So this is the plugin. All right. Okay, now as we have the instance over here, now here we'll call the instance ZoomDrawerController. Then it is a method. The method name is called toggle. Okay, and then it calls another method which is called call, and that's all we need to do. And after that, we need to call update, and we should be good to go. Now we should come over here inside this home screen. Now over here, this is our button. Now this is our button, so if you click on this, you know that it takes on tab event. So this is my function over here. It could be anything, but over here inside this, I'm using this on tab event. So this is a function, this is a callback function, right? And we are passing it to this one. Now what are we going to do? We are going to come over here and pass the event. So now here we want to pass on tap method. Now what we could do? We could do it right after here, over here, on tap. Now we want to call this method, the drawer that we created, the controller that we created. Now to be able to do that, first we need to use getView. Okay, because if we can use getView, now then using getView, I would be able to access the instance, I would be able to access the methods or properties of this controller over here without directly creating any instance of this one. So that's why my class over here, home screen, this one, simply can do getView. So over here we do getView. Okay, and inside this we'll inject the controller, or the getView type is, it's not injecting actually, the getView type is my ZoomDrawerController. Okay, so it extends this class over here. Okay, now as we have done it, now we'll come over here. Now we do controller dot toggle. Okay, so as you can see, So this is the beautiful thing about this get view. So if your class that extends get view with the certain controller type, then if you have any instance of that controller, you can access them simply using the controller keyword, which also means that you don't need to directly create any instance. Okay, now right after this we're going to save it over here, and looks like we do have an issue, and let's see what's going on. Okay, so we can restart over here. Okay, and looks like it should work this time. Now we come over here and it says that my drawer zoom controller cannot be found. To solve this issue, we need to come at the top over here. Now over here we do see that we have zoom controller. So I'm going to cut this one now over here, and then we'll return a get builder. Now get builder, once again, will take my drawer controller, my drawer zoom controller, and then after that we can simply return builder, and then we'll return whatever we had earlier. So we'll do return my drawer controller. Okay, all right, now we do like this. You know, we still have the error because actually zoom drawer, it should have an instance of controller. So here we do controller, and then we want to access whatever we had, zoom drawer controller. Now this is the instance that we have created early inside this. Okay, so now it's inside get builder, which also means that inside this get builder we can use, or we can access the properties or the methods just like this. Now let's go ahead and restart it. We'll click on this and we still have error. Now the last part we have to do, which is called injecting, and so far we have done everything but we haven't injected it. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and look for our app file, which is called AppRoutes, and I think this is the file that we want, and right inside this we need to inject it. Okay, now here we do get.put, and then over here we do my drawer zoom controller. Okay, and we are good to go. Let's save it, and this time we won't have any error. Okay, let's restart everything and we'll see how it goes. Okay, and then we click over here and we see it just jumped away. Beautiful, which means that it's already working. Okay, all right, now we don't know how to get it back because we don't have any button, but of course if you, it looks like if you drag this, it comes up. Okay, and this is not what we want though, but yeah, it is beautiful, it's already working. Now there are some other parameters that we can set over here. So the first one is called border radius. So let's go ahead and set up the border radius. We do 50 and let's save it. Now let's click on this. Yes, you see that it changed over here. All right, or looks like it just is dragging. Okay, all right, so next we do show shadow over here, and we do it as a true, and it would make it beautiful. Let's go ahead and do it, but the shadow is not clear over here because over here most probably no coloring or things like that. But anyway, and after that would use angle, because you have to use 0, 0 angle. Now let's save it, and this time we see that it works much better, just like this. All right, okay, great, wonderful. And style, now here we do drawer style dot default style. It does have a lot of styles that you can use. Okay, all right, so this is the default style. And what else? Okay, and we do have this menu screen over here. Now we could do actually a background color over here. So here we do background color and colors.white. So we'll go ahead with this one, and then with opacity, and we'll say 0.5. Let's save it, and this time, okay, hopefully the color changed a little bit. And after that, slide width. Okay, now you want to mention how much you want to slide inside the screen, because right now it's going too much. So here we do media query of context, and then over here we do size.width. Now over here we want to slide to 60% of the width. Okay, all right, so now it's a little bit bigger, but of course you could also go 40% and you will see it looks like this. Okay, it's up to your preference that how much you want to slide to. Beautiful. And so far it's working well. Okay, now what is the other part that we want to do? Okay, we want to work on this background. Now zooming is working, but how to work on the background? Now over here actually we want to replace our background. This is the menu screen. Okay, so this is where we want to work. Now to be able to do that, we would come to our screens over here. Now over here inside this home, I'm going to create another screen and I'll call it menu screen screen.dart. Okay, all right. Now definitely first we'll go ahead and create a stateless class and we'll call it menu screen, and let us import the packages, the one we need. All right, now over here we are going to do width. And what is the width? We do as much as possible, so we do max finite over here, and right after that we would do decoration. We know we already have decoration, so here we'll do box decoration, and then we'll simply do gradient, and then we'll pass main gradient. All right, now we can just simply go ahead and replace this text over here, which is actually not working at all. But here we do menu screen. Okay, all right, all we need to do, we need to import it. I think I have a typo. Now it worked. Somehow I had a typo over here and that's why it didn't work. Okay, great. And now let's go ahead and save it and see how it looks like. Now it's already looking great actually. If you see that over here, I do see the background. Okay, wonderful. Now you can click on this and you can go back. Now right after this actually we want to set up a button for this one over here. Like as we click on this, we want to be able to see a button, certain button. Now we'll click on the button and we'll see that it goes back. Okay, now for this reason we'll come over here and set up a button. All right. But before that actually we do have some of the tiny settings that we need to go ahead, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now first thing we want to do is a child over here. Now for the child we want to set up a special theme over here. Now let's see what's going on. We need to import the library. Let's go ahead and do that. Be an boy, and we need child again, otherwise we'll have tons of issues. What else? And child and data. Now over here actually for data itself we need to use some theme data. Let's go ahead and do that, and inside this we'll use a text button theme because we'll have text over here, and for that reason we are setting up the text. Okay, now here we do text button theme data, actually this one, and inside this we'll apply style, and here we'll do text button, this one, and style from, and inside this we do primary, and the color should be on surface text color. So we are setting up the text color for this page, the one we are going to create right now. And right after this we are going to actually create a safe area, and then over here once again we'll have child, and inside this we'll have a stack widget. Now why stack widget? If you take a look, actually there should be a lot of overlapping. Now if we see the earlier design over here, okay, it goes back, so it does somehow overlap onto each other like this one, so we want it to be a certain fixed position, so that's why we need a stack widget. So regardless wherever it goes, it is always there. Okay, so it's overlapping with the background because it would be in a fixed position. So for this reason over here we would use positioned widget. Okay, alright, now inside this positioned widget we'll use the widget called Now if you take a look over here, so this one would be using as a widget, okay? But now Flutter has a default widget for this one. You don't need to create it, and this is called a back button. So that's what we are going to use inside this position widget, okay? It's called back button. Okay, all right, great. So as you did it, you see Android Studio automatically recognized it. Okay, great. And after that, inside this, you can set up a color. So in our case, we do colors.white. It doesn't really matter. We want our button, the back button, to have white color. And then we want to use unpressed event. But of course, this is not necessary, but you can go ahead and do that. So in our case, we are going to use, for now, we'll just simply go ahead and do print over here, and we'll say you are kept. Now, since we are going to return over here, and this part doesn't actually support const, so we'll remove that one first. Okay, now the error is gone. Now let's go ahead and run our app. Okay, so this is our app over here. Now let's click on this, and now let's click on this one, and we do see that this is our app button over here, but this is not where the button we want. Okay, so we need to change the position for this one. So for this reason, over here we are going to set up top and right. So top 0 and right 0, and let's go ahead and save it. Now it works. Okay, so it is always there, as you see. Okay, now this is looking weird because it is too much to the left. Okay, now for this reason, actually we want to set up a UI padding. Now if you come over here inside this container, it does take padding. So here we'll apply padding, and here we'll do UI parameters dot screen. I guess that's called mobile screen padding. Okay, so now if you click on this, of course it doesn't work. You can't go back. If you click on this one, you can go back. Now, of course, we still need to work on this length over here, and for this reason, instead of 40, actually, if you do 60, that would suit it much better, as you see. Okay, now once again, the button doesn't work because we don't have any on tap event for that one. So over here, this stateless widget actually wants to access the method of this controller, GetX controller over here, which is called MyZoomDrawerController. So it wants to access this method over here as a property. And how can we do that? Now, one of the ways to do it, once again, you can do it, instantiate a controller object, and then using that object and dot operator, you can access this one. But this time we'll do it differently. So for this reason, over here, we are going to remove this one, and then we'll do get view. And inside the get view, actually, we would use the type of the class or controller, which is MyZoomDrawerController, this one. What is get view actually? Well, if you click on this, you will see that get view extends stateless class. So previously over here, we had stateless class, and we just replaced that class using get view. So get view internally replaced stateless class, and at the same time, it also takes a class type as its parameter or type, as you can see over here. And if you come at the top, it says that, you will see that it says get view is a great way of quickly accessing your controller without having to call this one. So if we use get view, we don't need to use get.find, because if you are using GetX for a long time, you know that you have to use get.find to access your controller and its instance or method. So yes, get view is a great way to optimize your code and code's readability. And as you have this one, because get view extend this controller right now, so you can access the methods or properties inside this class over here. So now we are going to access it, and how we are going to do that, over here we do controller. As you see, you can access controller directly, and then if you look for toggle drawer, actually, as you see, it's right there. Okay, so this is how you access it. Now you just simply return like this. So let's go ahead and save it. Okay, now, okay, we make sure that it is here. Okay, this is the method, and we need to restart our app to be able to work on this. So now let's click on this, and now click on this one, and click on this, it should go back. Okay, so that's how you use get view. without directly creating an instance and access the method for that controller using this controller keyword. Hopefully it makes sense. So far we have done a great job doing this one. Okay, now if you're going to take a look at our original design over here, we have much more than that. And over here actually we have this Google account name. This is actually coming from Google account, your GitHub, source code, contact, web, email. So a lot of these things that we have to do. Okay, now for this reason, first we need to go ahead and set up this information in our controller, because controller will talk to the Google server, and then based on that we'll get information. And if we get information, then we'll show our information over here like that, or otherwise we'll say, hey, log in first, like that. Of course we'll be able to sign out if we want. So now to be able to do that, first we need to come to our ZoomDrawerController right over here, and inside this actually we want to create some methods. Well, just now we have done this one method, but actually we want to do more than that. Now here we'll have a method which is called sign out. Now of course this method would call Firebase method eventually, or Firebase Google method actually for signing out, but we don't have that mechanism yet. We'll do that. The same as we'll also have sign in method. Okay, now the same here, so we'll call this function like from here as you click on a button, so this function would get called like that. Okay, and as we saw earlier that we also want to show our GitHub account, Google source code account, or contact me web email. So we need to set up all these things. Okay, now here we do void GitHub, or I would say a website if you don't have GitHub, so that could be your website. All right, okay, and then over here we would do email, so let's go ahead and do that. Now we want to send email to your you want your client to send you email, so here we do this URI object, URI. Now over here actually we need to return. Now as you see, this actually comes from Dart core, so it is a built-in function in Flutter, so you can directly use it. Now inside this over here actually we could do scheme, and for scheme here we will use mail to. If you used sending email from website, actually this is pretty much the same. And over here you want to send email to this one. Okay, and that's all. That's as simple as that one. All right, and then after that actually we want to, if someone clicks on this, actually we want to open a web browser. Okay, like that, because of course our app doesn't have any system directly send email, so it'll open email client from our mobile app. Okay, or from our mobile device. So that's what we want to do. Now for this reason, right after it over here we'll do like this. We'll create a method and we'll call it launch. Okay, now of course the method doesn't have body, and we need to pass an object to it. That object is coming from here, so here we'll do final URI, and we'll call it email launch URI, like that. Okay, so this object is going to return something, this method, then we'll save it over here, and the type is URI. Now we'll give this method this type, but of course we don't have this method, so now we'll go ahead and create one, and over here we'll do launch. Now here it takes a string, so here, so eventually, so this becomes a string actually. Now over here we're going to, so we want to launch the email client from here, but how to do that? Actually for this reason we need to install a plugin, so let's go to pubspec.yml file, and right after this actually install this plugin. Now here you need to see that I also install Firebase auth, which you need to do because we are going to use it very soon. And after that go ahead and install this plugin, okay, and then do get.pub, and you're good to go. It would install. Of course you might see an error. It's okay because our file has some problems in this one over here. Okay, all right, close this one. We don't need this one. Okay, great. So hopefully it's been installed.
So now we'll come over here. So now we'll wrap it around this if statement and we'll put it right here. And after that, we're going to do something. Now, what do you do here? We want to throw an error, and here it would say couldn't launch URL. Okay. Now here it would say could not launch URL. So the URL that's been sent. Now, what we could do over here? Now, over here, actually, we need to do await, yes. And if you did await, and then inside this, actually, you need to send this URL because this is the URL that it should try to launch. And what else? So over here we have this, and we need to have async over here, async, and then we need to return a future void. Now over here we'll set it to false. Now if you hover over on it, you will see what it says over here. Well, it says that if you set the URL, or if it is set to false, the URL is opened in a default browser of the phone. So we are going to open this email client in the default browser. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So that's why you set it to false over here. Now, of course, we want to pass a string to it, so that's why we'll convert it to string, and the error should be gone. Okay, now this is the basic setup for this menus over here, but of course this is still in the controller, and we have one more steps to do. Actually, I think I would do it right over here. Now that's called onReady method. So here we also want to do onReady. So we could do some initialization like this. Okay. All right. So now here we need to do the initialization. What do you want to do? Of course, you want to get the user from the Firebase. So we want to know if the Firebase user has been there or not. Okay. So that's what we want to do. Now, these are all these to do that we have to do very soon. We just put the skeleton over here. So we need to work here, 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 and this has been done. Okay. And now next we need to go to our auth controller. Actually, auth controller will actually be responsible for getting the user from the Firebase. And over here, this will just interact with this menu button over here. Okay. So now we'll go to auth controller. So look for the file auth controller. Yes, we have this one. So this is the one we are talking about. All right, so now at the top over here, we'll create some variables. Okay, so here we'll create Firebase auth variable, Firebase auth, and we'll call it auth. Okay, now it needs some initialization. We'll do it later, so we'll do late over here, and after that, here we'll create a user, and the variable type is final, and it would be actually coming from rxn. Now over here we'll have user, but of course not like this. Okay, let me do it like this. So here we'll have rxn, and the type is user, and that's all we want. Now we need to put it in a variable. So here we do final user. Okay, all right. Now if you want to get Firebase users, like if you hover over on it, actually this class user is coming from Firebase. And if you're using getX, you need to put it in Rx type. Okay, so that's according to the document, and I think this is also null safety. That's why you have to do it in rxn type. Okay, right after this, we're gonna create a user stream because we want to see if the user has logged in or not with the stream. Okay, so that's what we do, because the stream will tell us whether user is connected or not connected with our app. Well, now definitely the name should be auth state changes, because whatever the changes we'll be saving in this variable over here, and it will be actually string type, and in the string we want to pass user because we just want to see the user information, whether user has logged in or not, and over here we'll do late. Okay, now we'll come inside this one over here, and inside this we'll create a Firebase auth instance actually. So here we'll do Firebase auth instance, and we know that this is a singleton, and I have a singleton tutorial. You can check on that one, no problem. All right, now we also want to save changes to this one. So with this, we first got the Firebase instance, and we'll get a lot more information from there.
and whatever the changes of the user, whether user is connected or not, we'll save it here. So here we'll save it like this, but you have to get the user actually from auth. Well, I mean, user changes you have to get from auth, or the user is logged in or not. Okay. All right, so this is the Firebase instance. We want to get it and saved it over here, and after that we also get user changed or not. We save it to this variable. That's as simple as that one. Okay, and then we check whether user is there or not. So that's why we do auth changes, and then we do a listen. Okay, lis, listen. So we could listen to the user changes. Now over here there is this event. Now inside this event, actually you can pass your user object, which is coming from Firebase. So here we'll directly do user and user. Okay, now of course user may be there or maybe not there, so that's why you do this with this null checker, which says that it could be null. So if it is null, okay, the Flutter will take care of that one. So now if we have the user, so we'll save the user to the user value. So user.value. Now we'll save our user. Okay. All right. So we know that as app boots up, it immediately calls this method, init method, right? Because it's inside this onReady. Now at that moment, we connect with the Firebase and check the user status. Okay. If the user is logged in, of course, we get the value for the user. If there is no user, of course, nothing happens over here. So that's as simple as this one. Okay. So next, after that, we need to work on the Google sign-in method. Okay, well, to be able to work on Google sign-in method, first we need to come over here and install this plugin, Google sign-in plugin, and do get.pub and get pub. You should be good to go, and hopefully it has installed. Okay, now we'll come over here. All right, now here we'll create a method which is called sign in with Google. Okay, sign in with Google, and this doesn't take anything. Now inside this method, actually we want to create Google sign-in object. So first here we do Google sign-in. Okay, and I think we should have the library. Okay, the package is there. Great. So we get this method and it returns us an object, and we'll be able to use that object to send credentials to Firebase, because with this one we get information from Google, and as we get the Google information, then we send it to the Firebase. All right, so here we do final Google sign in, and then here we'll create a private variable and we'll call it Google sign in. Okay, all right, great. Now after that, here we're gonna do this try close method, because we are going to talk to the server, and if there are errors, so that would be caught in this try close. So it is recommended, as you talk with the server each time, you should use try catch clause. Okay, and that makes your life very simple, and it helps you to identify the error. Okay, so here we'll catch exception. So we do on exception, this one, and then here we'll do catch, and we'll send an object, error object, and then remember we have this app logger we built before. So you do applogger.e, and then we'll send the error. Okay, great. So if we get error from Google or Firebase, that will be caught over here. Okay, so now here, as we have this object, so Google has a method. This object has a method which is called sign in. So as you can see over here, so we'll try to sign in with the Google. Okay, and if we could, then we'll save it to a variable. But now that variable is called Google sign-in account. Google sign. Okay, this one, Google sign-in account. Okay, and here, okay, so it'll try to get your account from Google. Okay, and then that's why you have to do await. And if you do this await, then you have to have async. So get the Google sign-in object and then call the sign-in method, and we see if there is user or not. Okay, and after that we'll check this account object, the one that we created. So here we do account, and we'll see if it is null or not. If it is not null, okay, all right, So if it is not null, we want to get some information from Google. Okay, now how to get that? So here we do account. Then it has an object which is called authentication. So we want to get authentication object, and then we'll save it in a variable and we'll call it anything auth account, like that. Okay, it doesn't really matter. And after that, from this object, we'll get our ID and token. Okay, now that ID is special to Google, so it's called token ID and access ID. So those two information, we want to get it. Okay, now here we have an object which is called Google Auth Provider. Google Auth Provider, this one. And then here we'll request this credentials using this object. So what are you requesting? So we are saying, hey, we need this object. First one is ID token, this one, this is what we want. So here we do auth account, and then we'll get ID token. Not sure why it is not recognizing. No worries, so let's go ahead and do the other one. So here we do access token, and here we do auth account, this one, and then here we do access token. Now we have this error. That's because we need to put await over here, await, that should solve the error. Okay, great. And of course you want to save this credential in a variable, so we'll call it final credential. Okay, all right. Now what we did over here, we got a sign-in object, and after that we got a sign-in method, and based on that we get authentication from Google. It means Google say, hey, there is an account for this email ID and blah blah blah, and if we can get that, then we get the credential, like token, different kind of token that Firebase needs. Now after that we can send this token to Firebase. Okay, so here we do await auth dot sign in with email and password, or sign in with credential. Actually I think this is better, and here we do credential. Okay, so you don't need to type in the password, so Google would provide everything for you. Okay, great. All right, so yes, that should do the trick for now. And but of course this is just the controller yet, but we don't have the UI for this, so we also need to work on the UI. But another thing we need to do, we also need to save the user information if the user has logged in. So here we do save user and user, and here we'll just send the account, so whatever the account we created. Okay, and what is this method? Now, well, of course we don't have this method, we are going to create one. So here we'll create save user, and then here we have this one, Google sign-in account. This object we're going to put it here, and we'll call it account once again. And after that, here we'll send this information to the Firebase. So Firebase, in our database, will save which user has logged in, which user has not logged in, or how many users are there. So here is our Firebase store, and actually what we want to do, we want to create another collection over here. That would be user collection, the number of users we have. Now for this reason, first we need to come over here, we need to click on authentication, and we need to get started. And it'll take a few seconds, and we want sign-in method, so that should be Google sign-in method, and we would enable this one. And I guess we also need to set up your admin email account as well as the project name. Now here we'll just simply call it study app. Okay, and I guess that's it. Now after that we're gonna save it. Okay, we'll well, it did say that download this one, but I don't think we need this, so we'll skip this one. And I guess, yeah, that's pretty much it. For now we don't have any user because we don't have anything, so we can skip this part, and we also don't have any settings. Okay, all right, so but what do we want here? We want there should be a user collection section, right? So now we need to come over, so we need to come over here, and then we'll look for the file, and that file says reference .dart. Okay, now
I guess this is the one that we need over here, the third one. So this is where we have reference. Okay, now here we want to create a Firebase user reference or collection actually. So here we do user reference, and then we do Firestore collection, and then here we do users. Okay, so we're going to create a collection that is named user. Great. Now we would come over here in our auth controller. Yeah, right inside this. Here definitely we could do user rf. Okay, and then we'll access the document. Okay, doc, and inside this we'll have account.email. Okay, and after that we'll set our email. Okay, now here it takes a map, so here we'll have information like this. So when you want to set things in the Firebase, actually that takes a map. Of course, this is based on the email. So based on this, we want to set information in the backend of Firebase. Now here we want to send email. So we'll create a field as email. And where is this email coming from? Email account.email. Okay. All right. Then we also want to have name. And where is this coming from? Once again, account. There is an object which is called display name. And after that, we have a profile pic. And then here we'll have account.photo URL, this one. Okay, and with this we are good to go. So all we need to do now, we need to go ahead and call this on, so it will take care of this. As it calls, it should create a collection for user reference, and then it would set email. And as it sets, it will set this different kind of information over here in the fields section of the document. Okay, all right. Now, well, that's great, but now we need to find a way to call this method, which is called sign in with Google. Well, now how to go ahead and do the login? Let me show you. So this is my original app, and over here, what's gonna happen if you tap on any of them, then it would ask you to log in, and it would show you a dialog button. Okay, so let's click on this. So we'll have a dialog button like this. Okay, and if you click OK, then it will take you to a page like this. So this is what we want to achieve. Okay, all right. Now to be able to do that, first we need to go ahead and create a new widget. Okay, and that would be showing the dialog. Okay. Now, for this reason, we'll come inside this, and inside this widget, we'll create a new folder. But, well, I'm not sure why it doesn't show me the new folder creation, but it's okay with me. So I'm going to use a terminal to do that. Okay, so here is my terminal, and over here, I'm going to use over here. So I'll go inside lib, and then here I would go inside widgets folder, and mkit there I'll create a new widget folder. I'll call it dialogs. Okay, all right. And then over here I'm going to open here inside this widget. Let's see, we do have a dialog folder. Now inside this I'll create a new file. And what's the file name? We can call it pretty much anything, so I'll call it dialog widget .dart. Okay, all right. Now over here, actually, we want to create a new class, and the class name we'll call it dialogs. Okay, and inside this, first we want to create a singleton class. Okay, so this class actually we want to use it as a singleton class. So that's why first we'll go ahead and create a private constructor, which would be referred using a variable. You can call it anything, it doesn't matter. I'll call it singleton, and then I'll use the class name dialogs dot. Now here we'll use a private constructor name, which is called internal. I think you can call it anything, but this is just a convention. Okay, all right. And right after this, here we do dialogs dot / internal. Okay, internal. Okay, and right after this, actually the error should be gone, and then we have to create a
factory constructor. So here we do factory constructor and dialogues. Well, previously we saw how to create singleton classes, but that was very simple. And this is actually how you create singleton classes, okay? And then you have to return over here singleton, and you are good to go, all right? Okay, so we created a private constructor, and then we are returning that constructor instance using a factory method, just like this, okay? All right, and right after that, we are going to create a widget. So the widget that would pop up, and we would call this widget from the UI, okay? Now here we'll do widget, and then over here we'll do like question start dialog, okay? And we'll call it question start dialog, okay? And over here, actually, we're going to pass a callback function, and we have to have a callback function. So the type is void callback, and we'll name it onTap, okay? All right, as we are doing require, we need to wrap it around the second braces over here, and then simply here we do. But of course, this is more like a return type, so we have to return something. Now here, what are you going to return? We are going to return alert dialog, this one, okay? All right, and then the error should be gone. And of course, since it's a singleton class, it's a method, we can, the type should be static type, okay? Now over here, alert dialog has content, so now here we'll do content, and then we'll do column, okay? All right, and then inside this, actually, you can do whatever you want to do. So here we do children, because we have seen earlier that we want to show content like this. So how to do that? So of course, we need a column for this one, and we did that, and then inside this we'll have children as a text. Now over here we would say hi, okay, and after that we'll do a little bit of styling, and then here we'll do text style, okay. Now inside this we'll do font size, so font size is 25, and then we'll do font weight. So let's see, font weight dot bold, okay, great. And I think that's it. Now that should be the first text, and the second text is over here. So here you do please log in before you start. Please log in before you start. Okay, and that's all. Now we might need to wrap it around const modifier, so the error should be gone. Okay, now that's one part of this alert dialog, and alert dialog has another part which is called action. So here we're going to do the action sections. Now it takes a list of children as a widget. Now here, because we want to do a button, so here that's why we do text button, because we want to be able to click on it, like as you saw, we want to be able to click on it, right? Now here we'll have our onTap event, which will pass to it, and the child over here simply say yes, okay? All right, or confirm, okay? Confirm is better. Sorry. Okay, confirm. All right. So with this we are done, and right before this, we can add this const modifier. So now we just built our simple singleton class as well as a widget for showing the alert dialog. So what is the next section? So next we'll find our auth controller over here. And right after this, actually, we are going to create a new method, and we'll call it show login alert dialog. Okay, all right, and that's all. And from here, we are going to call it, but we are going to call it wrap it around using get.dialog. Now this is coming from getX. Okay. Now inside this, as you see, it takes a widget, okay? So we need to call this widget. Now how do you call this widget? Remember, we just created a singleton class. So here we do dialog, okay, this one, yes. And then right after this, we just simply call the method, okay? So question start dialog, okay, that's it. And right inside this, actually, you want to create your on-tap event. Now here we'll have a method like this. Okay, what do we want? Oh, all right, make sure, okay, yes. So here we can just simply return the semicolon. Now here, actually, inside this, over here, we want to, if the user clicks, we want to get that back, which means we want to go back. I mean, whatever the page is there, which means whatever the background page, this one, we don't want to show it anymore, so that would be gone. And then we want to navigate to login page, okay? So here, navigate to login page. So we need to create this method or route. We don't have it yet, but we have to do that. Okay, and let's see what else. And right after this, I think we need to have another property which is called variable dismissible, and we'll set it to false. Okay, and now with this we are good. And after that, what do we have to do? We need to go to our question controller over here. So here we'll find QuestionPaperController. Okay, right here below it, we'll create a method to call actually this one, show alert dialog. Okay, so we are going to call this one, and we'll call this one from our QuestionPaperController, this one. Okay, over here we'll create a method, and the method name should be navigate to questions. Okay, and it will be void type, and we'll call it navigate to questions. Okay, and what it will take? Well, it will take required question paper model. Okay, this one, and we'll call it paper. It doesn't really matter, you can call it anything. And we'll also pass a bool, and we'll say try again. Well, now this would be as a false, that this is the default value. Okay, and then we'll return like this. Okay, now inside this, first we'll go ahead and find auth controller. So here we'll do auth controller, and then we'll create a private variable auth controller, and then we'll just simply find the controller. So we do get.find. Okay, all right. Now what we'll do, we'll go ahead in this method, actually in this controller. So we'll go ahead and create a new method, and the method should be, well, the method name should be isLogged. Okay, so we'll check whether the user has logged in or not, and we'll do it using bool, and we'll call it isLogged. Okay, is logged in. And then how to know whether the user has logged in? So we can use this one, our auth controller, Firebase auth instance, and here we have an object which is called current user. We'll see current user is null or not. I think here is the problem. It should be like this, yeah. So we are doing a conditional check. So if this is true, it means user has logged in. If this is false, it means user has not logged in. Okay. Now we'll come over here, and inside this we'll do this conditional check. So here we'll do auth controller, the one we just created, and then we'll call the instance that just we created. Okay, is logged in. Okay, if it is logged in or not, we'll check it. And at the same time, we want to check try again. Well, if you want to try a few more times or not. Okay, all right. And if the user has not logged in, then this is the place where we show our dialog, the dialog that we created. So here we do auth controller dot show login alert dialog. So that's what all we want to do. Okay, all right. And then over here, of course, we have to create some route because we want to go to a different place. So if we try again, and then after trying again, we would hide our current page, and then we'll go to a new page. Okay, so in that case, we do get.off named, but we don't have the route yet here, but this is what we want to do. Okay, so I'll comment it like this, comment out, and then else. Over here, we'll also have pretty much the same, but here we do get the toNamed. Okay, all right, toNamed, and once again the same. All right, but of course you could use pretty much same one, because I'm trying again. So I want to remove everything what I had early, but it is something that it's all up to you actually. You could use both of them the same, but with this it will remove the controller, well, I mean the stack, not really controller, the stack itself, remove it. So with this it will remove the page or UI from the stack, okay? And with this the UI still should be in the stack or in the memory. Okay, so this is how it should make difference. But now anyway, so this is the time we'll go ahead and check on this one. So now we're ready and we can just simply go ahead and call this one. Okay, now where to call it from? Remember we have a question paper card. Well, let's go ahead and find the file and we'll search for it. So we do question paper, let's see, not the model, not the controller, question card. Okay, this one, right? So this is what we want. Okay, so now we'll come at the top over here, and over here we do see that we have a padding. Okay, now let's see what's gonna happen over here actually. So let's click on this, and of course none of them are clickable, but we want each of them to be clickable, each of this. Now if we want to make it clickable, let's wrap it around a widget. Okay, and we'll wrap it around inkwell, because with this we could make it a clickable widget. Okay, now here of course inkwell has on tap event. Okay, now here simply we'll just return like this. Say would print over here, and we do like this. So model dot, we wanna print some information in the model itself. Okay, right, so we'll just print this one. Okay, now let's save it, and we have worked so much, and now we're gonna restart it from the scratch, and we'll see how it goes. And I will click over here. Now definitely so far everything is great. You know, the image has been loaded, so I click on this, and yes, I see that the physics has been clicked. I click on chemistry, chemistry, biology, biology. So we are correcting on the right place. We are clicking on the right place. Okay. Of course, this is not what we want. What do you want? So we want to be able to click on this and check whether user has logged in or not. Okay. Yeah. So how to do that? Well, that's actually pretty easy. Now, as you see, QuestionPaperController over here, I have this method. So all I need to do, we need to go ahead and call it. Okay. Now previously we have seen that we can use like getView to do that. So over here, instead of stateless class, we'll use getView. Okay, now inside this we'll call the controller type, which is QuestionPaper controller. Well, let's see if we have the correct name. Well, now here we do see that it is QuestionPaperController, so I thought it was QuestionPaperController. But anyway, so we'll come over here and replace this. Okay. All right, and I guess we need to import the library. Let's do it, and then we are good to go. Now, why we do that? Because over here, actually, we want to access the method that we have here. The one we just defined, this one. Okay, cool. So now over here we'll do controller. Okay, and then we'll call navigate to questions. And inside this, all you need to do, you need to provide your model. Okay. All right. Now why we're doing like this? Because if you come over here, click on this, you'll see that it takes question paper model, and of course this is the default value is there, so we don't need to provide it all the time. But anyway, so now if you see over here, we'll see what happens. But of course, one thing we could do, because we know that this should get clicked over here, so here we can print again to make sure. Okay, all right, so here we do paper title, title, okay. All right, and we do see that we have a bit of error here. Okay, great. And now here we'll say that title is, okay, now let's go ahead and save it. I guess we need to rebuild it. Now let's click over here. Now everything is ready. Now I'm going to click on this and we'll see what happens. Of course, yeah, the title is physics and open dialog, and we have this pretty much ugly thing, and then we can over here click on this. So we can click confirm, okay, but it was supposed to take us to a new page. As we click on confirm, it should take us to somewhere for logging. It's not doing that, but first we need to take care of this UI. Definitely that's not what we want, right? Well, now to be able to work on this, we need to work on the dialog file, the one we created. So we'll look for it and look for dialog over here, and I think this is what we want. And actually inside this column we can set up main exercise and main exercise dot min, okay. And we also want to set it at the beginning. So here we do cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, all right. So here we're gonna go ahead and work on this, and we'll click on this, and this is what we see. Beautiful. Okay, this is pretty beautiful. Okay, now what do we want to do? We want to go to the login page. Yes, I said we would work on this. Don't worry, we will. But now that should happen step by step. So here we want to, after clicking on them, we want to go to the login page, okay? So let's work on that one. Well, now we're gonna go to the login page, and if we click on this confirm button, it should take us to a page like this. So that's what we should be doing right now, to work out on this layout as well, okay? Now, to be able to do that, we need to come to our terminal over here. And let's see where we are. So that's pwd. So we want to step back one. So inside here we are inside lib folder. Okay, and inside the lib folder we need to go inside screen. So we do cd.screens, and over here we'll create a new folder, and we'll do app.dir, and the folder name should be login. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Now after this we're gonna close this window. Alright, and then we'll open it, and we'll come over here, and inside the screens we're seeing a login screen. Now over here we'll create a new file, and we'll call it loginscreen.dart. okay, alright. So over here, first we're going to create a stateless class, alright, and we'll definitely call it login screen. But definitely very soon we're going to replace this with get view. Okay, and now over here we don't want container, we want scaffold first. And inside this we're going to return a body, and for body itself we'll have a container actually. Okay. Alright, now the reason we are using container because we want to give it a decoration color where you can do background decoration with the gradient. Okay, so here we do decoration and box decoration, and here we do gradient, and then we know that we have a function which is called main gradient. Okay, so this is what we want to apply over here. That is the basic login screen that we have created, and over here actually we want to create a route name. So here we do static const, and we'll do a route name over here, and we'll call it route name, and here we'll call it login, and we should be good to go. Okay, and right after this we need to come to this auth controller, and over here we'll see actually this is what we wanted to do. Okay,
So we want to say navigate to login page. Of course, we need to create this method. We don't have this method. So over here with capital letter, and then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it here, and then we're going to return. Now of course this is going to be a void method, void type, so here we do void, and that should be small letter navigate. Okay, great. Now right inside this we do forward to our route over here, so here we do to named, okay, this one, and then we'll just simply call our route name. So what's our route name? It is called login screen.route name, and then we are good to go. Now why we are able to access this, because if you come over here and you see that this is a static variable. So static variable could be accessed using the class name directly. Okay, so from auth controller you're just going to the login screen, and that as simple as that one. Okay, now it happens during the confirmation of the dialog, right? So using this one, and here it happens because of the tap event that we are creating. Now we're gonna click on this and we'll see what happens. Now we click over here, and now we are here. Of course it's asking like this, and see, but this is not what we expected. Now the reason is because we didn't set up the AppRoutes inside the get pages. So you need to look for the file which is called AppRoutes, and we'll come over here and we'll just go ahead and define a route right after it. And I guess, okay, we could define right after this home screen over here. Now here we would do get page, and then here we would do like name. Now definitely we can change the name, and this is all what we should do. So here we would do login screen dot route name, because this is what we have already, and then right after this here we would just do page, and then here we'll do login screen. Okay, login screen, yeah, okay, and you should be good to go, and that's all. Okay, yeah, now let's go ahead and check it one more time. So let's restart everything from the scratch, and we click on this, trying to log in. Now let's click on this, and this is what we expected, because in our login screen we don't have this logo like the one we had early. Okay, all right, great. Okay, now right after this, inside this container we can set up a child over here, and definitely that should be a column, as I said early, that this is everything in column format. Okay, but of course we don't have any content, so it became white over here, but don't worry, we'll take care of that one soon. And inside this, actually we want to use image dot assets, this one, and we know that we have an image over here. That's our logo, so assets dot images, and here the app splash logo dot png. But of course we need to put it inside the children tag, otherwise we'll get error. So that's a list. Now let's save it. Yeah, we see that it is at the top. But now as we are doing this one, here we could do a setup. Here we could do alignment, and alignment.center. Okay, and also not much change, and it did change, and not really. Okay, well, don't worry, it would take effect later because we have more things to do, but by this time now, here we could do width, say 200, and height 200. Okay, yeah, we don't want it so big like the old one, like the one we have early. And over here, actually we can set another property which is called main axis alignment. That would be vertical alignment for us. Then we'll do center. Okay, now it becomes much better. And right after this, actually we want to set up a text over here. Okay, and here we do this is study app. You can use it as you want. You have the full access to all the materials in this course. So just random text over there, and then after that we'll return like this. And hopefully we need this const over here. Let's add it, and we see this is what we have. Okay, great. But we're going to change it soon. But the first thing we want to change is top and bottom. We want to keep some distance, and for this reason we'll wrap it around padding widget, and over here we'll do symmetrical, dot symmetrical, and vertical. Over here, let's say set up 60. Okay, and we do see a bit of issue though. Okay, we are missing comma. Okay, now it looks better. Okay, now we need to take care of this color, and for this reason here we do style, and here we do text style. Let's see. Okay, great. And color, and we have surface color, on surface text color, this one. And font weight, we do font weight dot bold, this one. And it should work like this, and it did actually. But now it's too much to the left and right. And for this reason, actually, we can set up a padding for this container over here. So here we do padding. Now, for padding itself, once again, add insist.symmetric, and now this time we would apply horizontal padding, and we would do it for 30. Okay. Now, of course, here for the text itself, we can also set up text align property. So text align dot center. Okay, now it looks beautiful, as well as I guess somewhere we need a const modifier. Okay, great. So now it's looking already like this, but of course here I made the logo a little smaller, and I think which is beautiful. Okay, great. Okay, now the next part is going to be pretty interesting, because now we are going to work on the Google icon itself. So for this reason, right after this padding over here, so we are going to do a widget, and here we do gesture detector, and here we do on tap, and then here we'll have child. Okay, now one thing you need to know, if you look at this one, well, there are a few different ways to do that, but for now we are going to do it with stack widget, because this Google is going to actually overlap with this one. So this is in the middle. Okay, as it's in the middle, then actually it was supposed to take the whole space, but we're going to position it in the middle horizontally, vertically in the middle with this icon. Okay, so that's why over here we're going to do with stack widget first. Okay, so here we do stack, and then children, and here we do positioned. Okay, all right, and right after positioned over here we want to show the Google image. Okay, well, now that we want to show it as an asset, but this time actually instead of using, because if you see, if you come over here and if you take a look, you might see that over here we do have an Google icon SVJ. Okay, of course you can't view it over here, but this is SVJ. Okay, so this is what we want to show over here. Now for this reason we need to install a plugin. So we're going to install a plugin because we want to show the SVJ image. So here we'll look for this pubspec.yml file, and right after this, right below it, we are going to do Flutter SVJ, and let's go ahead and get it, and you should be done after this. Okay, I think it already got it, no problem. Now inside this over here, we want to, well, get the reference. So here we do svj picture, this one. Then we do asset because we're going to read it from our asset, and inside this we'll just simply do assets.icons.google.svj. Alright, so this is what we are going to do. Let's put it right here. Okay, now let's going to save it, and we see that, okay, this is our Google image, and this is beautiful. Okay, now that was the first position, that's the first child inside the stack widget, and we want to do another text over here, and that's why here we do text like this, and we'll say sign in with Google. Okay, that's what we want to say. And of course we want to apply a little bit of style to it, so here we do text style, and here we do color, and then we do theme.off context.primary color. This is the primary color that we had. And then we also want to use font weight bold. Okay, well, now this is what we have, and this is not what we want. I mean, that looks okay, but I mean, of course not. I can't really present it to someone. But anyway, so now over here we want to set up our position, because right now they're overlapping, right? So let's fix the position over there. So we do top 0, bottom 0, and over here we do left 0. Okay, now let's do it. Yeah, so right now it's pretty much in the middle, and that's all actually we wanted. But now the button itself is strange over here because gesture detector, but actually we want to create a custom button, and then we'll be able to work more better, and we will be also able to give it a background color, but right now we can't give it. So let's go ahead and create a button. So we'll open up our Explorer, and right inside this widget, actually here we are going to create a new folder. Well, I think we have to create it from here. Let's go to cd.widgets. Well, ls, okay, we're going to come back, cd.widgets, and then mkdir, and here we would say common. Alright, and I'm going to close it and open it. So let's see. Now as you open it, as you see that we have a file folder over here, so we can create a new file, and we'll call it main.dart. Let's close it, and over here we are going to create a class, and we'll call it main button, because this would be a reusable button, and we're gonna use it throughout our app. So that would be a stateless widget, and we'll call it main button. Alright, and let's import libraries. Now ask ourselves, what do you want with this button? Definitely want to give it a button name, so here we'll call it title actually, and let's see what else is going on. Okay, we'll take care of that later. And then we also want to pass an on-tap event, so here we would call void callback, this one, and then we'll name it on-tap. You can name it anything actually, and then we'll also want to have a button boolean, okay, and we'll call it enabled. Enabled, we'll use it, we'll see why we use that later. Then we'll have widget. Well, sometimes we may send the widget, we might not send the widget, okay. Alright, and the last one is color, okay. Now it will have an optional color if we don't pass any color, so we'll use the default color. Okay, now of course here we do have a bit of issues, so let's take care of them. Now the title itself is not always required, so here we do this dot title, and then its value is empty, the default one, and the other one is required, this dot on tab, because we always need that. And then this dot enable, this is a boolean, so we'll set it to true. And then what else we have? This dot child, that is an optional. This dot color, this is an optional as well. So whenever you have this one, you don't need to use the required keyword. You can just go without that. And others, like, you can set them optional on your own, but you have to give it a default value. And this is the only one that we require. Now, as you see, like this, so we want a button that would be used throughout in our app, and this is definitely would be in a size, so it will have a certain height. Okay, so we're going to use sized box definitely, and because we want to be able to click on this, so we will also want an equal in this widget. And yeah, pretty much like that. So first I'm going to replace this, and over here we are going to use material. Okay, now inside this we're going to use child, and as I said that we need a certain size for that. Okay, alright, so here we do height, so 55. Now let's see why we have this error. So we need to import the package. Okay, now we'll have child, and inside child we'll have equal. Okay, now inside this equal we are going to have on tap event. Let's do it. Now as you see, we have this enabled button. Okay, so we want to check on that one. So if enabled equal false, it means actually I don't have any on tap event. Otherwise you use whatever has been given. So given from here, so we are judging based on this one. So that means whether our button would be actually clickable, in a sense that it would do something. If it is false, it will not do anything. If it is not false, then it would do something. Okay, and right after this we are going to set up child over here, but we know that we might have child, right? So we're going to do a double check. If we have child, then use the child. If we don't have child, then we are going to use a text widget over here, and inside this we'll have title. Again, we can also set up style for that, and here we do text style, and here we do font weight, and font weight dot bold. Okay, all right, and then here we do color, and the color is on surface color. Okay, like this one. And we're going to use a const modifier over here, and at the same time we want to set it to the center, so let's wrap it around center. Now that's part of it. Okay, now we could go ahead and try to use this and see what happens. So far we have used this gesture detector. Actually we can just simply go ahead and replace it with main button, the one we created, and that should still work. So let's go ahead and restart it. Okay, yeah, so that's what we have over here, and it looks like it's already working, but it's still messed up pretty much with this layout over here, but we'll take care of that. Now we'll go over here and set up some properties for this. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on this. Now inside this, actually, so we have this equal, and we have this child as well over here. Now what I did wrong over here, so I was supposed to wrap this around center widget, not really this child. So seems like it doesn't wrap it, so I'm going to pull it back, and for this reason I'm going to cut this one, and then I'm going to use center widget itself. Okay, now over here I'm going to use a child. Okay, alright, and in this case I'm going to put it back, Okay, now I'm going to push it back, so that it will look organized. And what else we have? We do see that we might have a bit of an issue here. So that's equal, that's sized box, and then we also need one for material box, and it's working. And maybe we need a const over here. Okay, great. Alright, now what about this child over here? Actually, we want this child to be wrapped around a padding widget. So we're going to wrap it around padding. Okay, great. Now here we see we have 8, but we can go ahead and do 10. Alright. And now it messed up again, but we can take care of this one. So here, instead of padding, we can, sorry, with the padding itself, we can wrap it around another container widget. Okay. Now after this, we can give it a width. Okay, and then here we do double the max finite, MAXNE. Okay. Now it became bigger, and now we can push it to the middle. Okay, but before we do that, actually, we have another thing to take care over here. That's called decoration. Okay, now we want to do a box decoration, and inside this, we want to do border radius. Okay, all right. So here we do border radius dot circular. Now over here, say pretty much. First we'll set up 15 and we'll see how it goes, and then we'll use the color. And so we know that we have color. If the color is not given, then we'll use our theme color, theme context dot card color. So that's what we want to use. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, most probably we need to restore it, and we'll do that. Now let's check it. Okay. Now it looks like this border decoration, which was supposed to take effect, it didn't, and as well as the color itself, because we are not giving any color over here. So in that case, we are supposed to show the card color, but it's not taking effect. One thing we could do though, over here, there is a type. Let's go ahead and set it up. It's called material type. Material type dot transparency. Now it's working. So it was blocking the changes. Okay, now this button already looks good. Now we need to find a way to put it in middle. Now to be able to work with this, and that should be pretty easy. So we'd come over here and wrap this one around center widget, and we should be good to go, I guess. Yeah, so it's already working, and this is what we actually expected, and it's pretty fine. Okay, so now what else? If you click on this, let's see, of course it's not clickable. Now this is the time where we want to go ahead and call this auth controller. Okay, because remember, we don't need any of this right now. We can close them. Even this one, well, we'll keep this and auth controller. Now inside the auth controller, as you see, so here we have this sign-in method actually. So this is the method that we want to call from here. Now if we're going to do this, we need to remove this, and we'll replace this with get view. Okay, and then here we do auth controller. Okay, great. Now, if you really don't know how it works, because if you come over here, you see that get view extends stateless class, or stateless widget actually, and it has an instance which we get from this variable, which refers to get instance. So whatever you pass over here internally, actually it finds for you, because this is the type. So over here, if you find auth controller, if you provide auth controller, so here it does get instance dot find auth controller. So it's a little more convenient. Okay, yeah. So now over here we are giving this the type. So this means T. So these are T. So auth controller, auth controller. So it's pretty much the same as get dot find. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to close this, and now over here we are going to do controller dot sign in with Google. Okay, so that's what we'll have. Now after this, we can go ahead and try to log in with Google, but I do guess that we'll have some error because there are a few other settings that we didn't set up. But anyway, now we'll go ahead and check it, that how it goes. Now here we are, and here we are, and we're going to click on this, and it takes us to this page. Now hopefully we want to be able to log in with Google. Okay, yes, and at the same time we do see that it says that it's missing Google info plist, not found, the client ID was not found, and there are some other issues that we need to take care, because that's the settings that has to do with Google. And as we are trying to log in, as you click on this button and you click on this and it crashes, or we have bad things that goes on over here, and here we do have some error or exceptions. Of course, each time the error could be a little bit different, but I'm going to run this app, and at the same time let me show you how to solve this problem. Now whatever earlier problem we had, since we clicked on this button to run our app, now that happens due to this file over here, and inside this actually we need to put some values over here. So I'm going to paste some values over here. Now this one over here, actually this is an array, okay, and inside array we have this dictionary, and then the bundle type role, editor, bundle URL schemes, and most importantly this section. Okay, now what is this, where is this coming from? This is quite important. Now to be able to know where this is coming from, well, we have to open our folder over here, and inside this you'll see that, okay, no, not this one, I'm sorry, this is in this info plist. Okay, now over here you'll see that we have reversed client ID, so you need to copy this one, okay, and you need to put it here. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to replace this value with the one we have in Google info list. Okay, alright, so whatever ID you have here, reversed client ID, you need to put it here. Okay, alright. Okay, anyway, so our app has started, and we'll restart it one more time, okay, and we'll see how it goes. And now, of course, before that, we'll open up our Firebase backend. So now here, as we click, what do? We are expecting to see that first we'll have a collection of user, and then we'll have new users in our authentication, this section. Okay, so two changes will happen. Once again, over here we'll have users collection, and we'll see that logged in user will have data over here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this, and this time I'm going to click on this one, and this is what it is asking me to log in, and then I'll click confirm, and then once again over here, while we see that our icon is again, and we'll work on that later, doesn't matter. Now click on this, and looks like it still crashes. Okay, I'm going to build it one more time, and over here I'm going to put this key. Actually, for each array there should be a key, so I was missing this key, and while the Xcode building is running, okay, so as it's running, we'll wait, and I'll give you some of the tips that if you encounter more errors, how to solve with this one. But now definitely one thing though, now you need to make sure that you have this Google service info.plist, you have it. Well, sometimes they could cause error, and okay, so I'm going to restart our app, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, now speaking of this one, this file, you have to get it from here. So you have to come to project settings, and okay, let's do project overview over here. Now for iOS, you need to come over here, and you can download it
from here as well, because a lot of time the one that is auto-generated with Firebase CLI, it might not be complete or it could be broken. So you need to download it here, and then you can open any of these files in Xcode. And if you do that, and after that, that downloaded file, the one you have downloaded from here, once you open it in Xcode, like it's being opened, so you have to drag and drop over here inside this folder. I've already done it, so it's here. So you have to, whatever you download, you have to drag and drop inside this folder, and you should be good to go. Okay, so a lot of time downloading and putting it back there, it works. Okay, otherwise it could be a little bit cranky. Okay, all right, so now here we are on iPhone 11. Okay, and now we'll see how it goes. So just now over here we missed this key. Okay, for every value there should be a key. Now array has a lot of values as well, but just now we forgot the key. Now we'll see how it goes. So we'll click on this and confirm login, and now it looks like it's also back over here. Just now we had this error or the issue. Now click on this, and which means that it's working because it says that Google.com wants to sign in. So now we'll continue, and then of course over here it's asking me to type in my email address. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but I will do that. It was supposed to automatically know it anyway, so I'll do that, and then I'll continue with this, and it's asking me to type in my password. Okay, and then I'll continue. Okay, well, it is sending me a verification message on my mobile, and I will confirm it there. You might not do it, you might not need this step, because maybe I have changed my IP of my internet, so that's why it's asking me to do that. So I'm doing the verification on my mobile, and hopefully it should work now. Okay, alright, actually it logged in right now because we are not redirecting it to anywhere after logging it. That's why we don't see. Now whether we have logged in or not, we can verify it. And how do you do that? We need to come to this backend. The first thing you want to check over here, and you see, so this is the email that I've just logged in. And now if you come over here to this Firebase, and as you see, we have a new collection, and the document is this email ID, and we have these 3 fields. Okay, so these are the 3 fields that actually we have added before. Okay, now I'm going to close this one, and I'm going to also close this window, the Project Explorer. Anyway, okay, great. Now actually what do we want to do? Now if we go back and restart our app, we are still logged in, and this time if you see that this log over here, now if I click it again, nothing happens. Do you know why nothing happens? Because right now we fall inside this condition because we are already logged in. Even here we can actually print a log. So here it's logged in. Okay, logged in, because we know that we have logged in. Okay, so let's save it and click on this, and we'll see that logged in. Okay, so it doesn't redirect us to this alert page because we are logged in. Now that's a little bit weird. Okay, anyway, we need to work on this. We are logged in, actually we are supposed to show information over here, and that's what we are going to do now. Now to be able to do that, we need to find our menu screen, so we'll call for menu screen, and this one, and we have this positioned widget. Of course this is over here. Now right after this, actually we are going to create a new column. Okay, now here first we'll go ahead with column widget, and then we do children, and after that actually we are going to access our controller over here. Now as you see, ZoomDrawerController
this one. Over here we have this different kind of methods that we can use. Here actually previously we created this one, so inside this we want to check if whether the user exists or not. And for this reason, at the top actually we need to create this variable which is called user. Okay, now right after this, of course make sure that your Firebase auth is important, and right after this over here we are going to do user.value. Okay, this one, and then we do get.find. Okay, and then inside this here we'll inject our controller, and here we do auth controller, and then here we do get, and here we want to call get user. Okay, all right, now I know that this method doesn't exist, so we'll come over here and we do have this thing. So here simply we can just return a method that returns our current user. Okay, so right after this sign in with Google, so here this should be our method. So user method, we are referring to the current user, and then we are getting the value for that user and save it to this value, and we just return it. So this one returns the user object. Okay, now once again, where is this coming from? This is the Firebase auth instance, the one we created, and then we also created an user object. Okay, so whatever we get from Firebase as a current user, we assign it to this user over here as a value. Okay, now if we come to our let's see over here, now the error should be gone. Okay, now as soon as MyZoomDrawerController is ready, we also get this user. Okay, now if we can get the user, now inside, let's say inside this menu screen, we'll be able to access the user. Okay, so for it makes sense because here you see that we extend MyZoomDrawerController. Okay, so we can access the values. Okay. So how to do that? Well, definitely here we want to use obx. Okay, and then after this we want to access this user. So here we do controller.user.value. If it is null, then we do one thing. Okay, if it is null, then we use sized box, which means it's empty. Okay, sized box. Okay, all right. So otherwise we use a different condition. And what is the different condition? Otherwise we want to show the user. Okay, and how to show the user? And here we do controller.user.value. Okay, we'll make sure it's not null, and then we'll display the username. Okay, now if in case it is null, the value doesn't exist, then we just show an empty string. Okay, so that's all we do. All right. Right after this, we could do a style over here. Okay, now styl is style, and here we do text style, and then inside this we're gonna do font weight, and font weight dot w. Okay, we can use 900. All right, and font size we can use 18. And over here color is on surface color, that is text, and right inside this we're going to use const modifier. Okay, so what's happening here? Well, this is our obx. First we check if we have user or not. If the user is null, it means there is no value, which means user hasn't logged in. We just show over here a sized box. Okay, otherwise we show the username, but if the username, something goes wrong with the username, we just show the empty string over here. Okay, and that's it. Now let's save it and we see how it goes. And over here we need to restart it, and let's work on this. All right, so this is my Google username, as you see, and it's wonderful, so which means it's working. But right now currently the position is not good, so for this reason I'm going to wrap it around a padding widget. Okay, all right, so these are padding widget.
Over here we don't want to do like this, and we want to just now if you see this one, the original app, if you log in, well, okay, we didn't log in over here, so I want to log in, and let's do that. And 1 second, we'll log in over here. Okay, now we should say this one, and then we should be able to say this kind of things. Okay, but for now we still don't see that, but don't worry, and we want to work on this one first, these things. Okay, now for this one to be able to work, we want to actually create a here we'll create a new class, and we'll call it stateless class, and here we'll call it drawer button. Okay, drawer button. All right, so which only belongs to this class over here. Okay, we are never going to reuse it, it'll be only here. Okay, so that's why we do that. Okay, now over here, of course, we don't want to return a container, so here actually we want to return text button dot icon. Okay, button dot icon. We want to put icons over here. Okay, that's all we want to do. Now here inside this, definitely we'll have onPressed event. Okay, and for now it's null, and then after that here we'll have icon. Okay, now what icon? So whatever the icon we pass, because it is just for this class, but it is still reusable, so we need to pass a certain icon. Okay, all right, and of course we don't have this icon object, so that's why it's throwing error, but it will solve it soon. And then over here we want to set a label. Okay, now for the label itself, we want to send it, we want to set it as a text, and then we'll have a label. Okay, now of course we need to set up these values, otherwise we'll get error. So over here at the top we'll do icon data icon. Okay, because this is the one that we created just now, and the error should be gone. Okay, final string label. Okay, now over here we also want to pass this on pep event. Okay, so that's why here we do void callback over here. All right, and here we do onPressed. Okay, all right, so here we put this one, and then we're good to go. And now label, we don't want to do this. Okay, we want to correct it. Great. And right after this, so here what are the things we need? Here we need required this dot icon, required this dot label, and this dot onPressed. Okay, all right, now the error is gone. So this would be our reusable widget just only for this class. So we need to pass icon, label, and this onPressed event. Okay, that's what we need to do. Now how do we go ahead and call them? Now right after this obx over here, we are going to create new widget using the one that we just created. So now inside this we are going to pass our icon. Now okay, first one we want to send as our website, so icon dot. So for now we'll just send this one, and over here we are going to send website. Okay, this one, and at the same time actually we can also push or send our onPressed event. What should happen? Now over here we are going to call to our controller class, we'll get the instance from it, and I think we have this website method. Okay, now of course let's go ahead and check it. Well, for now it's empty, but don't worry, we'll take care of that one. Okay, and then we also have email, and what else? Yeah, pretty much just this two. Okay, so that's the first icon button, and then we're going to save it, and we see that yes, it is there. Okay, and it's already looking great. Alright, but now we want to create a space of distance over here, a little bit distant. So here what we're going to do, we're going to use a spacer, okay? And then we'll set flex to 1. And we'll save it. Okay, now it starts from the bottom, okay? And we don't have any problem with that one. Now we are going to copy this, and then we're going to put it right below it, right over here. So here we do Facebook, and then here we'll change it to Facebook. But we don't have any Facebook method, but don't worry. And right after this, we are going to come over here and do a Control V, and over here actually we want to do a little bit different one, and here we do email, okay? And then here we also do email, okay? Alright, email, okay? Alright, and right after this, here instead of this one, you can get email, okay? Alright, great. Now let's go ahead and save it, and we see that our email is here. But actually this is not how we want to put it. Now for this reason, we're going to wrap it around a padding widget over here, okay? And we just want to apply padding. We just want to apply padding on the left. So we do add insets only, and here we do left, and here we do 25, okay? Now let's see how it goes. So it comes a little bit inside this, and which it should look better, okay? So that's your email, all right? And last one, right after this, actually we are going to create, so we're going to copy this one over here, and right after this we're going to put this one, but this time our icon is logout, okay? Log out. I think this one should work, and here would say log out, okay? Now of course we don't have any logout method, so we'll go to this over here, I mean in this controller, ZoomDrawerController, and we want to create a logout method. The logout method should be actually first in this auth controller, and then we'll call it from ZoomDrawerController, okay? Now right after this over here, after the save user, it will create a method sign out, and then over here we will use AppLogger, okay? And then we just want to do this one. So here we'd say sign out, okay? All right. And then after that we'll use try clause catch, and over here, because we are signing out from Firebase, so here we do on Firebase exception, I guess, on Firebase auth exception, actually this one, okay? And then we would catch the error. After this, here we do AppLogger, okay? And then we would print out error if we have any error, okay? All right, and that should be E, and then we are good to go. Now to be able to log out, here we would simply do auth.signout method. Now this signout is a built-in method that's provided inside Firebase automatically. Okay, now we need to set this on, and over here we also want to return a future void, okay? All right, because it may wait as it returns, so that's why we are make sure that it's a future. Now after this, here you could do simply get.find, and then auth controller, and then here we just simply call sign out. Okay, great. Now if sign out is done, now over here, instead of this one, you can call the sign out method. Okay, great. Alright, now what happened to this website over here? Now it looks like pretty empty, but it should not be that empty, so here we could do launch, and here https www.thebesttech.com. You can put your own website if you have one, and then you should be good to go. All right. Now we don't have any Facebook method, so I'm going to copy this one, and just simply for fun I'll put it here, Facebook. So you can put here Facebook or anything you like, it doesn't really matter. Now here we had a Facebook, so we'll call it with Facebook. Okay, so this is our logout method, and let's see how it goes. Okay, so here this is our logout method. Okay, now right before logout method, here we want to create a spacer, so here we do spacer, and here we do flex 4. Okay, and now let's see how it looks. Okay, so they all goes up at the top. Okay, now this is a different one. All right, okay, great. Now, well, we should make sure that it works as we log out. Okay, all right, so we have to work on that. So let's go ahead and log out. But before that, let's make sure to restart everything from the scratch. Now here we are. Okay, now let's go ahead and call this logout method. But looks like it's not working, and we need to know why. So here we have this logout and this one over here, and which eventually calls the signout method. Now the signout method is not working because of this one, because we are returning like this. All we need to do, we need to just send this event directly. Because why? Because we are already returning once here actually, so that was the problem. So now let's go ahead and sign out, and yes, it did sign out. Okay, and as you can see that here we have sign out, and then we also see hi. Now that hi could be probably that I have printed something somewhere. Okay, like here. Okay, so it already signed out. All right, now of course we need to restart our app to be able to really know whether what happened. Of course we can change this situation. Now if you see, we don't have our name, okay, anything like that. Of course we also need to change this section over here, but you get the idea. And now if you do sign out, it will take you to the, if you try to log in again, it will take you to the sign out page. Okay, but now a sign in page, I'm sorry. Now here one thing we could do actually though, we want to navigate to the, after signing out you want to navigate to home page. Okay, navigate to, I think, now we don't have any home page, so here we'll create a method and we'll call it navigate to home page. Okay, now of course we don't have this method, so I'm going to copy this one just like this over here. So now okay, we had too much of it. Okay, all right. So here we do get that off all, get that off all named. Okay, and then here we could do app home screen, I think, and then we have, well, now if we do look for home screen, we'll see that we don't have any string over there. So here home screen, and actually at the top we should have a static method for the home route itself. Okay, so here we do static. Okay, now let's come to the login page, so we can just simply copy this one, and then okay, we can close this and we come over to the home screen and just copy this one, and then here we'd say home. Okay, but now of course we need to make sure that we are aligned with our AppRoutes over here. Okay, this one. Here we do have home. Okay, so we can directly use home. Now in that case over here we could just do home screen dot route name. Okay, so it will take us to the home screen. Hopefully it makes sense, because this variable is already defined here as static, so we can just go ahead and grab it. Now after this, yeah, it should work.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and check it one more time. All right, now of course we are not logged in. Okay, and then we click on this and we'll be able to log in. All right, so we'll go and log, and we're great. Okay, now here is this problem. After logging in, actually you also want to go to the home screen, right? Not this screen. Okay, so let's check our login page. So here we do have this auth controller. So over here, right after saving it, actually here we could do navigate to home screen. All right, okay. Anyway, so let's restart it and we'll check it one more time, and hopefully we should be good with that. And we know that we already logged in, so we'll log out. Now here we are. Now if we click on this button, we are not logged in anymore. Now if we click on this, it would ask us to confirm. We confirm, then we'll log in, and then after that hopefully we'll see that we go back to our home screen. Okay, beautiful. All right, now of course we are logged in, so we don't see anything, but this menu, it works. Okay, beautiful. We've done a lot actually. We covered how to upload files to Firebase backend, and how to read data from Firebase, and how to save user data on Firebase, and how to save all the data in Firebase as well. And we have seen how to log in, log out, as well as actually we also worked on the theme, but I know that we didn't work on this dark theme, which we'll do in second part. Anyway, so if you like the tutorial, don't forget to share with your friends, and also don't forget to contribute to me on Patreon, motivate me on Patreon, or buy me a coffee, which is very motivating for me. Anyway, so if you have any questions, so you can leave your questions in our group. I have a dedicated group for this. Okay, thank you so much. Anyway, we'll cover rest of the thing, like clicking on this, going to a new page, and then submitting the paper, because we are going to do a question paper, yes, no, like that. So we have to submit the answer to the backend, and then we'll save user data on the backend as well. We'll also save user record. Okay, so a lot of things we need to do in part 2. Thank you so much.